Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Last Child of Krypton, Redux in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 6, Pattern Recognition. REI felt a peculiar feeling, perhaps something in between anticipation and apprehension. She was leaving the nerve infirmary. The nurses spoke of her going home, although she would not use that term. The apartment she occupied was not her home. She dressed herself in her school uniform while the two agents that would drive her back waited outside. The choice of the uniform was not meaningful. If anything, it was random. She had only school uniforms to wear and mixed and matched the different shirts and jumpers, although for her purposes today she did not tie a ribbon around her throat, but left the top two buttons of her shirt open. From identical parts a unique, cohesive whole formed, only to be discarded when it was no longer necessary. In that way, her clothing suited her. Once she was dressed, she carefully applied the unnecessary medical eye patch and warped the superfluous bandages around her head, and meticulously adjusted the false cast she was forced to wear until it was just right. Another week of this farce, so that everyone could see her injuries and understand why she had disappeared and was not piloting, and she would be free of it. She affected a mild limp as she walked out of the lonely, empty hospital room, still smelling of the stale flowers only just recently removed from the waste basket. "You will take me to my apartment," she said without looking at the agents. They didn't look at her. As she rode in the nerve car to her apartment block, she stared out the window with her exposed eye, ignoring the mild almost headache that quickly came with the loss of depth perception. She watched people moving through the world, families out for weekend shopping excursions and time spent together. They were as alien to her as she to them, and her understanding of their activities was a clinical analysis, information now ghosted over in her mind, the result of study performed by someone else. It interested her little. She went into the hospital empty-handed, naked as she was born in the tank in the depths of nerve, and emerged with a heavy binder under her arm. Information. Information about Superman. The weight of it under her free arm was a comfort, the fare that satisfied a sudden, hungry impulse. There was something she was supposed to learn about this creature, even though she had no idea what. The city was familiar to her, but in a hazy, indistinct way. She had walked these streets, navigated the alleyways and boulevards between her quarters and the school, but at the same time she hadn't. The knowledge was intimate, familiar and simultaneously distant, information related to her by a distant relative, despite the vivid detail. It seemed flat, a projection on the window of the car that obscured a deeper, more relevant truth. The agents stopped at the door to her apartment block. She had the entire structure to herself and she knew they slept in nearby apartments in shifts on cots, but none of them ever approached her or paid much attention to her except to ensure that everyone else did the same. When she was out of sight she stopped limping and walked briskly to her quarters. Again, she felt a hazy unfamiliarity, as if floating, walking a path trod by someone else according to their directions. She had never touched the door before, but the texture was familiar to her, the pitted surface and faded, flaking paint known to her fingers. She knew it would swing inwards silently, the knob not only unlocked but broken. It was not necessary. It was cool in the apartment. The room was shaded by the dirty, once white, and now cream-colored curtains that obscured the morning sun. Everything was as as the second one left it. The only change was that someone, probably Akagi as the commander, would not do it himself and would trust someone else, had refilled and arranged the various medications she needed to keep her body from rejecting itself. In the hospital it had all been delivered intravenously. She would have to go back to taking pills. Go back to doing something she had never done before. It was not yet time. The last dose would last her for hours, perhaps days. She had a pile of papers collected from the school and piled in the task chair sitting in front of her desk, but she brushed them off and let them fall to the floor with a meaty splat. She fished around in her desk until she found a plastic box of pushpins and put them on the tabletop. On the bed, she opened the binder, pulled the first page of newspaper clippings free, and seemingly at random, chose a spot to pin it to the bare wall. She continued selecting pages and, letting the aesthetic principle of it guide her, pinned page after page to the wall until the binder was empty. She stared at it, seeing the hint of a pattern yet to reveal itself. Her fingers twitched. There was something missing. It was not yet complete. She walked out of the apartment. The agent at the front step tried to stop her, and haltingly put a hand on her shoulder. "Miss Ayanami, where dash? I need a computer." The man stared at her through his sunglasses and she stared back. His gaze broke first. Asuka made Hikari a little nervous, but she couldn't quite say why. It may have been the small crowd of obvious out-of-place security people that followed them as they walked along downtown, ambling between the shops. Tokyo 3 was a weird place, all sculptured retro future, everything either sweeping curves or heavy, brutalist regularity, and the cloud of men in suits, despite the heat, made it feel like the setting of dystopian future science fiction. Hikari's older sister Kadama had once remarked that the nerve men reminded her of some movie called The Matrix. She also said it was a shame they never made sequels. She tried not to look at the agents, and after a while, it became more natural to ignore them. They really did blend into the background. Asuka was a cipher to her. She was so energetic, but seemed so morose and snippy. For whatever reason, she was kinder to Hikari than almost everyone else, including shopkeepers, the agents charged with protecting her, and the public at large. At the same time, she showered Hikari with affection, already having bought her so many cosmetics and bottles of shampoo they could barely carry it all between the two of them. "Why is it always so hot here?" Asuka mused, wiping sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Even sweaty, she was enviable. She had on a green dress that probably cost more than Hikari's entire wardrobe, and a string of pearls that probably cost a month's salary. She believed without hesitation that Asuka really did pilot the giant robot, especially after some of the students had seen her picked up by the Katsuragi woman, Shinji's guardian. It made sense, Katsuragi was a big deal at NERV according to Kensuke. Hikari shrugged. "It's always summer, because of Second Impact. It isn't like this back home." "In Berlin," said Asuka, "it's always springtime. Never too hot, only too cold at night. Perfect. It's a shame they make us live here." "Why?" Asuka shrugged, rolling her bare shoulders. Hikari was always surprised by how muscular she was. It only seemed to stand out when she flexed. "In Berlin, everything is history. There are buildings that are hundreds of years old. Japan is like that, too," Hikari said. I know. But they built this place, just made it up. There's nothing here. It was all destroyed in Second Impact," said Hikari. "Yeah," said Asuka. "I'm getting tired of carrying this stuff. There's an arcade over there." Hikari gestured up the street with her chin. "Ha," said Asuka, "it wouldn't be fair. No one can beat me at video games." "Oh yeah. Yeah." The pair turned and headed toward the arcade, and Hikari was immediately relieved to be out of the sun. It made the freckles come out on her cheeks, and the heat without shade was too intense even in the morning. Asuka fared surprisingly well in the freckle department, with only a few showing up under her eyes and along the back of her shoulders. Once they were under the canopy, the relief from the heat was instantaneous. The arcade had huge fans blowing air under its roof, and it was almost dark inside, with only light from the machines and whatever trickled in from the sides. Asuka picked a machine, seemingly at random. It was some kind of fighting game. Asuka fished around in her purse and pulled out a handful of coins, and motioned for Hikari to join her. It was a disaster. She picked a fighter at random, because it was a girl. Asuka picked some kind of yellow ninja, and beat the tar out of her. The machine chided her with a "perfect victory" screen. The next round went much the same, and Hikari turned away from it. "Let's find that dancing game, or dash." "No," said Asuka. "Come on, one more time. I'll go easier on you." Hikari sighed. "Okay." Asuka did go easier on her this time, fairly obviously letting her get in enough hits that she almost won before squashing her. She made no real move to teach her anything or even said much during the matches. She was so intent on it that she nearly jumped when Toji called out to them from across the arcade. "Horiki." He wasn't alone. He had Kensuke with him, of course, and Shinji Ikari, walking along behind them. He saw Asuka before the others did, and a curious look swept over his face, somewhere between anxiety and anticipation. She saw him tense a little bit, but also stand straighter. He could be quite tall if he tried, almost as tall as Toji. Hikari ignored him, though, smiling at Toji in spite of herself. Ugh, Asuka muttered, here come the Three Stooges. The what? Asuka raised an eyebrow at her. Three Stooges. Hikari shrugged. Never mind, Asuka huffed. What ya doin'? Said Toji. We're playing a game. That's what you do in an arcade, Asuka muttered, rolling her eyes. Toji snorted. No, really. Hikari sighed. Kensuke checked his watch, then slunk away, fingering the strap of the camera he wore around his neck. Shinji stepped alongside him, but didn't say anything, continuing to stare at the ground nervously, only to let his eyes slide up Asuka's legs before his gaze snapped back down. Hikari smiled. I'm not very good, said Hikari. Why don't you try, Shinji? What, me? Nah, Toji shouldered him aside. She needs a real challenge. We'll see how tough you are, Saryu. Asuka's expression remained neutral. She put the coins in the machine, picked her character, and waited. Toji hunched over the controls, a look of intense concentration squeezing his fingers. Asuka remained neutral, leaning back slightly, her expression flat. The match started, and Toji's blue ninja immediately charged her, shouting and grunting as he started a special move. Asuka was even more brutal than she'd been before, avoiding his attack entirely only to land behind him and beat him mercilessly, pinning him in the corner of the screen. Barely 30 seconds had ticked off the timer before she had him beaten. The next round was mostly the same, except he managed to deny her a flawless victory screen by chipping a tiny sliver off her health bar. So, said Toji. I guess you are pretty good, after all. A thin smile slowly twisted Asuka's lips. Get her, Shinji. Shinji fidgeted for a moment, then stepped up to the machine. He rested his hands on the controls, and waited while Asuka fed more change into the machine. Like Hikari, he chose a fighter seemingly at random, and the match started. Asuka pushed forward with all the intensity she'd shown before, and Shinji was quickly, roundly defeated. The timer started counting down to the next round, and something changed. Hikari saw him start peeking from the corner of his eye, glancing at Asuka's hands. He seemed to be watching her fingers as much as he was watching the screen, and when the match started he anticipated every movement she made, leaping over her as she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks that made up her usual starting combo. His character dropped down behind her and started attacking. He hit the block button every time she managed to land a hit on him, and the rest of the time, her fighter was stunned or hitting empty air. The match went on longer than any yet, and at the end, Asuka had lost and Shinji still had half of his health bar left. Asuka stared at the screen in stunned surprise. When the next match started, she leaned into it, jaw set, eyes fixed on the screen. Shinji's performance only improved. He jumped and ran around the screen, avoiding her attempts to pin him down, until an opportunity opened up, and then he took it. He started to whittle her health down bit by bit, just using the buttons and not any of the special moves. He obviously didn't know any of them. The more complicated Asuka's attack, the simpler his defense became. This time, when he landed the final blow, he had 3/4 of his health bar left. Asuka's hands fell to her sides. She turned her head slowly towards him. How did you do that? He shrugged. Luck, I guess. No way, Asuka snapped. No one is that fast. How did you dash? The rest of her demand was drowned out by a heavy rumbling sound. For a bare second, Hikari's heart nearly skipped. She thought it was the evacuation alarm, but it turned out to be an ordinary fire engine, rumbling along the street behind the arcade, siren blaring. As it passed, Shinji's eyes followed it. He fished in his pocket and pulled out his cell phone, flipping up the lid with his finger. Whoops. Miss Ato's calling me, she must need something for work. Asuka blinked. What? Got to run, sorry. With that, he turned and, with surprising speed, sprinted out of the arcade, leaving Hikari, Asuka, and Toji staring in his wake, dumbstruck. Huh, said Toji. I got to get going too. I need to pick up my sister from the babysitter. It was nice seeing you, Horiki. Call me Hikari. Okay, He smiled, and then turned to leave. Kensuke was still missing. I should get going too, Hikari sighed. I have to cook dinner for my family. Can I come? Asuka said, quickly. Hikari blinked. I don't think that would be a good idea. They don't know you. Asuka's shoulders slumped, ever so slightly, and she actually pouted. She brightened quickly, gesturing at one of the nerve people. You, she growled, get over here. The agent tried his best to look as if he hadn't just taken an order from a teenage girl. Asuka pointed at the bags on the ground. Walk Miss Horiki home. Carry her things. Now, Asuka snapped. Asuka blithely strolled into the apartment, one bag of shampoo in her hand. Misato apparently considered it necessary to open the bottle of shampoo and dump half of it on her head when she washed her hair. In the week since she'd arrived in Tokyo 3, Misato had exhausted the entire supply of both shampoo and conditioner that Asuka had brought with her from Germany. That absolutely could not stand. Asuka put the new bag of bottles in her bedroom, carefully hidden beside her dresser. She looked down at the ridiculous bedroll she'd been sleeping on, glad that her new bed would be arriving in a few days. She was surprised to find Misato sitting in the kitchen in her demmed underwear, as bold as you please, covered up only by a paper-thin yellow t-shirt. Will you put on some pants? Asuka muttered, working her way the refrigerator. It's indecent. Misato snorted. Since when did you become a prude, Miss Hotpants? Asuka slammed the door after pulling out a soda. I beg your pardon. I'm surprised that you haven't given Shinji a heart attack. Bah, Asuka dismissed the boy with a wave of her hand. All he can manage is staring at my feet. He's so housebroken it's pathetic. Oh, Misato said slyly, looking up from whatever she was working on at the table. So you want him to be bold, then? Seize you around the waist and dash. No. Asuka snapped. You are such a pervert, you know that. Misato looked at her blankly, her lips twitching as if she suppressed a smile, and then looked back down at the form she was filling out. What's that? Said Asuka. Work. So where is he, anyway? Misato arched an eyebrow. Who? Shinji. I ran into him at the arcade. He's probably stalking me. Said Misato. The housebroken coward is stalking you. Asuka took a sip of her soda. Will you get your mind out of the gutter for a minute? I saw him and he pulled out his phone and said you called him in to work. Misato blinked. I've been here all day. I didn't call him. Asuka turned the can in her hand. It tasted good, fruity, but she couldn't read the thing, though she pretended otherwise. Why did the Japanese insist on making their language incomprehensible? Speaking it was easy enough, but reading an endless collection of little houses and squiggles was damned near impossible. So where is he, then? Misato shrugged. Asuka considered that for a moment, drowned her soda, and tossed the can into the recycling bin. She glanced at the microwave. It was not yet 2 o'clock, so he had to be out somewhere. She tapped her foot on the floor for a moment, tracing her finger under her chin. I'm going out. Okay, said Misato, don't try to shake the small army of security goons. You don't sound very worried. I'm not, said Misato. You'll be fine. I have an army trailing you, Asuka. You're not getting into any more trouble, believe me. I didn't get into anything, Asuka snapped. Someone came after me. It won't happen again, Misato looked up. I promise. Look, I'll change and go with you, if you want. No, said Asuka. The army of suits following me will do just fine. You just sit there on your big butt and do whatever. Misato laughed at her as she stalked out of the kitchen, shouldering her purse. She slipped into her shoes and darted down the stairs, only to be greeted by a pair of agents that shadowed her as she left the building. There'd probably be a damned helicopter after too long. She was used to it, by now. She'd always had a handful of Minders in Berlin, a few more wasn't such a burden, and for the most part, they were well practiced at remaining invisible. She almost forgot they were there as she walked aimlessly towards the shopping district again, thoroughly bored. Without quite knowing why, she gravitated back to the arcade. Challenging random teenagers to video games didn't strike her fancy, especially with big black-suited goons looming over her. Nevertheless, she wandered to it and through it, looking through the world around her with a sort of thousand-yard stare. There was one thing she wasn't doing at all, which was looking for Shinji. As she walked, her ears naturally picked out a key phrase: Evangelion pilot. She listened, stopping in her tracks, and glanced around at her mentors. They'd fanned out through the arcade. She ducked around behind a machine and then another, weaving between them, widening the gap as she listened. Evangelion pilot. The voice called out again, and she drew nearer, pressing against a concrete wall. Around the corner, just outside the arcade in a back alley, she saw the Aida boy, the short one with the glasses, standing on a small crate, next to his tall companion, Suzuhara, or whatever his name was. Again and again, he cried out. Sexy pictures of the Evangelion pilot. The blood drained from Asuka's face. She glanced over her shoulder, and saw her security detail catching up to her. She was about to rush the two boys and the small crowd of teenagers, and, she noticed, a few grown men, when something quite unexpected happened. Shinji did the charging for her, barreling into the crowd, his head up, his shoulders back, standing proud and unstooped as he had that first morning when she saw him sneak back into the house in the wee hours before dawn. He easily pushed through the crowd, stepped up to the crate, and snatched the handful of printed pictures out of the Aida boy's hand. What are you doing? He demanded. Selling pictures, said Aida. Shinji balked, flipping through the pictures. You took these without her permission. Duh, said Kensuke. Look, those nerve goons took my pictures of Superman, and I need some cash dash. Shinji looked at one picture and yelped, actually cried out. You were pointing the camera up her dress. Where did you get these? The crowd was milling around, now. A grown man put a hand on Shinji's shoulder. I already paid. Shinji turned to him, and slowly pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Kensuke, give them their money back. What? The boy said quietly. But Shinji dash. Dude, said Toji. I paid, the man repeated. Shinji slowly crumpled the pictures in his hands, twisted them into a tight ball, and let his hands fall to his sides. When he stood to his full height, he matched the dumpy salaryman inch for inch, and continued to stare him down. The older man drew back, balled his hand into a fist, and threw a punch. Shinji barely flinched. His hand was just there, appearing in front of his face as if it had just materialized there. The incoming fist met his palm with a wet slap, like cracking celery, and the man yelped. Shinji closed his fingers around the man's fist and held it there as he tried, feebly, to pull away. Kensuke, Shinji said quietly. Slowly, the assembled crowd started handing back the pictures as Kensuke fished out the fistful of bills he'd already collected and returned them. Kensuke edged around Shinji to give back the money to the man who'd thrown the punch, and Shinji released him. He clasped his hands together, rubbing his knuckles, and retreated quietly. Kensuke and the Suzuhara boy stood silently. Shinji slowly turned around. I thought we were friends. Dude, said Toji, I don't see dash. I recognize some of those pictures, Shinji said, flatly. You used me to distract her. Look, said Kensuke. She's in public dash. That's not the point, Shinji cut him off. She risks her life piloting that thing. Risks her life for you people. It's wrong to try to exploit her like that. What do you mean? Kensuke trailed off. She's not the first pilot. Remember Reiinami? The weird girl. Said Toji. She was the pilot during the first attack. It almost killed her. That's why she hasn't been in school. Dude, said Kensuke. You, know stuff? I thought you said you got coffee and things, and dash. Why should I tell you anything else? Will you sell that, too? Who cares about some dumb robot, Toji retorted, crossing his arms. Superman dash. Shinji stepped right up into Toji's face. Let me ask you something. What do you think Superman would think if he were here right now? If he knew what you did? Toji blinked. He's a hero, and probably, wouldn't be okay with it. Well, said Kinsuke. Exactly, Shinji crossed his arms. I know you have backups of those pictures. Let's have them. Asuka snorted, then her breath caught. She wondered if she'd been heard, but the three boys ignored her. Of course, here it came. The pervert wanted all the pictures to himself. He'd probably have a good look at them later. As she watched, the Aida boy reluctantly pulled a thumb drive out of his pocket and handed it over, all the while staring at the ground. Shinji took it, and palmed it. Dude, said Toji. Don't tell her about this. I won't. Asuka blinked. He won't? You won't. Said Kinsuke. I won't, if you won't. There's no harm done. I don't want her worrying about people pulling stunts like this. She has enough on her mind saving all our lives. You know, Toji said quietly, you're right. We shouldn't have done this. Kinsuke sighed. If those jerks hadn't violated my civil rights. Listen, man, Toji cut him off. Are we cool? Shinji nodded. As long as nothing like this happens again. The two boys shrugged, nodded, and walked past him. When they were gone, he slumped against the brick wall of the alleyway, and let out a long, slow breath. He reached into his pocket, fished around, and brought out the thumb drive. He looked at it for a second, gently bobbed his hand as if to weigh it, and then closed his fingers around it. Then, he dropped the drive and the ball of crumpled pictures into a wastebasket and strolled off, hands thrust into his pockets. Asuka waited quietly until he was gone, then nearly tiptoed into the alley until she reached the garbage can. When she peered inside, she saw the crumpled ball of pictures, and the thumb drive, smashed into a dozen pieces, the metal end where it plugged into the computer bent into a U-shape, as if around a finger. She blinked. Wow, the agent behind her said. Isn't that Katsuragi's assistant? Asuka nearly jumped out of her skin. She rounded on the man, and realized the pair were smirking at her. What about it? Oh, nothing, the other agent snickered. Keep your airheaded opinions to yourself, Asuka snapped, marching past them. You're a security detail, not a Greek chorus. When Shinji walked into the apartment, Misato was kicking her feet, making tiny squeaking sounds as the balls of her feet hit the floor. A quick glance through the flesh of her ankle told him it was mostly fully healed, which made him feel a bit better. She caught his glance and looked up, brushing her hair out of her face and over her ear to get a better look at him. She eyed him for a moment, chewing her lip. Are you checking me out? He froze, the blood draining from his face. I was just wondering if your leg was better. She kept her expression neutral. So that involves staring at my legs, then. He swallowed. Well, your leg was hurt, and dash. She snorted, and quivered with suppressed laughter. You are too easy, you know that. He sighed. I wish you'd stop doing that. I'm trying to help you. Right, he muttered, passing into the kitchen. He didn't really feel hungry, but then he never did, but he did feel like eating and it would be time for dinner soon. He started fussing about in the drawers under the countertop, assembling the pots and pans he'd need for a meal. He didn't need to bother with a cookbook, as he had them all memorized, at least all the ones he'd ever read. He occupied himself by thinking of the pages, recalling their texture and the color of the paper as he visualized the text. What happened to your face? He jumped in actual surprise, and had to remember to make sure he hit the ground again. Misato was looking at his chin. He touched the spot where her gaze fell with his fingertips, and rubbed away a bit of soot that had accumulated there, from the fire. A mild moment of panic set in. Misato leaned forward to ask him something else when Asuka stormed into the apartment, kicking her shoes into the others with a pair of loud thumps. She froze when she saw Shinji in the kitchen, a curious look on her face. She wasn't looking at him with contempt anymore. In fact, it was hard to say how she was looking at him. Where'd you go, anyway? Said Misato, as she leaned forward to return to her work. Out, Asuka said sharply, stalking into the kitchen. What's for dinner? I'm not sure yet, said Shinji. I'll be right back. He cut past Misato and into the bathroom, and closed the door behind him. Once inside, he splashed some water on his face and toweled away the black streak, then double-checked that there was no more, and ran his fingers through his hair to be sure. He couldn't be so careless. He opened the top 2 buttons of his collar and checked that there was no more around his neck, then carefully adjusted himself. "What's with you?" he heard Misato say in the kitchen. "Nothing," Asuka replied. "Oh," said Misato. "I was just wondering, I mean you seem a little snappy, and you're staring at Shinji's butt." "I am not sta what?" "You better be quiet," said Misato. "He might hear us." "Of course, they can probably hear you in Africa." Shinji smirked. He'd never really tried, but he probably could hear her from Africa. If he'd been there. "Why are you two always so perverted?" Shinji winced. He wasn't even in the room. That was entirely unfair. He swore he could hear Asuka's teeth grinding. "Oh come on, Shinji's about as perverted as something that's not very perverted much at all." Asuka sniffed. "Once again, I'm stung by your razor wit," she raised her voice. "Wash out, get out here and cook me some dinner." "What are you doing in there, anyway?" "You should stop calling him that," Misato said quietly. "Why?" "It's what he is." Somebody's in a defensive mood lately. He chose that moment to re-emerge. Asuka had opened her box of chocolates, and was presently chewing on a piece of candy, her eyes rolled back in her head ecstatically. "You should share that," Misato said as she folded her arms. "No way," Asuka said, almost playfully. "I'm the pilot, I get the rewards." "Where did you get these, anyway?" "I didn't," Misato pointed at Shinji with her chin. "He did." Asuka turned around slowly, eyes narrowing. "How did you know I like this stuff?" "Misato told me," he shrugged. "He was worried about you." Asuka turned around quickly. "Worried? Why?" He could see her tense. "Oh." She turned back to him. "You don't need to worry about me, washout. You could try being nice, once in a while," said Misato. Asuka rolled her eyes. "How did you get these, anyway?" "I made a few phone calls." Asuka bit another piece in half, chewed it for a moment, and then swallowed it. Shinji started his water to boil, and pulled out some pieces of chicken he'd left in the refrigerator to thaw. He could cut it remarkably quickly, given that he didn't have to worry about cutting himself. The worst thing that could happen was the knife dulling on his skin. "It's from Germany." "How did you get it here so fast?" "Duh," said Misato. "He dash." Shinji cut her off. "There was a local shop that had it. German immigrants." "Oh," said Asuka. "Wait, you speak German?" "No, but they speak French," he shrugged. "Wait, you speak French?" Shinji pictured the books he had stacked up in his room. "French and English? I'm working on German." "I didn't know you could speak French." "I can't speak French." Shinji looked at her over his shoulder. She was staring at him petulantly. He smirked. "Vous êtes belle, mais vos mots pourraient yen faire caler le." She looked at him blankly. "Show off," she muttered. "Oh," Misato said, sliding a small plastic card across the table. "One more thing. Rei is going back to school tomorrow. I want you to meet her at her apartment and walk her to school." "You mean, the two of us and the goon squad?" Misato sighed. "She has her own security detail. It'd be nice if my pilots would talk to one another." "Oh," said Asuka, "that's right, the first child. I don't know much about her. The updates just listed her sync ratio. About half of mine." Misato rolled her eyes. "You would know that." Asuka shrugged. "I need to know these things, you know." "Right," said Misato, looking back down at her work. From there, it was blessedly quiet. Shinji cooked and plated the food, and the three ate in silence, Misato poring over her work, Asuka fiddling around with her telephone. Misato was the first to leave, arching her back as she stood up. Shinji blushed and stared more intensely at his dish of food. "Don't be up too late," said Misato. "It's a school night, and you have a sync test after school, Asuka." "I know," Asuka said sharply. When Misato padded out of the kitchen, Pen emerged, climbed up onto her chair, and looked at Shinji expectantly. Sighing, he got up, fished around in the refrigerator for a can of food, and used the actual can opener this time. Pen cocked his head to the side in confusion as he fumbled with it. He dumped out the canned fish into the bird's dish and put it on the table before him. "Well," said Asuka, "there goes my appetite. Good thing I'm done." She stopped at the kitchen door. "Hey, washout." Shinji looked up from the sink, where he was wrist-deep in water. "I know where you went this afternoon." He froze. She knew. Oh God, she knew, if she told anyone. "I don't need someone sneaking around trying to protect me. I'm not some delicate flower for you to watch over. I can handle those idiots myself." He relaxed. She'd seen the thing with Toji and Kensuke somehow. How had he missed her? It shouldn't be possible for her to sneak up on him. "But," she said, seeming to strain to form the words, "thank you. You're WEL dash." "Don't think it means anything," she snapped, then turned and stalked out of the kitchen. Pen stared at him, and offered a little birdly shrug, then went back to eating. Shinji turned back to the dishes, sighing as he worked the cloth over them. Once everyone was out of sight, he could heat the water with his vision to make sure they were extra clean. A thin blanket of steam formed over the surface. He jumped a little when he heard Asuka's fist hit the wall. "Why did I say that?" she whispered. When Asuka awoke, it was a good half hour before her alarm went off, and to the sound of Shinji padding quietly through the apartment. She got to her feet and very quietly crept to the door on all fours, resting on her elbows and shins so she didn't make any noise. She already had the door open by just a sliver. He came in with his bag over his shoulder as usual, and went into his room. She listened to the meaty thump as he put away the things in the bag, and then watched him emerge, shirtless, and head for the shower. Her breath caught, as usual. This time, she waited patiently for the water to turn on, and stole across the hallway on the balls of her feet, taking long, careful strides to minimize the noise. She slid into his room and looked around. It was really a hall closet, but it suited him, since had so few things, just his bed and a chest of drawers and a battered old cello case and his books. She spotted the tail end of one of his bag's straps between the bed and the chest of drawers, and knelt down next to it, then pulled it free. She quickly unzipped it, and found it empty except for a pair of battered work boots. Some of the eyelets were missing, the cuffs were frayed, and one of the soles had a deep gash in it, exposing the material of the insole. They looked like they must be years old, not even his. Confused, she put the boots back as she found them, careful to make sure they were positioned exactly the same, and looked around. His drawers contained only clothes, except for the bottom, in which there was a vacuum-sealed plug suit. They must have let him keep it as a souvenir. It made sense, since no one else could wear it, they were custom-made. She pushed it back into the drawer and her breath caught when the plastic made a tiny crinkling sound. She immediately cursed herself for being so irrational, as there was no way he could possibly have heard it, even had the shower not been running. She took a quick peek in the cello case, and finding only a cello, turned quickly closed it again. As she moved it back into position, she heard a strange thump, and opened it back up. Tucked behind the cello itself, in a small channel with the bow, was a metal canister with a screw top, like a pencil case. She pulled it out and turned it over in her hands. The metal was cool to the touch and had an odd, unfamiliar texture, like nothing she'd ever touched before. She gave the cap a quick try, but it wouldn't budge. Carefully, she wedged it back in place, closed the case, and stood up. She tapped her foot. There was something missing, something she hadn't thought of. Then, she turned around, and almost walked into Shinji. He was standing in the door wrapped up in a towel, his eyes wide with shock. What are you?" "I wanted to borrow one of your books," she said quickly, ducking down to pick up one of his French phrase books. "I want to learn French." Said Shinji. "If you're going to borrow something, aren't you supposed to ask?" Asuka's eyes narrowed. "I was going to ask. After I borrowed it. But isn't that technically dash?" As if on cue, Misato appeared behind him, peering out from under the great frizzy mop of her bed hair. She looked from Shinji in his towel to Asuka and back again. Bow chicka wow wow. Oh shut up, Asuka snapped, pushing Shinji aside. Fine, wash out. Next time, I will ask. I wouldn't want to breach your little fortress of solitude without permission. She hurried past Misato, heading for the bathroom. She scooped up her own towel, bigger and fluffier than the cheap department store crap Misato used, and fairly ran across the short space of the kitchen and slammed the door shut. A moment later, Misato was pounding on the door. Hey! You didn't call it. Yes I did. Asuka snapped back, yelling so her voice would carry through the door. I'm in here, aren't I? Oh, said Misato. Angrily, she disrobed and threw her pajamas into the corner of the room, as if to hurt them. Her own shampoo was securely stored in her room, and so she had to make do with Misato's foul-smelling garbage. She seriously thought it came from a veterinarian. When she emerged, wrapped in 2 towels, Misato was angrily tapping her foot on the kitchen floor. The damned penguin was watching it all in his blank way, though for a moment, Asuka could swear he was smirking at them. Shinji rather pointedly ignored her as she crossed the kitchen, clutching the towel around her chest. She watched him as she walked through the door, expecting to see him trying to sneak a peek at her, but he made no movement. She finished her grooming in her bedroom, making sure the door was closed tightly before she did. Her bed would arrive today, but she still needed a proper door. She stared at the uniform hanging in her closet for a moment, as if it were a living thing, before she slipped into the shirt and tied the ribbon around her throat. It took her only a few minutes to dress, and she had to stop to admire herself in the mirror. She hated the look, but the uniform was perfect. Shinji pressed all her clothes so immaculately it looked like it was done by some sort of machine. When she stepped outside into the hall, she looked around and realized that everything in the apartment was like that, neatly arranged and organized. When did he have time to do that? He'd prepared her breakfast with his usual speed. Misato was slurping down a can of coffee, drinking it in great gulps and standing in the kitchen swaddled in towels, bold as you please. She gave Shinji a little push on the shoulder when he blushed, and cocked her hips to the side. Is there something on the floor? No, Shinji said nervously. It's just, Misato barked out a laugh at him. I'm going to get dressed. I'll see you both after school. Sync test, Asuka. Asuka glared after her, and took a drink of juice as Shinji sat down to eat. He'd prepared himself a small portion, and, she noticed, it was all vegetable matter, various greens, and springs and such things. She frowned at him over her cup and put it on the table. What are you, part rabbit now? He actually blushed. I'm a vegetarian. Since when? Since today, he said quietly, taking a bite of his food. He seemed more interested in the taste than the quantity, savoring each bite before swallowing it. He drank plain water, and stopped to look in the glass before taking each sip. Why? Said Asuka. I've decided I don't want to eat meat anymore, said Shinji. Nothing from an animal. And why not? Said Asuka. You don't mind me eating it? She took a bite of egg for emphasis. I wouldn't want to force my views on anyone, he shrugged. But would you eat Pen Pen? The penguin looked up at mention of his name, a sardine hanging from his mouth. He slurped it down and Asuka felt a pang of revulsion. Work, said Pen Pen. Shinji smirked. I think that means, don't answer that, in Pen Pen. Asuka's eyes narrowed, and she suppressed a giggle. Very funny. He's eating meat. You don't mind that? Shinji shrugged. He doesn't have a choice. I do. Oh, said Asuka, poking a bit of sausage into her mouth. So do I. You should, said Shinji, before finishing the last of his meal. He took a piece of toast and clenched it between his teeth. Asuka looked down at her own empty plate and handed it to him. He put it in the sink and sprayed some water over them both, and continued nibbling his toast while he did, gradually working it into his mouth without touching it. He finally took one big bite and it vanished, like grass being sucked into a cow's mouth. Yes. What? Asuka said defensively. You were kind of staring at me a little. I was not, she said sharply. Are you coming, or not? He shrugged. I guess. Aren't we supposed to pick up Ayanami? Oh, Asuka muttered. Right. Hold on. Asuka knocked twice on Misato's door and slid it open. The older woman jumped in surprise and Asuka grinned. The little squeak of shock she let out was extremely satisfying. She hurriedly turned around and continued buttoning her uniform shirt. What? Aren't we supposed to go get the first? I don't know where she lives. Oh, said Misato. Tell the security goons to drive you. They know. Asuka retreated and closed the door, smiling smugly in satisfaction at Misato's muttering. She strode out into the hallway and joined Shinji in slipping on shoes to head out into the world. Once outside, she flagged down the nearest black-suited security agent. Yes. Take us to Ayanami's quarters, Asuka demanded, rising to her full height with her hands on her hips. Just you, said the agent. What? Asuka snarled. I distinctly said us. The agent looked at her in blank-faced annoyance. Orders from the commander. Ayanami is not to have contact with him. Shinji blinked. Why? I don't know, said the agent, and I don't care. Shinji shrugged. Okay. I'll see you at school, I guess. Asuka considered this for a moment. She couldn't overrule the commander. She'd never actually met the man, but his reputation preceded him. She watched Shinji walk away, shoulders down, without speaking. He shouldered his bag as if it were a heavy burden, and took to the sidewalk. Asuka turned around, and they were already bringing up the black sedan. She slid into the back, tossing her bag on the seat. Good mo. Be quiet, Asuka snapped, cutting off the driver's inane banter. She crossed her legs and folded her arms, and kicked the seat in front of her as the car rolled. The tinted windows made it look like it was still nighttime. She watched the buildings slip by as the car turned away from the school, and in fact away from the most populous area of the city. The buildings changed, starting to look less pristine and modern and more like broken jaws. The sound of a pile driver thumped through the morning air, and she heard the scraping sounds of construction equipment, in this case probably doing demolitions. The neighborhood looked like a demilitarized zone. Ayanami lives here, said Asuka. The agent driving the car didn't reply. Asuka sneered. Let him sulk, petulant child. When the car stopped, she nearly leapt out, yanking her bag with her. This place was actually a bit closer to the school than Misato's apartment, and must have been the remnants of the worker tenements occupied while the city was actually being built. The building itself looked unoccupied, and she was almost surprised to find an open apartment complete with 3 bored-looking guards sitting around a table, smoking, and playing cards. They glanced up at her, she saw a flash of recognition, and they waved her on. Here for Ayanami? 404. One of them said, not looking up. Asuka blinked and headed for the elevator. Out of order. It figured. It looked bad, very bad, and she wouldn't have tried to use it, sign or no sign. The doors were dented and scuffed, the buttons were hanging loose on wires like old doll's eyes hanging on strings, and the frame around the door had been peeled away, exposing the inner mechanism of the elevator's own inside doors. She walked past it and found the stairwell, and began the business of ascending, cursing herself for agreeing to this. The stairwell was dank, cold, and dark, and she felt like she was being watched. Apartment 404 had a broken door, and it was ajar. She instantly felt her stomach tighten. Had someone broken in, tried to assassinate Ayanami, as they had her? She pushed the door open and darted inside, only to be greeted by the soft sound of a running shower and thin wisps of steam. Laid out on the bed was her uniform, apparently one of several she had, as the others were hanging on racks in her closet, which had no door. There was no sign of any other clothes, other than her underthings, presumably, in a small nightstand. Asuka marveled. The place wasn't filthy, exactly, but it was grim, utilitarian, and there was no attention paid to making it look habitable. The walls were covered in old stains and the curtains probably weren't meant to be a tobacco brown color, nor so thin. The bedsheets looked like hospital sheets, just laid over the mattress rather than folded. There was enough pills to open a pharmacy, spread everywhere in bottles. What was odd, though, was the no less than 3 computers set up on a desk, all of the monitors arranged next to each other with the keyboards sort of stacked up, to all be within reach. There was a stack of printed papers and thin, fluttering strips of newsprint fixed to one wall. Some of the text had been underlined, and there were pieces of yarn trailing between some of them, linking them. Lying on the bed was an odd assortment of items. There was a medical eye patch and an arm sling, and a strange cast that looked like it was meant to hinge and come apart. It was resting on the bed, folded open. Asuka picked it up, and dropped it when she heard soft, padding footsteps behind her. She spun on her heels and gasped. Ayanami emerged from the bathroom, clad only in a towel. A towel around her neck. She just left the door hanging open and Asuka felt a sudden flush, and her heart started to race, pounding in her chest. She nearly fell on the bed. There was something off about this girl. Her skin was as pale as chalk, and in the morning cold she was a road map of red arteries and blue veins drawn all over her skin. Asuka found her eyes drifting both up and down, unable to fix on any one detail. Her eyes were bright red, which spoke of an albino, but her hair was blue. For a bare instant she thought it was dyed, but the patches under her arms disproved that assumption. Asuka's throat felt dry, and she tried to speak, but only thin rasps came out. The other girl approached with a flat stare, totally unconcerned by her nakedness. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" I. Asuka started, then forced herself to take a breath, closing her eyes. "I'm Asuka Langley Soryu, the pilot of Unit 2. Why are you here?" "Unit 1, now," said Asuka. "Miss Captain Katsuragi asked me to walk you to school." "I see," said Rei. Brazenly, she walked to the bed and continued toweling off, then tossed the towel onto a seemingly random spot on the floor, no longer concerned with it. Asuka watched the movement of her long, well-turned limbs for a moment before turning around. She felt a pang of jealousy at the way the uniform shirt Rei wore was filled out when she slipped it on and began to button it down. Asuka ran her hand along the hinged cast. "What is this stuff?" Slipping into her skirt, Rei began putting on the medical supplies, first the eye patch, and then some bandaging, winding it in a peculiar way around her head. Now that she was decent, Asuka turned around and continued to appraise her. The girl's perfectly smooth skin seemed to be in spite of her harsh hygiene she smelled of cheap soap, and nothing else. Her hair looked like she'd cut it herself, roughly hacking it off with scissors, and was frizzy, as if she washed it with bar soap. "What's with that stuff?" said Asuka, watching the girl clasp the false cast around her arm. Rei fixed her with her flat gaze. There was no menace, only bland appraisal. "That information is classified. You will not tell anyone what you saw here this morning." Asuka planted her fists on her hips and barked out, "Or what?" Before even thinking. "Classified?" Rei stepped closer to her, and Asuka instinctively took a step back. The girl unnerved her, and it was getting worse by the second. The smell of soap and the dank apartment made her feel like she was playing some silly horror video game, like some ridiculous monster was about to come lurking out of the closet. She had a brief flash, the barest instant of an impression, the sound of an extension cord suspending something heavy and limp in a closet, creaking. She barely realized she was holding her breath. She let it out, slowly. "It is classified," Rei repeated. "My medical condition is classified. If you reveal it to anyone, you will be disciplined. Do you understand?" Asuka rankled, or part of her did, under the girl's tone, but there was a strange edge to it. Anyone else would have tried to put some menace into the inflection. She'd dealt with people before, people who thought they were her betters just because they were older, trying to talk down to her the way they would a child, and meeting her blunt refusal to accept that. Rei's words were even, a monotone, a simple statement of fact that she would not talk about what she'd seen unless she wanted to be disciplined, whatever that meant. It couldn't be good. She felt something very silly at that moment, something she didn't expect. A sort of expectation, a realization that a strangely familiar presence wasn't standing behind her, watching all of this over her shoulder. She was alone in the apartment with Rei, and Shinji was walking to school. It bothered her, though she couldn't say why. She took a step back, bumping the small refrigerator near the bed with her rear end. "I'll wait for you outside." Quickly, she fled the apartment, and then without even thinking slid against the wall beside the door, leaning on it for support as her legs softened. She hadn't felt this unnerved by anything in years, not even the angels. REI was different, like something she'd seen before, something familiar and alien and wrong, and Asuka wanted her to go away. "Let's go," REI said softly, emerging from the apartment. She didn't bother closing the door, and Asuka said nothing. As she walked, she felt her proper self return, and put her usual swagger on her gait. The security men shadowed them, and the sudden crushing presence, once an annoyance, actually reassured her. She stole glances at REI, and each time she let her eyes fix on her, took a good look, she felt that tightness in her throat. She wished they were already at school. Thankfully, the walk was short, they didn't even have to take the train. The school was in sight, and Asuka sped up. REI didn't, and that was fine. They hadn't said one word to one another once hitting the street, and that was fine, too. Asuka was nearly running, and the bodyguards assigned to her jogged to catch up. Shinji was standing with the two stooges, and the looks on their faces when they saw her running towards them made her mourning, almost chased away the butterflies swirling in her belly. She took the stairs two at a time, but before she reached them, Shinji excused himself and they quickly retreated as he moved towards her, his eyes wide. "Asuka," he said quickly, "what is it? What's wrong?" She blinked as she came to a stop, one step down from him. Did something happen? She let herself pant for a while, and watched him. He did it again. He stood a little straighter, and his shoulders pressed back, tightening his uniform shirt around his chest. His stomach pulled in, not as an affectation but just because that's where it was supposed to be. "Asuka." "I'm fine," she said, hurriedly. "Are you sure? If there's something wrong, I want to help." She looked up at him. He meant it. He meant it. He broke up the two idiots trying to sell her pictures before and didn't expect anything in return, he didn't even tell her, and he reached out. His movement was gentle, halting. He almost touched her cheek, but didn't. "Have you been crying?" An electric jolt ran up her spine. She reared back. "Don't touch me," she hissed. He pulled back as though he'd touched a hot stove. "I'm sorry. I dash." "Get out of my way," she snapped, shouldering past him. She left him there, staring after her in her wake. She brushed at her eye with her wrist. Of course she hadn't been crying, the idiot. It was just hay fever. Shinji was actually surprised when Toji nudged his shoulder with his knuckles. He watched REI closely as she walked into the room and sat down at the seat by the window, previously unoccupied, as if waiting for her. No one in the room paid her any mind, but in a sort of deliberate way, not indifferent but purposely ignoring her. For her part, REI ignored everything, even the chat, and simply cupped her chin in her hand stared out the window. Shinji thought he'd imagined it before, or that he'd been mistaken somehow, but there was no denying it now. Her arm had never been broken, and her eye was intact. Her skull was fine, too. When he turned around, he momentarily saw the flickers of neurons in Toji's brain before he remembered to unfocus his gaze and return to the surface of things. He shook his head. "What is it with you?" Toji whispered, "first the demon, and now the ghost." Shinji blinked. Toji could be oddly poetic at times. "It's not like that," he sighed. "Then what's it like?" He considered that for a moment, in silence. Telling anyone that he knew REI was related to him somehow, whatever that implied, would confirm the existence of a leak, of someone feeding him information. He couldn't betray Professor Fuyatsuki's confidence like that. He couldn't tell Toji what was really bothering him, either, namely that he saw REI beaten and broken in the entry plug, and then, not long after, completely healed. Fuyatsuki said they were related. Related how? "Well," Toji said, snapping him from his reverie. "Your wife sure thinks it is." "She's not my, what?" Toji angled his head towards the front of the classroom, where Asuka was angrily ranting at Hikari. "I can't hear them, but she looks mad," said Toji. Shinji felt a pang of guilt as he focused his attention on the girls at the front of the room. He thought I was crying. Can you believe the nerve? I'm an EVA pilot. I'm not some stupid, weak little girl, Asuka growled. Hikari looked at her in a mixture of confusion and bemusement. I'm sure he just dash. Then he spends all morning staring at that doll. The little pervert probably wants to dress her up as a maid or something. Hikari sighed. You act like everyone here is some kind of huge pervert. They are, said Asuka. Look at what they make us wear to school. He glanced back at Rei. He understood why someone would stare at her. She was strange, but in an exotic, almost alluring way. He could certainly see himself finding her attractive, had he not known the truth. She had a curious, indifferent air to her. She wore no makeup and it looked like she cut her hair herself, and crudely at that, more to get it out of the way than the craft some kind of appearance. He found himself wondering what kind of life she'd led to end up like that, just staring out the window. The idea of putting her in a maid outfit didn't seem very appealing. Asuka, on the other hand, wearing white stockings and a frilly apron over. Where did that come from? Oh, said Kensuke. The teacher said there's going to be a test. In what? Said Toji. He never talks about anything but second impact. Shinji glanced at the clock. He was almost looking forward to going to work. Ritsuko stared at the open folder on her desk, trying to parse the information she was seeing. The genetic material from the sample was unlike anything she'd ever seen, neither angel nor human. It was a human genotype, except there was a third set of nucleotides grafted to the strand, producing not a double but a triple helix, and the cells from the sample had too many chromosomes. It was as if it came from a human being with two fathers, one human and one something else. Moreover, the sample, currently sitting frozen in specimen container in the depths of terminal dogma, refused to die, and more than that, the cells grew even healthier anytime she looked at them, particularly if they were exposed to light. There was something missing, something she wasn't seeing, and it bothered her. She smelled coffee. Hot coffee. She sat up from the disaster area that was her workbench and turned around on her chair. Shinji was standing in the door, holding a cup of coffee. He blushed, as he always did. For some reason, that made Ritsuko herself feel self-conscious, and she flipped her lab coat over her legs and beckoned him to enter. Misato told me to bring you this. Ritsuko sighed and accepted the cup, taking a sip. This isn't from the machine. I made it, Shinji said, proudly. Did you, now? Misato sent you with it. She said you look tired. Do I look tired? He blinked. He said. I'll take that as a yes. What are you doing? She turned around and flipped the folder closed, almost spilling the coffee in the process. I'm working. It's classified. Shinji sighed. I get that a lot. Well, said Ritsuko, I don't think Misato told you what you were getting into. You couldn't really help me, anyway. There's a lot of math. I like math, said Shinji. Difficult math, said Ritsuko. Is there anything else? He scratched his head. Yes. I don't know how to ask you this, but... Her eyebrow arched. What? Rei, pilot Ayanami, is she dash? Don't talk about her, Ritsuko said quickly. Don't even bring it up. Shinji blinked. I just dash. I know, you're worried about her. It's cute, Shinji, but everything related to Rei is classified. If you say so, said Shinji, dejected. Then, he stopped. Ritsuko realized he was staring at one of the papers laid out on her desk, and moved to cover it with her hands. He said, I didn't mean dash. You shouldn't even be in here, said Ritsuko, more tired than anything. I can't believe Misato dash. You made a mistake. She blinked. What? He pointed to the page he was looking at, glanced across the table, and picked up a pencil. Hastily, he crossed out an equation and rewrote it. She moved to stop him, until she saw what he'd written. He was right. How did you do that? This isn't exactly high school level material. I told you, I like math, said Shinji. Kozo knocked on Kisaragi's office door once, twice, and then nudged it open. Captain. Sub-Commander? Come in. He pushed the door open and found her huddled behind her desk, nearly obscured by the mass of papers spread out in front of her. She was scrawling away on one of them with a pen, and held her head in other hand, leaning on her palm as if she was having a hard time keeping her head up. Fuyatsuki circled the desk, looking over the material. There was nothing of any particular complexity, there was just so very much of it. Papers, 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 Misato muttered. I find out I need a form, and then I have to fill out a form to request the form I need to get the form. This is a nightmare. Fuyatsuki said nothing. What could he tell her? That this was all arranged in advance, that her position was mostly artifice, and that she was only really needed to guide the pilots in combat. He couldn't be sure if she would be relieved or become incensed at the injustice of it. He cleared his throat. I was looking for your assistant, actually. I need to borrow him. Oh, said Katsuragi. I sent him to take some coffee to Ritsuko. He makes the best coffee. I see, said Fuyatsuki. I'm surprised you don't have him working on thinning your pile. I'm performing an experiment, said Kisaragi. Of what sort? You'll see. Admittedly confused, he strode out of the office and down the hall, winding his way through the installation. He never thought an affinity for mandalas would make itself useful when navigating his workplace, but then he never thought he would be recruited by force to join an apocalyptic cult planning to end the world, either. He found the door to her office hanging open, as usual. Everyone with access to this level was cleared, so there was no real concern for security this far into the base, but it was still disconcerting how casual and sloppy she could be. He was used to the stink of cigarettes and old, stale coffee, but today it was overwhelmed by the pleasant aroma of freshly brewed coffee, and he had to admit it did smell particularly good, his preference for tea aside. Akagi was hunched over her desk, and surprisingly, so was Shinji, so close to her their arms were almost pressed together. He was working at something furiously with a pencil while she looked on, appraising him over the rims of her glasses. She looked up when Fuyatsuki entered, and looked at him blankly. What are you doing? Said Fuyatsuki. Akagi's mouth tightened. I was teaching him some math. Fuyatsuki raised his eyebrow. You were? Shinji turned around. Professor. The basics of at-field theory, said Akagi. It's all been published. Fuyatsuki waved a hand. I'm sure you wouldn't divulge anything he needn't know. Is there something you need, sir? Said Shinji. Not now, you can take care of it for me later. Oh, said Shinji. Fuyatsuki put his hands in his pockets, and walked away. Asuka's eyes became lidded as she leaned back in Unit 1's seat. She couldn't go to sleep, but couldn't do anything, not even listen to music or read. She'd long grown used to the lengthy, contemplative silence of the sync test, the process of sitting in the Evangelion and syncing with it for long periods to take readings and make adjustments to perfect the interface. Her hair swirled about her in thick strands, infused with the LCL. She reached up to brush it out of her face. It felt curious, syncing with Unit 1. It was different from Unit 2. The production model was more refined in its design and movements. She could feel the jury-rigged parts of the armor and the oddities in the joints pulling at her, a second set of ghostly limbs resting over her own, but there was something underneath it, something more than just an interface with a machine. It felt closer, for lack of a better word, more immediate, the sensations of the genetically engineered creature hiding inside the armor more easily read, more a feeling than an awareness of mechanical conditions. She could almost feel it breathing. On top of that, there was a surprising familiarity. At first, it felt uncomfortable, different, even though the plugs were functionally interchangeable. She'd heard the technicians mumbling about the Eva's idiosyncrasies, and there was the odd incident where it seemed to turn and look at her, but it was explainable, the quirks of the first testing model of a very cutting-edge construction. She turned her head a little and the Eva responded, the neck joint grinding as it looked slightly towards the other cage, where Unit 0 was held. Helpfully, the Eva sensed her interest and focused on the other unit, bringing it up with a display showing its inactivity. Inert and bound in frozen bakelite, Unit 0 had tried to kill its pilot and escape the confines of the cage. It was a bitter reminder of how tenuous her situation was, how it was too easy and too familiar and she could be lost if she wasn't careful. She thought she felt something. The liquid atmosphere of the plug warmed, and she let her head slide back against the headrest again, strangely comforted it. It felt home-like, safe, and she felt the confusion and stress of the day slide out of her. Her eyes were open, but she felt as if she was dreaming. The events of the morning played out again, cold, clinical, detached, like watching a recording. She watched herself in her mind's eye, and felt ridiculous about creeping through Ayanami's apartment block like a scared little girl, jumping at shadows and staring at corners. The sensation of comfort increased, and she instinctively pulled her legs to her chest, sliding to the side a little bit, letting her head rest against the side of the seat. She remembered seeing Rei emerge from her little bathroom. There was something wrong. Her eyes were red-painted buttons, sewn into a face of pure white cloth, and blue lengths of yarn dangled down over her cheeks. Her mouth was a puffy line, inscribed in her face with knotted string. Asuka put her hand to her chest, and realized her heart was trying to pound out through her ribcage. Her breaths came short and clipped, and immediately her head began to swim, stars swirling in her vision as she puffed the LCL in and out too quickly to get enough oxygen from it, life-sustaining current or no. In her mind's eye, an orange extension cord draped over Rei's shoulder, looped around her neck and then around itself, around and around into a hangman's knot, and pulled. She sat up with a start, and the Evangelion yanked at its restraints, Unit 1 jerking in unison with her. She felt it again, the pressing sensation of breaths not her own, air tasted through riveted metal plates. Against her own heartbeat she felt the rhythmic, thundering pulses of the Eva's own heart, the dormant organ somehow awakened. With each thump-thump, her own pulse slowed with it. The fluid around her grew warmer, and there was a sudden spike in the pressure, not unwelcome but strangely comforting, almost like an embrace. She relaxed back into the seat. "Asuka," said a voice. "Asuka, what happened?" "Your sync ratio dash." "I know," Asuka said sharply. "It dropped. I dozed off a little, it won't dash." "That's just it. It went up. It almost hit 90. Asuka blinked. "What? Who is this?" "Lieutenant Ibuki." Dr. Akage went upstairs for a minute. Asuka let herself relax again. The same feeling started to come over her, and she retracted sharply, sitting up again, but the Eva, it seemed, persisted, as if there were a pair of hands on her shoulders, steadying her. Other images came to her unbidden, other memories. Shinji. His face floated into her inner sight, always looking at her in that curious way of his. She couldn't find the words for it. She sighed, and rubbed at her eyes, instantly annoyed at the feel of the slick plug suit glove against her skin. "We're almost done," said Ibuki. "We can stop, if you like." "Get me out of here," said Asuka. She leaned back and waited. The LCL went cold, the lights went dark, and suddenly she felt heavy with her own presence, alone in a hollow metal tube. The liquid drained out with a great rolling sound, and she quickly leaned to one side to evacuate the contents of her lungs into it. She'd have to deal with the small quantity she swallowed as she fought her gag reflex, same as always. It didn't help to have it slurping around in her stomach as the plug ejected, thrusting her forward, and then back into the seat. She leaned over the edge of the hatch for a moment once it opened, and then swung her legs over to drop down onto the platform. There were a few technicians there, already ministering to the Eva, going over the plug, and tastefully ignoring her body-hugging plug suit. Lieutenant Ibuki came up to her, carrying a clipboard. "Is everything okay?" "I'm fine," said Asuka, sweeping her fingers through her hair. She flicked a streamer of LCL out into space, to let it join the great pool of it below. "Your numbers were very good," said Ibuki. "Even without the spike, you managed a 2-point improvement." "Of course I did," said Asuka. She made her way down into the locker room, headed straight into the shower, and started working to scrub the link liquid out of her hair, flopping it onto the tiled floor to let it swirl around the drain, livid and red. She plucked the bottle of the shampoo off the wall and lathered it into her hair, and let it rest there while she stripped off her plug suit. Once it hit the floor with a wet slap, she started running the soap off of her head, and it mingled with the LCL swirling around the drain, white froth floating on top of the thinned red. Eek. 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 Asuka nearly jumped out of her skin, spun on her heels, and struggled not to fall as feet slid out from under her. She whipped her arms around, trying to steady herself first, then cover herself with her arms, twisting around her own body. Misato stood at the edge of the shower, grinning. "Haven't you ever seen Psycho? Go to hell!" Asuka shouted, pitching the shampoo bottle at her. Misato dodged easily, ducking to the side. "Great numbers on the test, I dash. Do you mind?" Asuka snapped. "Prude," said Misato, stepping back out into the locker room. When she emerged, wrapped up in a towel, Misato was milling around between the rows of lockers, humming to herself, arms folded across her chest, staring at the ceiling. She turned her back as Asuka moved to dress. She started putting her school uniform back on. "We're going to need you in Unit 1 for the Unit 0 reactivation," said Misato. "When?" "In a few days, when Ari's cast comes off." Asuka stared at Misato's back, as she buttoned her shirt. Did she know? She stopped, her fingers hovering over the last button. Could she ask? She glanced around the locker room. Did they have bugs in here? Cameras? Would someone know? What do you need me for? To restrain it, if it goes berserk again. Asuka's breath caught. If Unit 0 went berserk again, they'd need to replace it, maybe bring Unit 2 to Japan early, transport it by air rather than by sea, as planned. Maybe Unit 0 would need to be put down, and that girl. She stared at the floor. What was she thinking? She tried to button the last button but her hands were too shaky. She didn't need it, anyway, since she wasn't actually going to school, so she let it hang open and started pulling on her skirt instead. Fine, she said, finally. You'll have to miss school. Asuka snorted. Ready? Yeah. I have to stay. Shinji is going to walk you home. Asuka scrunched her eyebrows together and scowled. I don't need a babysitter. She clipped her nerve clips back on, and headed out. When she walked out of the locker room, he was waiting, leaning against the wall, staring down at his feet. He perked up when he noticed her, and rocked onto the balls of his feet. He didn't say anything as they started to walk, didn't try to make any small talk as they got into the elevator together, just pushed the button for the garage without asking. He walked just behind her as they headed for the staff car that would drive her home. As she moved to slide into the back seat, he put his hand out and she rested hers on it, out of pure instinct. Her fingers curled around his palm for just a moment before she quickly drew her hand back. He crossed to the other side and sat down beside her, letting his head fall against the headrest. He watched out the window as they drove, seemingly fascinated by the geofront and then by the world outside, after the tunnel. The ride to the apartment was uneventful. Shinji didn't have anything to say, apparently. When they arrived, he leapt out of the car to rush to open the door for her, and again offered his hand to steady her. She took it again, just for an instant. It was strange, resting her weight on his palm, even for a second. He was so damned strong, as much as he tried to hide it. He picked up her school bag and his own and followed her up the steps into the apartment. As they walked to the elevator, he looked around intently. There was such a light in his eyes, they almost seemed to glow. The elevator doors slid shut and clacked together. Asuka reached out for the button, and her finger stopped for just a moment before she pressed it. The elevator started to move, and her finger rested over the stop button. On pure impulse, she pressed it. The car stopped. Shinji looked at her expectantly. He swallowed. Shinji, said Asuka. His face was a cipher. She could see him forcing his expression to be neutral, expectant, waiting. He glanced around the elevator. Asuka swallowed. Her throat was suddenly dry. She had to force the words out. When I saw Ayanami this morning. He blinked. Yes. She looked around now, absurdly, as if there could be someone tucked away in the elevator, listening to them. She swallowed again, though her mouth was still dry. Her cast, the bandages, it's all fake. Shinji looked at her for a moment. I know. She started. How? He shook his head. I knew there was something wrong. I saw her after the first attack, Asuka. She almost died. She shouldn't be able to walk. She threatened me. What? She said if I told anyone, there would be consequences, whatever that meant. She said it was classified. Is that why you were upset? Yes, she lied. Being an EVA pilot is my life. But I couldn't. Have you talked to Miss Atto about this? She shook her head. Good, he said, tapping the elevator button. Not yet. The elevator arrived, and the doors parted. Shinji led the way, opened the apartment door, and waited for her, inside. She slipped off her shoes and he followed suit, and they walked into the apartment. Her hands were shaking, and she resisted the urge to grab her skirts to steady them. Shinji stopped in the living room, staring out the window. Will you be okay if I go out for a while? She shook her head. Okay. I'm fine. I don't need a nursemaid. He sighed. Okay. I'll be back. Rei carefully pinned the latest printout to the wall, then stood back to stare at the pattern. She still had her uniform shirt on, more out of comfort than modesty. The latest article didn't fit with the others. The pattern of strings didn't accommodate it, it found no place. The others, spread out on the bed, were much the same. She reread the headline and schemed the text again, waiting for the connection to leap out at her. Now that she had the time, she'd spread the pattern across the entire wall, linking the strands of information together. The center of the pattern was Superman, the articles giving just enough information to glean his movements, and determine his first appearance. Of course, the papers printed nothing of his activities during the first attack. The glass door of her small balcony rattled as it was struck 3 times, by quick taps. She turned, confused. It should have been inaccessible. A bird, perhaps? Another 3 taps dismissed that notion. She stood up, brushed the curtains back, and in a rare expression of shock, her jaw dropped. It was him. Standing there in the fading afternoon light, feet planted wide, arms crossed across his chest on the balcony. The space, just a little alcove where her washer and dryer sat outside, where she dried her clothes, seemed too small to contain him. She slid the door open. If he meant her harm, he would have simply smashed through it. I'm sorry about the intrusion, but I don't think the security men would like it very much if I came in the front door. No, said Rei, they would not. Can I come in? She stepped back. He walked into the room, turning to fit his shoulders through the narrow balcony door. He looked around in confusion, stopping several times to stare at certain points. He turned around and looked at her. You're not hurt. That is correct. How is that possible? I cannot tell you. I saw you after the first attack. You were really hurt. How did you get better so fast? I cannot tell you, she repeated. You didn't put your fake cast on, he said quietly. There would be no point. You can see through objects. His eyes went wide. How did you dash? I deduced it. He glanced at the information wall. She could see his eyes following the strings, working out the pattern. You're trying to figure out who I am. That is correct. Why? I do not know. He walked around the apartment, very slowly. You live like this. She looked around. What did he see? Like what? This place is a pit. I couldn't believe you actually lived here until I saw you. It is serviceable. He stopped, facing away from her. He took in a deep breath. Who are you? I am Rei Ayanami, pilot of Evangelion Unit 0. I know that, he said, sharply, but there's something else. You smell so familiar to me. Why is that? I do not know. He looked at her, intently. Why is that? I said, I do not know. You're telling the truth. She cocked her head to the side. How do you know that? I know how a polygraph works. I can see your skin conductivity, the heat bloom on your face. I can hear your heart beating. There's something else I can see, too, but I don't even know what it is. She blinked. I do not understand. I don't either, he shrugged. For the last few days, I can see things, it's like colors, around everything that's alive. I don't know what it is. Fascinating. Could he see blood patterns? What did he see when he looked at her? Listen, he said, lowering his voice. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm going to find out. If you're in danger, I can help you. She considered him for a moment. At first glance he seemed so silly, with his costume and the symbol on his chest, but he radiated such power, such presence, that it was almost overwhelming. He didn't simply stand in the small room, he filled it, overawed it with his simply being there. Like the balcony, it seemed too small to contain him. The world was too small to contain him. I am told only what I need to know, she said flatly. The commander gives me orders, and I follow them. He orders you to live here. Yes. His eyes narrowed. He orders you to threaten the other pilots. She blinked. I did not threaten anyone. You're telling the truth. Why did you dash? You are referring to Pilot Soryu. I did not threaten her. I informed her of facts. The commander has made it clear to me that there will be severe consequences if classified information is compromised. Yes, said Superman. I understand, but I know that you're faking your injuries. Yes, said REI. You do. You'll report that to him. Yes. You'll tell him I was here. Yes. He studied her for a moment. Good. He walked past her, back out onto the balcony. He stood there for a moment, as if expecting her to say something. Why do you help people? His eyes widened a little. He looked at her for a long moment. Because I can. He rose up. His feet simply stopped touching the ground, and he slid up and out of her field of view, disappearing into the evening sky. She traced his path out onto the balcony, waited for a moment. She had new, valuable information. He had simply given it to her, fed her a vast feast of data. The meaning of it teased her mind, pressed to the forefront. She walked to her bed, and sat down, and looked at the wall. The pattern made more sense, now, but she realized there was another pattern, one she had only just begun to see. A new pattern, and she was part of it, and so was the commander. Because I can, she whispered. She looked up at the wall again. Something teased at her still, tugged at her mind. She froze. She smelled familiar to him. That narrowed the pattern down significantly. Fuyatsuki stood up from the bench when he saw Shinji arrive. The boy looked tired, and beneath the regal magnificence, there was a tiredness to him. Fuyatsuki had never seen him look tired, never even less than upbeat, but tonight he seemed deeply fatigued, and it made the tears in his dungaree pants and the scuffs and damage to his boots stand out, highlight the effect. He didn't speak to Fuyatsuki. Instead, he walked past him, skirting the edge of the overlook, not looking out at the lights of the city. He walked to the edge of the clearing, wound up, and put his fist through a tree. The trunk exploded in a shower of splinters, the top half creaking and groaning as it rolled and tumbled over the edge, crashing and snapping, the sound of crushing celery magnified 1,000-fold as branches snapped. Shinji very calmly walked over to him, sat down on the bench, and put his face in his hands. Fuyatsuki didn't look at him. What happened? Shinji lifted his head up. I went to see REI. You what? I had to. He stood up. Asuka, she dash. Fuyatsuki took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Tell me what happened. Start from the beginning. He waited, patiently, as Shinji ranted, wandering around the clearing. He left nothing out. Kozo winced as he listened to the way the girl reacted when he tried to comfort her, felt his pain. It made it worse to realize that the boy, himself, didn't realize what it really meant. He thought about telling him, explaining why REI might frighten her so, he was no fool. REI is a unique person, Fuyatsuki said quietly. She meant no harm. I know that. What did my father do to her? Fuyatsuki blinked. Shinji, you must understand dash. Understand what? You said she's related to me. Related how? I lived with my mother's family, I don't have any cousins. She can't be from my father's side of the family. How do you know that? Said Fuyatsuki. I just know. His breath caught. He was treading on fragile ground, here. Your father is protective of her. He dash. Protective? You call that protecting? She lives in a demilitarized zone. Fuyatsuki stood up. Shinji, I know you want to swoop in and save her, but you need to step back, and think. Superman can't fix everything. The boy looked at him, and he shivered. There was so much of his mother in him. What else can I do? My father ordered her not to talk to me, and she started spewing classified this and classified that at Asuka. She scared her, Professor. I don't know what to do. I can't, she needs me. But, Asuka, when I saw her crying You'll find a way, Shinji. Your mother believed in you. I believe in you. Blinking away tears, Shinji looked him in the eye. How could my mother marry a man like that? Fuyatsuki's breath caught. How the hell was he supposed to answer that? I don't know, said Fuyatsuki. I don't know. He's a bully, said Shinji. I don't like bullies. He turned, and started to walk away. Fuyatsuki put a hand on his shoulder. Shinji, think this through dash. I am, said Shinji. There's something I need from you. I need to know how much Misato knows. Can I trust her? I would, said Fuyatsuki. She's a good person, Shinji, if troubled, and she doesn't know any of the deeper secrets of nerve. I wouldn't tell her your identity, though. Why not? I was thinking, if I told Asuka, maybe dash. No, Fuyatsuki said quickly. I understand why you might think that, but you can't. It will put them both in danger. Your father isn't the top of the food chain, Shinji. There are worse, more desperate men behind him. You can't imagine how deep this goes. No, said Shinji. I can't imagine, but I'm going to find out. Chapter 7, The Best Defense. Why do you keep sending him to my office? Misato leaned back into her chair and considered Ritsuko's question. It was a rare moment they could share outside of work, and here she was, wanting to talk about nothing but work. Misato had actually kept her clothes on and shooed Pen back into his little house, so the seriousness with which she regarded Ritsuko's visit to her home was evident. Misato smirked and threw her arm over the back of her chair, twisting sideways in her seat. She smirked. You'll get angry with me, if I tell you. Ritsuko's eyes narrowed. She pinched the bridge of her nose, and looked tired. Really? I want to get him used to talking to girls. He's so shy. Ritsuko took a sip of her coffee, then burst out laughing. Misato smiled. I am not a girl, she muttered. I roomed with you in college. You are most definitely a girl. That's not what I mean, said Ritsuko. I'm old enough to be his, much older sister. That's the idea. He'll be comfortable around you, so when he talks to girls his own age, he won't be so shy and nervous. You have bigger boobs than his classmates, so it'll be easier on him. It's like trying to help someone get over a fear of spiders by putting a tarantula on them. Ritsuko stared at her, blankly. You're out of your mind. Also, that's not how phobia therapy works, you slowly introduce dash. Well, said Misato, why shouldn't I be? I have the freakin' Secretary General of the United Nations breathing down my neck, we have this thing with REI and Unit 0 tomorrow, I work in a secret underground base full of creepos. I like the kid. I'm trying to help him out. I'm surprised you're not trying to put the moves on him yourself, Ritsuko deadpanned. I tried, he didn't go for it. I practically throw myself at him, and I get nothing. Ritsuko continued to stare at her. I'm joking. Mostly. Right, Ritsuko muttered into her coffee. I admit, I don't mind. I'm astonished how intelligent he is. I taught him the basics of the Atfield equations in a few hours. Really? Said Misato. So he was trying to impress you. That's great. Ritsuko rolled her eyes and blew her bangs out of her face. What is it with you? Not everything has to do with sex. He might actually be interested in it. Besides, I hear he's got his heart set on someone else. Oh, said Miss Atto. There's a rumor going around the Eva cages that he and Asuka are, you know, a thing. Ha! Said Miss Atto. You have got to be kidding me. Well, said Ritsuko. You would know. You saddled yourself with living with them. Miss Atto shrugged. You know, I think she likes him a little. You better not let her hear about that, though. Don't worry. I'm well aware of her temperament. I put my foot down, there won't be any more gossip about the children among my subordinates. God, Miss Atto rolled her eyes. Listen to you, my subordinates. Can't you take 5 minutes off? Ritsuko looked a little hurt at that, rocking back in her seat. Yes. Where's your beer? Miss Atto looked down at her coffee. I don't have any. What? I sort of quit drinking. Ritsuko shook her head. Wow, you really must be overworked after all. It's not that. I don't worry about anything at home. Shinji takes care of it all. I don't know how he finds the time. Ritsuko looked around. I barely noticed. It definitely doesn't look like our dorm room in here. He can't stand clutter, I guess. So yeah, I quit drinking. For some reason, all my stupid beer was warm, and after a few days I didn't feel like it anymore, you know. Is that true? Miss Atto looked around. Not really. Shinji said he was worried I was drinking too much. She sighed. Ritsuko chewed her lower lip. I have to say, I'm surprised. Yeah, Miss Atto said, cheerily. On the bright side, I don't have to deal with listening to Asuka shrieking with a hangover anymore. Ritsuko snorted. I do not shriek. Asuka came stomping into the apartment, kicked her shoes off, and stormed into the kitchen. She's unbuttoned the top of her uniform shirt and seemingly tugged at it in disgust. She ignored Ritsuko's presence and immediately removed it, almost tearing the buttons loose in her haste, as she dashed into her room. Asuka, said Miss Atto, sitting up. Is something wrong? I hate that stupid school, Asuka shouted through her door. Why do I have to go again? Why do you hate it? Said Miss Atto, winking at Ritsuko. It's beneath me, Asuka snapped back. Besides, all of the teachers are senile old lechers that fall all over themselves to stare at me when they're not blathering on about irrelevant garbage. Who decided I have to wear some stupid fetish costume to school every day? What's next? I have to pilot the Eva dressed up as a cat. It's beneath you, I know, Miss Atto leaned back in her seat, staring up at the ceiling. I hear this every day. You're pissed about something. I told you already. Oh come on, out with it. Shinji's idiot troglodyte friend called me a demon, she snapped. I complained, and nothing was done. The class representative yelled at him, for all the good that'll do. She's about as scary as a mouse. Didn't Shinji say anything? No. He was too busy fawning all over that stupid doll Ayanami, she shouted, her voice twisted, practically dripping with indignation. All he does anymore is try to talk to her, and she keeps ignoring him. Asuka marched out of her bedroom, her uniform discarded for her short shorts and a faded old t-shirt. She practically tore the refrigerator door loose and started milling around in the refrigerator. She stood up and rounded on Miss Atto. Where's the beer? You're not old enough to drink, Ritsuko observed. I'm 16, Asuka snapped back. I drink all the time. You do not, said Miss Atto. Yes I do. I've been old enough to drink beer for 2 years. Now where is it? Miss Atto rolled her eyes. I got rid of it, okay. Ritsuko was obviously suppressing a laugh. Come on, Asuka. Don't push Sudsy here off the wagon. Hey, said Miss Atto. That's not funny. Where's Shinji? Asuka shrugged as she opened a can of soda. I don't know. He said he had to run some errand or something. He ran off right after school and left me alone with the men in black. You sound mad, said Ritsuko. I am not mad, Asuka growled. I don't care what he does. She's not mad until she switches back to German. I hope he's not trying to throw himself at Ari's feet, said Misato. The commander would be very upset. Ritsuko coughed. Misato ignored her. Like I care, Asuka said as she left the kitchen. I'm doing my stupid homework. I hope Shinji gets back soon. I'm hungry, said Misato. Like I care what that loser does, Asuka muttered. Jealous, Ritsuko mouthed. Misato grinned. Shinji felt the sun on his back and the breeze ruffling through his hair, and for a while just listened. The sounds of the city were cacophonous and discordant when he first arrived, but the longer he stayed here the more and more orderly they became, a sort of natural rhythm of honking horns and footsteps and shouting and breathing, the sound of human habitation, all layered over a droning melody of cicadas keeping the beat. Sitting on the ledge of a skyscraper and looking down on the business district, he could rest his chin on his cheek and gaze downward in a way no one else could. He didn't need to fear falling, not because he was confident of his footing, but because he simply couldn't fall at all. Things had become quiet. He didn't know if it was his presence, or the way the city seemed to be teeming with nerve security people, but there weren't as many muggings or robberies as there had been when he first arrived. The occasional car accident drew his attention. Sometimes he worried that he was limiting himself, not going far enough, maybe that he should find a place where there was real danger, a real need for him, as he did now when he watched the tiny figures under his feet moving in their own orderly way through the air that charged and lived in their presence, painted by the swirling colors of their heat signatures and breath and the strange aura of fuzzy lights he saw around all living things now. Some of those people down there might have been alive because of him. There were others, somewhere out there, who may not have been, because he focused his attention here, because... The thought caught in his throat. There were people he cared about here, and he didn't want them to die. He hadn't meant to think of Misato as his friend, hadn't really meant to trust her, but it just sort of happened, something he fell into like fate. The same was true with Asuka. For all her bluster he could see it every time he looked at her, that moment when she realized someone was watching her and started lashing out, even if it was just to carry herself or look back a certain way. He had no idea what to make of her, except to wonder what could have wounded her so badly. The tiny moments of kindness she showed him from time to time baffled him even more, not so much by their existence but because each one made him want so badly for the others to stretch out a little longer. In the end, he wasn't looking to judge himself for spending his days here, and not somewhere else. Everyone said the world would end if the angels succeeded in doing whatever they wanted to do. The brief message from his father had said something about them, even. There was no place else for him to be, really, so why was he looking for a way out? Did he want to run away? I mustn't run away, he said. A pigeon noisily flapped up to the edge of the roof and lighted beside him, and then trundled near, bobbing its head. It might as well have been nodding in agreement. Haltingly, he reached out and ran his fingers over its head, unconcerned for disease or dirt. The bird closed its eyes tightly and enjoyed having its head scratched, and took a few steps closer to him when he pulled his hand away. It folded its feet beneath itself and looked down beside him, the movement curiously human, as if it wanted to see what he was looking at. What do you think? The bird stared at him for an instant, head twitching this way and that, and then it dropped off the roof and awkwardly flapped away. Shinji stared at his fingers, saw no microbes crawling across the folds of his fingerprints, and went back to leaning on his hand. He let out a long sigh. He couldn't run away. He stood up and walked to where he'd left his school uniform and dress shoes tucked into his bag, and started stripping off his costume. He was a little annoyed. The pieces he'd made from the fabric from the canister his mother left him were fine, but his jeans had holes around his knees and tiny holes around the pockets, and the cuffs were frayed. His boots were a mess, with missing eyelets and creased leather and a gash on one of the soles that had widened to the point where the heel might fall off, soon. The treads were worn down to nubs from grinding them into asphalt. After he'd pulled on his slacks, he held up the offending garment and looked through some parts of it to see blue sky, and he didn't even need to concentrate on seeing through it. He would have to replace it all, soon. He needed something more formal looking anyway, some kind of jumpsuit, maybe. He came down not far from the apartment, checking first from high enough above to make sure that there were none of Asuka's security detail around to spot him landing. It was a risk coming down in his civilian clothes, but he wasn't especially worried. Someone sneaking up on him deserved to catch him, he supposed. He shrugged the back over his shoulder and stepped out of the alley, then lightly jogged the rest of the way home, fast but not fast enough for anyone to notice had they come across him. He was alone, though. There was no symphony of human habitation here, only the drone of cicadas and the half-heard voices of the apartment and the security agents sitting around it and outside. One of them waved idly to him as he trotted up the stairs. He took the stairwell over the elevator up to his floor, since he was faster on foot, anyway. He was tempted to just jump up to the right floor, but some instinct prevented it. He heard voices in the apartment, and was surprised to see the back of Dr. Akagi's blonde coiffed head as he peered into the kitchen. He slipped his shoes off and slipped into his room. "Hey you," Misato called out, "where have you been?" "Oh," said Shinji. "I was just, What?" said Misato. "Running an errand." "Yeah." "Okay," said Misato. "What about dinner?" After he'd successfully tucked his shirt and cape away in the space under the lining of his cello case, he slipped out and closed the door. Asuka was in her room, hunched over some homework or other, her face scrunched concentration. He walked into the kitchen, not sure what to expect. "Ritsuko will be joining us for dinner tonight," said Misato. "Actually," Akagi sighed, "I have to get back to work. Prepping for the test." Misato pouted, theatrically, but waved a hand dismissively. Akagi turned to him. "Would you walk me out?" Misato eyed him, suppressing a smile, and he felt himself blushing in spite of herself. "If you want," he said, fighting off the urge to cringe at how awkward he sounded. He waited patiently as she put on her jacket, then slipped on his shoes and opened the door for her. He didn't say anything as they waited for the elevator, and neither did she. To his surprise, when the doors closed, she pushed the hold button, and exhaled slowly. She stared at him for a moment, as if studying his face. "Shinji," said quietly. "I need you listen to me." He swallowed. Okay. REI is off limits. Stay away from her." He looked at her for a moment. There wasn't any menace in her tone. "But I mean it," she cut him off, more insistent than before. She folded her arms over her chest. "Look, I know you mean well. When your father ordered her not to talk to you, he meant it. I wouldn't put her in a position to Akagi shook her head. "You don't understand. It's not about her, it's about your father. I don't know why he doesn't want you around her, but if he made it known to the entire organization, he means business." "I'm not afraid of him," Shinji said, almost angrily. He realized he'd clenched his fists and slowly unflexed his fingers. Akagi looked at him for a long moment. There was pity in her voice, and quite a bit of real fear. "I am. You should be, too." She pushed the button for the ground floor. "My car is just outside." "Thank you, Shinji." The doors opened, and he leaned against the wall of the elevator. She stopped in the door itself, standing on the threshold, but didn't turn back. "You can still come to my office," she said quietly. "Just be careful. I don't want you to be hurt." He nodded, and she left without further comment. The doors slid closed, and he waited a moment before he pressed the button to go back upstairs. He needed to compose himself, or he might push it right through the wall. REI was beginning to think there was something wrong with her. She wondered if she should report it to the commander. When she looked at her new identification card, freshly issued, she saw nothing out of the ordinary. When she looked up at the wall, however, her jaw went slack and her eyes almost lost focus as the sheer complexity of it overwhelmed her. Her apartment was now papered in loose leaf, printouts, and old newspaper clippings, running from floor to ceiling along the wall where she kept her small desk, and the pattern had been to flower onto the ceiling as well, spreading like a fungus. It had become too complex for the yarn, so she discarded it, leaving it a fuzzy blue pile at the foot of her bed. It was no longer required. The clippings seemed to pulse and move in her vision, folding and melding into one another, the connections between the information a living thing that had a mind of its own. Even more, now, it tugged at her. The conclusions it led to were inevitable, but even then deeper, more complex meaning unfolded from it. An impulse teased at her mind, a need to complete the picture and fully understand it, to hold it in her mind and view it from all the angles. Her alarm clock went off. She hadn't slept. It wasn't out of nervousness or concern over the reactivation test of Unit 0, but in answer to her need to understand. Each node of information arrayed out before her commanded her to find 5 more, to grow and tend the pattern like a garden. She stood up and silenced the alarm without looking at it, nearly brushing it off the table. She put her identification card down next to her computer and started dressing herself. She chose components of a school uniform at random, assigning no individual shirt or pair of stockings any weight. She wore the uniform not because she was attending school but because she had nothing else. It took her only a few moments to dress. Her scalp itched, and she scratched it. A few pale flakes of white skin drifted in front of her eyes. The commander would not approve. She walked barefoot, curling her toes away from the cool tile of the bathroom floor, and leaned over the tiny sink, quickly scrubbing her fingernails through her hair to tease out the rest of the dandruff, then more carefully stroked it into a more manageable position. She saw no purpose in maintaining it other than to keep it out of her eyes. Why the second child chose to wear her hair so long when it would interfere with her combat ability, REI did not know. The second child was, in fact, a mystery to her. She went through the mechanical motions of preparing her morning meal. It was as if her fingers and hands knew what to do, tending the toaster and searching out the jam in the refrigerator without true thought. As she did each morning, she began artfully arranging the various pills and tablets she would swallow after eating, always after eating. As she moved she thought of the second child and her curious reaction to REI. The appearance of Superman had provided her with more data to construct the meaning of the interaction, the tools to build her understanding. He knew where to find her, knew her name, and addressed her in a strangely familiar fashion. He mentioned her being familiar to him, which implied that he knew someone similar to REI. There was only one person similar to REI. His concern for the second child drew the pattern tighter, like a sudden tug on a complex knot, and it began to take shape. He had approached REI out of misplaced concern for her, but also out of concern to the second child. His words, combined with REI's recollection of the second's peculiar movements, tone, and facial expressions, implied that she was frightened by REI and, somehow, Superman had learned this. He was someone in contact with nerve. The pattern demanded it. Almost unconsciously, she considered height, weight, hair color, bringing up, evaluating, and rejecting each candidate. He was male, which narrowed down the selections. She considered everyone, leaving no stone unturned. With his slender build, youthfulness, and blue eyes, the number of candidates further restricted itself. Almost without realizing, REI brought her hand to her mouth, tipped back a mouthful of water, and bobbed her head back, swallowing the entire course of medications in a single, throaty gulp. She stared at the water glass for a moment, and put it down, trying to remember when she had picked it up. She burped, and tasted the unpleasant flavor of the casings of the capsules she had swallowed. A moment ago, she had been thinking about something, and was so close to an important thought. She knew it. She picked up the identification card, slipped on her shoes, and left the apartment door wide as she headed towards the staff car waiting outside. Asuka timed it just right, walking into the locker room as REI emerged. Having gone to school on his own, Shinji had actually left early, slipping out of the apartment while both Asuka and Misato were still asleep, but not before preparing both breakfast and lunch for each of them. Asuka had absently carried her lunch in a paper sack until Misato took it from here and put it God knew where, since Asuka didn't bother with such minor details. Ayanami walked past her in her shining white plug suit, and it only accentuated the strange effect of her skin, making it seem she was made of porcelain. The suit was unique to her but was also different in design, especially around the chest and upper back section, bulkier and less streamlined than the more refined version Asuka would wear. It briefly occurred to her that she still wore red suits marked 02, despite the change in her piloting status. As she passed, Ayanami looked at her dully, not taking much interest. Asuka brushed past her without speaking or meeting her gaze, and made sure not to look back, either. She quickly made her way to her chosen locker and opened it, finding the shrink-wrapped suit inside. Since she wasn't going to school, she'd worn her simple yellow sundress, which made it easy to simply shrug out of her clothes and then slip out of her underthings and socks. She had the suit on in mere minutes, brushing her hair out from the back before hitting the switch to compress it around her body. She still waited, hoping to put a bit more distance between herself and the first child before leaving the locker room. When she emerged, she froze in her tracks, stopping nearly in mid-step, a freshly caught breath sticking in her throat and refusing to leave. Commander Akari passed her, silent and ghost-like, without taking particular notice of her. When he was out of earshot, she let out a quiet, strangled sigh, and walked out a few more paces towards the cage. The commander walked with his hands thrust in his pockets, deliberately fixing his gaze straight ahead in a sort of practiced indifference, dominating the world around him simply by being in it. A peculiar thought tickled the back of her mind. Shinji was nothing like his father. The commander headed towards the gantry that led to Unit 0 and the confinement cage where it would be tested. Asuka's role was simple: she'd wait in Unit 1 while 0 was activated, so that she could help restrain it if it went berserk. The idea of an idea going berserk was foreign to her. Unit 2 had never so much as proven difficult to sync with. The oddities with Unit 1 could all be explained. The prototype must have been unstable somehow, weakened by some flaw in the design. As she watched, the commander stopped, in front of Ayanami. The girl looked up at him, and beamed. Asuka was already unnerved, but the commander said something to her and the look of adoration on her face broke into an actual smile. Ayanami folded her hands over her chest in girlish glee at whatever she was hearing, and animatedly began chatting with her superior. It took Asuka a moment to realize she was hyperventilating. She broke into a run, each time the sole of her foot slipped on the metal sending an unpleasant jolt up her leg, until the commander and that creature were out of sight, hidden behind the bulk of Unit 1. The entry plug and the side of the EVA had been cleared and left open for her. She stopped to lean on the rail a bit, watching her red-tinged reflection in the gently lapping pool of chilled LCL that surrounded the EVA. When her hands stopped shaking, she was able to force herself to loosen her grip, and the plug-suit's gloves squeaked a little. She turned, took a breath, and headed up to the plug. She sat on the edge, swung her legs inside, and slid down to take her seat. No one seemed to pay her any mind during synchronization. As the colors flashed, her ratio and the other relevant data were read off by a bored-sounding technician. She felt the strange sliding sensation of the EVA taking root in her spine, the rush of sensation as its nervous system came into synchronization with hers, and the rush of its huge body around her, weighed down by the armor. She saw through its eyes, as well, and it saw things she could not. It saw Unit 0 staring at her from across the cages, cyclopean, pale like its pilot, and one-eyed. It was definitely a different design from the other EVAs, being more hunched, the armor lighter, and the shoulder pylons absent. All she had to do is sit back and wait, on standby. She flipped through the communications channels, but they were all static. Presumably, they didn't want her listening in as they activated the other EVA. She stopped before she brought up the direct feed to Ayanami, her hand hovering over an imaginary control. Her hands drifted to her lap and she leaned her head back into the seat. Her eyelids started to droop, but she forced them open. It would be no use if she fell asleep, since the synchronization would be lost and she'd be useless in an emergency. She forced herself to sit up and leaned on her hand. Movement through LCL without the rush of combat was sluggish, like moving through water, and she suddenly felt annoyed by it. Looking across the cage, she saw the other EVA stiffen, its head lifting slightly. An odd intelligence came into that single eye, and she saw the mechanical innards of it swirling as the artificial gaze focused on her. Unit 0 was active, and it was looking at her. She controlled the impulse to wave at it, and even as she did, Unit 1's arm twitched ever so slightly. She watched as Unit 0 detached from the armor bolts and the bridge before it retracted. The sleek orange Evan took a few steps forward, wading through the chest-high LCL, pushing out a great wave of it that made Unit 1 rock on its heels. A moment later, it started backing up, and the head turned in a curiously human motion as it fixed itself back to the wall. Without warning, the LCL pool began to drain, and Unit 1's weight shifted onto its feet. Asuka tensed, drawing the feelings closer, and reflexively freed herself from the wall. Misato appeared in her vision in a hovering circle superimposed over her eyesight by the EVA's systems. "Asuka," said Misato, her voice tight with tension. "Get ready." "What is it? Is there something wrong with the test?" "No. It's an angel, and it's big. Shinji first heard the sound a few moments before everyone else. Judging by their reactions, the other students didn't hear it so much as feel it. For him, it was like a pounding screech, so piercing and shrill it made his teeth rattle in his mouth. Already on edge, unable to formulate an excuse to get himself down to the base during the activation test, the sound almost made him jump out of his seat, and his knees hit the top of his desk, almost jumping his laptop to the floor. He caught it, and both Toji and Kensuke stared at him. Fortunately, before either of them noticed he'd knocked the top of his desk loose, the actual sound flooded the room, and there was a sudden panic. It lasted only a moment, but it was enough to get everyone else out of their seats. The students rushed to the window, and only a moment later, the evacuation alarm began winding up, and Shinji felt a sudden chill. Hikari was on the balls of her feet, shouting for the students to move to the shelter. The teacher stood uselessly behind the front desk, lecture notes grasped in his hands. "Come on," said Shinji, tugging at Toji's arm. "Let's help her." Toji blinked, then nodded. "Hey!" he shouted, "let's go." Shinji joined him, moving down the window, until finally the class started to move. He drifted to the back of the class as they filed out of the room, joining the other groups of students. Glancing from side to side, he let himself fall out of the line, a few paces behind the hurrying group, and then ducked out of the main hall. He spared another glance to make sure no one had seen him peel off, trotted down the hall to the stairs, and when the stairwell door closed, lifted up to rooftop level, skipping the stairs themselves entirely. He pushed out into the afternoon sun, found where he'd stashed his costume earlier, and began to change. The sound washed over him again, and he stumbled. A cold ball formed in the pit of his stomach as he pulled the tight shirt of his costume down over his body and started slipping into the jeans. He fumbled to lace his boots as the sound flooded across him again, making him tighten his jaw. When he was fully dressed, he took to a running start and jumped off the ledge of the roof, lifting off into the sky. He went for altitude first, and the world flattened out beneath him, bending from the illusions of distance. As it opened up, he saw the angel skimming over the ashy lakes, floating towards the city and making its regular chirping sounds, seemingly on every frequency at once. He stared at it in sheer confusion for a moment. It didn't even seem like it was alive. It was immense, by far the biggest moving object he'd ever been, and it would easily overshadow a large section of the city. Its body had no living features at all, no eyes nor nose nor mouth, nor even an indication of them, being an octahedron composed of flat planes of slightly transparent, glassy material. The core was visible, pulsing away in its very center. When he focused on it, he could see it emitting light, too, again on every frequency at once. As it moved through the air, it became a mobile aurora of light, as if it meant to overawe the sun. He had no idea what to even do, and he was legitimately beginning to worry. The sound pulsed again, and it was starting to hurt, now, actually pain him in his ears. The sensation was so unfamiliar it took him a moment to remember what it was, suffering through it like an infant with an earache. He was actually clasping his hands to the side of his head by the time the next pulse ended. "I need to think this through," he said, out loud. Before he had the chance, Unit 1 rumbled forth from the launch gate, and sprinted for the nearest weapons cache. He started to move, and found himself veering off course. The sound became a screech, so loud he could feel at his chest. The angel broke, shattered like a diamond under a jeweler's pick struck wrong, and the pieces moved and slammed back together into a new shape, a great pointed wedge aimed at the heart of the city, where Unit 1 stood, feet planted wide apart, rifle shouldered. Asuka opened fire. Her slugs disappeared in the oncoming wave of the angel's power. The aura of energy around it multiplied, doubling and doubling on itself into a second sun, and Shinji had to press his eyes shut, and even then he saw the ghosts of its passage on the inside of his eyelids. The beam swept through the city, turning a skyscraper into a flooding mass of molten slag, like a candle flash melting after being tossed into a fire. The beam barely missed as Unit 1 dodged, dropping the rifle and rolling to one side. The beam swept to follow her, and she wasn't fast enough. Though the sound was enough to make thin streams of blood trickle from his ears, he heard Asuka's scream of pain and terror perfectly. He opened his eyes, closed them again, and without a moment of hesitation, dove for the beam. He could feel the heat on his skin as he approached, even as the air closed around him, buffeted his body, and burst outwards again as he broke the sound barrier. He kept his eyes pressed tightly shut as the searing heat enveloped him, and the moment he made contact it shoved him along, like a fish caught in a great river current. Trying to move against it felt like swimming upstream. He could only tell where Unit 1 was from the scream he heard within it. He moved as best he could to put himself between the Angel and the Eva, and was rudely shoved towards it. He chanced to open his eyes. Unit 1 was melting. Its face was a mass of molten metal, the umbilical had simply been vaporized, and though Asuka had the presence of mind to raise her arms to shield herself, the armored plating was already growing red-hot. He could see the open launch gate not far from where she stood. He almost turned towards the Angel again, but if he did, he was blind, the light pouring into his eyes so hot it drowned out everything else. He let the current push him towards the Eva, rolled over the shoulder, and put his fingers into the armor plating at the top of its back, silently, inwardly praying it would hold. Unit 1 started to sag, and he felt it pull against his fingers. He turned, twisting the entire weight of the Eva under his grasp, and started to pull. Unit 1 sagged backwards, arms falling to her sides, and he pushed as much as pulled, guiding the great bulk until, far beneath him, the machine's heavy feet slid out into the open air of the launch tube. The weight of it fell on him all at once, pressing him down, and he stopped screaming only to grit his teeth with effort, guiding it down through the shaft. It was too far, and if he let it drop without the protective reinforcement of her outfield, Asuka would be killed. The weight grew heavier and heavier as he drifted downwards, until at last he was close enough that he could relax and let the Eva settle into a seated position at the bottom of the cage. It was the first time he'd been in the Geofront in costume. There were probably 1,000 cameras pointed at him, but he ignored all that, moving with focus across the Eva's shoulders. He shoved Unit 1's head forward through main strength, pressing his feet into the armored plating and pushing with his hands, until he found the emergency plug release. The plug slid out halfway, stuck from the thermal expansion. He put his fingers through and yanked it open, peeling it apart with a screech of twisting, protesting metal. Asuka lay inside, spread out unconscious across the seat. His breath caught before he realized he could hear her heart beating. Her face was beet red, as though from an intense day in the sun, and her breath came in ragged gasps, expelling dribbles of LCL over her chin. Gently, he folded her over his arms and let her head fall on his shoulder, and jumped from the Eva's shoulder to the cage floor. Relief flooded through him as he saw Misato running towards him, followed by medics with a rolling hospital bed. She said nothing as he passed her and laid Asuka out on the bed, carefully cradling her head with his hand as he rested her there. A thin trickle of blood ran down her upper lip from her nose, mingling with the fluid from the plug still wet on her face. He stepped back as the corpsmen crowded around her. He stood next to Misato for a moment. "I think she's okay," he said, quietly. "I didn't see any swelling in her brain. It just knocked her out from the pressure." She stared at him. "You're a mess." He glanced down at himself. His cape was hanging from around his neck in tattered threads, and there were great gashes in his shirt, which had pulled apart from the tension, exposing the skin beneath. There was barely enough of his pants left to call him decent, and his boots were completely missing except for rings of charred leather hanging around his ankles. He swallowed. He said, "Sorry." "Thank you," Misato said softly. "I tried to stop her, but she insisted on grabbing the rifle and dash." Shinji rested his hand on her shoulder. "You did everything you could. You can't blame yourself for this." She blinked, and stared at him for a long moment. She kept looking at his exposed chest. He said, "I think I should go." A big man in a dark suit was running towards him, footsteps echoing in the cage. Shinji recognized him. It was Yoshida, from the airport, the security chief who'd pushed him around. He was shouting, "Katsuragi, you incompetent buffoon. I'll have your job for this." Shinji put himself between Misato and Yoshida. "Leave her alone," he said, firmly. Faster than he would have believed from the man's size, there was a gun pointed at him. Shinji looked at him for a moment, and then sighed, more in resignation than anything else. He focused on just the barrel for an instant, and Yoshida dropped it with a help, grasping at his hand. Shinji caught it, looked at it, and folded it into a ball with his fingers. I know you nerve people think you can push anyone around, but that doesn't fly with me. With his other hand, Yoshida fished in his pocket, and pulled out a radio. Get the blast doors on the launch tube closed. Don't let him out. Shinji rubbed his face with his hand, glanced at Misato, and took off, pushing straight up as hard as he could. He felt the backlash from the sonic boom as he slid up the launch tube and passed between the closing doors and twisted to watch the angel. It paid no attention to him at all, and had taken up a position directly over the city. Its original shape returned, except that it had extruded out a thin sliver of itself out and was drilling into the roof of the GA front. He started to move towards it, but the shrill screech began, and he backed off. Instead, he headed low over the rooftops until he found the apartment, which was thankfully unmanned by security agents. He circled it, looking through the walls to be sure, and then landed on the balcony. The door slid open and he stumbled inside and sat down on the couch, meaning to rest for just a moment. When he felt sleep tugging at him, he shakily stood up, and looked around. He needed a replacement for his clothes, and he needed it fast. He slipped into his bedroom and looked around, despairing. Inside his desk drawer his sewing kit waited, but he despaired of it. No stitch would hold against the tension of the strange fabric stretched across his chest, and his pants were hopeless. He looked around a moment more, and his eyes fell on the cello case. Gingerly, he pulled it open and lifted out the still shrink-wrapped plug suit Akagi had given him. He tore the package and let it unfold in his hands, limp like a second skin, and looked through it. It was the right color, if he took the electronics out and removed the white chest piece. It might work, but first he needed to find what he came here for. He needed a change of clothes, and he needed an excuse to be in the GA front. Misato paced outside Asuka's room, watching through the glass as the doctors moved around her. Superman was right, there wasn't any permanent damage, but she had a full-body sunburn. It was a combination of the heat and the sympathetic connection to the Eva. Her body actually burned itself to replicate the damage being done to the Eva's body. Unit 1's helmet and optics were a ruin, and it would be weeks until it was at maximum fighting efficiency again. She stopped to try to suppress the urge to cough, such was the pit of ice in her stomach. She was glad she hadn't eaten yet, for fear of throwing up. An absurd thought occurred to her. Asuka had never gotten her lunch. Finally, Misato was able to enter the room. They had her on a saline drip, and they'd applied a liberal coating of skin cream to her face, probably to soothe the burning when she woke up. She looked almost peaceful in sleep, the way the tension seemed to drain out of her face. With her hair down and spread across the bed, she looked the way she did when she was a little girl under Misato's watch back in Germany. Slowly, she turned and left the room. There was nothing to do, now. She had to put together her resources and come up with a plan to fight off the most powerful angel yet, using the buggiest, most dangerous Evangelion, piloted by the less capable pilot. She barely noticed Shinji, until he bumped into her and stopped her in her tracks. She stared at him for a second, confused, and picked at his identification card, which he had clipped to the shirt pocket of his school uniform. He adjusted his glasses. Hi. What are you doing here? I was outside of the shelter and... Not what I meant, said Misato, but now that you bring it up, you weren't in the shelter. Are you crazy? No, He looked past her, at Asuka. Misato followed his gaze, and her lips upturned in the faintest of smiles. Oh. Just let her sleep, will you? Maybe get her something to eat if she wakes up. Are you sure you don't need me to dash? She shook her head. No, Shinji. Stay with Asuka. I'll be back. As she walked away, she glanced over her shoulder. He limped a little, and he looked a bit rough around the edges, his eyes a little bloodshot. She didn't remember him having such a deep tan, either, but it must have been the lighting. Before she entered the elevator, she paused to lean on the wall for a moment, holding the door open with her hand. How the hell were they supposed to deal with something like this? She took a breath, stepped inside, and hit the button. She had to meet with Ritsuko and her staff and figure out what the hell to do, and get an idea of the situation. The door closed, and she slumped against the wall. When the door opened, she weakly stood up and made her way down the hall. The smell of cigarettes was already wafting out of the lab. Ritsuko was sitting with her head cradled in her hands, and her assistants all looked uncomfortable. Misato grabbed a desk chair, spun it around, and sat down, leaning on the back. Okay, what's it doing? Hyuga stood up and looked at his folder. The Angel has extruded a drill bit that's tunneling into the jaw front. It's already breached 3 layers of plate. At the current speed, we have about 18 hours until it breaches the armor, just around 3 in the morning. Misato sighed. What are our options? Ritsuko sat up. Unit 0 is not combat ready. We just brought it out of containment, and REI is too far behind on her training. Yeah, said Misato. Being melted wouldn't exactly be good for her health, either. Asuka should wake up soon, but I don't want to put too much pressure on her, either. She would have been killed. She trailed off. If it hadn't been for Superman, Maya said, quietly. Maybe we could. No, said Ritsuko, and that's final. We can't plan on him showing up again. The commander's orders are clear on that matter. It's completely wiped out our defenses, said Aoba, folding his arms over his chest. He looked at the projections on Ritsuko's screens. We could try repairing Unit 1 and setting up a defense inside the cavern. The same thing would happen, said Misato. Anything approaching this thing is toast. Why isn't it using its beam to drill into the jaw front? Said Maya. That seems like it'd be a lot faster. Misato blinked, and sat up. Wait. Defenses? Of course, said Ritsuko. It doesn't have any defenses. It must have some kind of an upper limit on that beam. If it were using it to assault our static defense and we attacked it. So it's playing it safe, said Misato, saving itself up for when we attack again. What do we know about this beam? Ritsuko turned around and started furious typing at her console. It's a broad-spectrum energy beam, not really focused, not really a laser. The visible light was only part of it. It's dumping microwave, ultraviolet, infrared, basically the whole spectrum onto the target. So it's light, said Misato. Wouldn't it diffuse? Judging by this data, yes. Over a distance, the beam is weaker. An EVA might be able to take it if it were positioned, let's say 10 kilometers away, but not indefinitely. Right, said Misato. That's why it waited to attack, and didn't just bombard us from space or burn right into the jaw front. It has limits. I see what you're getting at, said Hyuga. We need to set up something that can take it out, far enough away that it won't attack us until it's too late. We don't have anything remotely like that, said Ritsuko. I don't think the pallet gun shells are doing enough damage, especially at that range. We have a particle beam rifle in the works, but the project was cancelled. The committee cut the budget. Of course they did, said Misato. I wonder if... What? Misato's eyes widened, and she smiled a sly smile. I have an idea. Asuka blinked herself awake, and winced. Everywhere her skin tensed as she moved hurt, as if she'd spent hours in the sun without sunscreen. She sat up, and the movement of the sheets against her bare skin made her wince a breath in through her teeth. Gingerly, she touched her face, and when she drew her hand back, a thin white scale of dried skin clung to her fingertips. Her eyes went wide. She didn't even realize what she'd shouted by the time the word escaped her lips. Shinji. He came running into the room, and flicked on the light. She drew back and threw her forearm over her eyes, and the other arm over her chest, even though she was wearing a hospital gown. Touching the fabric to her arm, and to her chest, hurt, and she winced. Are you okay? Said Shinji. No, I'm not okay. What the hell are you doing in here? Trying to get a peek at me? No. You called me. Oh. He scratched his head. Can I get you something? A mirror. He blinked. Now. He turned and rushed out of the room, and she leaned forward to sit on her knees, wincing as the ties of the hospital gown pulled at her skin. She sat for a while, staring at the wall until he returned with a woman's makeup compact. She glanced at him as he held it out, wondering where he'd gotten the courage to talk to an actual woman to get it. She flipped it open, looked at herself, and screamed. Her face was as red as a beet, and under her eyes on her cheeks, she had white flakes, like from a day-old sunburn. She had to force herself back into a neutral expression, since raising her eyebrows hurt like hell. Shinji waited patiently, something folded under his arm. "Where's Misato?" Asuka growled. "Overseeing the transport operation," said Shinji. She snapped the mirror shut and stared down at the sheets. "What, transport operation? Unit 0 is picking up some kind of weapon. She called it a positron cannon, or something. They're going to mate it to parts from some EVA weapon, and you have to fire it at the Angel." "I see," said Asuka. She sighed. "That makes sense. What's that?" She glanced at the package under his arm, a shrink-wrapped red plug suit. "You're kidding," she growled. Said Shinji. She nodded at the suit. "They expect me to put that on, over this. My skin hurts. It just hurts." He fished around in his pocket, and drew out a small container with a screw lid. "They said this will help." Asuka plucked the container from his grasp and screwed away the lid. It was some kind of cream, with a slight red tinge. "It has LCL in it. It'll help your skin heal." She looked at him, and then sniffed the ointment. "This is rank. Better than a full-body sunburn," he shrugged. "Yeah," she sighed. "Okay, drop the suit and get out. I'm putting it on now." "Asuka," he said, as he stood in the door. "What? Are you?" "Yes," she said testily, smearing the first of the cream on her nose. "Are you sure you want to do this? I could try piloting again." She froze. "What did you say?" "I could try." "Why?" She growled. "Think you'll do better." He looked at her for a long, quiet moment. "I don't want anything to happen to you." She watched him go, staring at the space he left in the door for a while before she got up, painfully limped to the door, and closed it, then made sure the blinds on the window out into the hall were closed, too. She put the ointment down and strained to reach the ties on the back of her gown, wincing at the stretching of her skin. When it was loose enough she shrugged out of it, and bit her lip. Just having the cool air on her skin hurt. She started slopping the ointment on, beginning with her face, all the way down her calves and the soles of her feet, before she slipped into the suit. She pulled up as she did normally, but when she tried to reach around to her back to put some of the ointment on, her hand started to shake from the pain before she could reach her own skin except for a feeble daub of it. She stood clutching the front of the suit to her chest for a full minute before she decided she had no choice but to bite the bullet. "Wash out," she called. "I know you're out there. Get in here." Gingerly, he opened the door and peeked inside, and his eyes went wide as the color drained from his face. He swallowed and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. You need help with the suit, I guess." "Yes," she said testily, "but before that I need you to put the stuff on my back." She spat it all out at once. He went from white as a ghost to beet red in the span of a heartbeat. She was surprised he didn't have a heart attack, then and there. She rolled her eyes. "Look, this is a necessity. Let's get it over with. If I catch you staring at my ass, I swear I'll kill you." He made a show of closing his eyes tightly, and walked over to her as she turned around. Gingerly, he corded her hair up in his hands and put it over her shoulder, and she glanced over at him to make sure his eyes were still shut. She held out the jar and he took it, putting the first of it on his fingers. He started at the nape of her neck and she winced from the touch and the cold, and the sudden relief that came with it. He stopped. Shut up, and keep going." She shivered as he traced his fingers down her spine, then back up over her flanks and under her shoulder blades, massaging the ointment into her skin around her shoulders. It didn't take long, and it was a blessed relief. He swallowed. I don't think I should go any lower, I mean dash." "I did that," she said quietly. "Thank you. Hold the suit up while I compress it." He did, lifting it up against her back until she hit the switch and it hissed tightly around her, surprisingly to her utter relief. She let out a long breath as she released the tension, and turned around, letting her hair fall back behind her as she reached for her nerve clips. "You know," he said absently, you look a lot better without those. She stared at him for a second. They're standard operating equipment, and I like them. When I want fashion advice from you, I'll ask for it. He shrugged, and his shoulders sank a little. I guess I should go, now. She started, but her breath caught. He turned around and headed for the door, and stopped. I meant what I said, before. Are you sure? Yes, she rolled her eyes. Please, be careful. She bit her lip. He walked out, pulling the door shut behind him. Asuka let out a long breath and fell against the little side table, leaning on it to support her weight. Her legs felt like jelly, and it wasn't from anticipation of the battle. If anything, she was annoyed by having to pilot the damn thing again so soon. What the hell was wrong with her? Before she could divine the answer, Ayanami walked into the room, just barged right in without saying anything and strolled right up. She tilted her head to one side, appraisingly, and said, "You are distressed." "I am not." "Yes, you are. Your breathing is irregular, your eyes are twitching and your posture suggests dash." "Shut up," Asuka snapped. Ayanami blinked. "I am sorry. I am also experiencing stress." Asuka looked flatly at her as she stood up from the table. "No, you're not. Dolls don't feel stress. The commander just turns a little key on your back, and off you go." Ayanami ignored her. "Operation Yashima will commence at 2:49 a.m. Preparations are currently nearing completion. Your presence will be required at the transport no later than 1 a.m. Asuka looked around. "No clock. What time is it now?" 12:30, said Ayanami. "We should report now." Asuka glared at her. "You talk like a robot." Ayanami tilted her head to the side again. "I see. Let's go," said Asuka, "I want this over with." "I need a drink," Misato said to the air, glad no one was in earshot. The operation was immense. She'd never coordinated something so damned huge before. The last of the transformers, big power converters the size of a small house, were still rolling up towards the forward fire base on huge flatbed trucks of a dozen different makes and configurations, a motley pirate army of commandeered commercial vehicles. She had to beg, borrow, call in the United Nations, and intimidate a few people to get it all working. Strangest of all was Unit 0. Having REI move around in the EVA was risk, but so far the Angel had simply ignored them. Looking up at it, Misato wondered. She'd seen an EVA move around before, but never out in the wild this way, striding across a mountain. To see it with her own eyes brought the sense of scale to reality and made it eerie, unnerving, like it didn't belong in the world around it. REI was positioning the positron gun and completing the last of the assembly. The fine work had already been done with human hands, and now she was holding together the parts of the cobbled-together sniper rifle with the EVA's hands, working alongside scurrying technicians with surprising deftness. The thought of working on something with fingers as big as a person moving right next to her unnerved her a little. She had to give those men credit, and REI, too, for managing it. She stood on a walkway overlooking it all, watching the motion of machines in the dark. She ordered the site kept mostly unlit, light directed only where necessary, to avoid the creature's attention. Asuka was standing not far away, leaning on the rail in her plug suit in a bathrobe, watching, glaring at Unit 0. Misato moved closer to her and leaned on the rail. The girl didn't glance at her. Misato traced her line of vision to Unit 0. "Don't like competition, huh?" "I don't like her," Asuka said quietly. "She's... what? She like a doll?" Misato stopped herself from standing bolt upright. Her stomach seized, and she felt the color drain from her face. She couldn't deal with this now. These kids were going to be depending on each other for their lives in an hour, and even worse, Asuka had used that word. Doll. Misato drew in a breath. "Think. I feel sorry for her, sometimes," said Misato. "I don't see her that much." Asuka turned her head slightly. "You've never seen her apartment?" "No, should I?" Asuka shrugged. "She reminds me of myself at that age." Asuka turned to her and stood up, her eyes wide. "What, you? No way." Misato looked at her. "You know what happened to me?" Asuka blushed a little, but it was hard to see with the deep tan she'd gotten. I overheard you talking about it with Kaji. After they found me, I didn't talk for almost 8 years. I was the quiet girl at the back of the class everyone ignored, even after they let me out of the hospital. I can't believe that, said Asuka. It's true. Ritsuko was the one to bring me out of my shell. She was a lot like you in her youth. Asuka stared at her blankly. I'd hate to be someone's doll, said Asuka. Misato leaned on the rail again, and smiled to herself. Rei stood up, and in Unit 0, she towered over everything. Piloting almost felt foreign to her before today, she had never actually done it, the second had. She stepped carefully over Unit 1. A secondary view appeared on the holographic screen in front of her, showing Soryu approaching the plug and overlaying her vital statistics and a feed on her life signs from her plug suit. Rei continued on, walking across the clearing, careful not to let the Eva's feet slip in the freshly scourged earth. Nerve had basically leveled off a mountain for this operation, and the footing was precarious for a 200-foot-tall cybernetic organism. Her role in the operation was simple. She would, at the appointed time, move forward with the heat shield, the triangular underbelly of a decommissioned space shuttle. It stood on its point not far from where Unit 1 was set up, resting against a crudely fashioned support pylon, where she'd left it. The welds on her side were still fresh where the supporting struts and braces had been installed to give it more structural strength. The Angel's beam struck with physical force. She turned to stand beside it, awaiting the order. Unit 1 began to synchronize, and lurched where it lay in the prone position in a support cradle. The Eva was badly damaged, and most of the upper armor had been hastily replaced with gray primered replacement parts. It was vital that Rei shield it, since the uncoated armor would be less effective in diffusing and refracting the energy from the beam. She saw the Eva crawl up to the gun, and Soryu's image appeared on her screen. Their eyes did not meet. Captain Katsuragi appeared. Rei, get into position. The gun is charging up now. Rei nodded, walked behind the shield, and hefted it, sliding the Eva's forearm through the grip strips on the back. She held it in front of her like a medieval knight and sprinted forward on the balls of the Eva's feet, nimbly moving over the loose ground. Beneath the mountain, all the lights went out in great waves, the entire country going dark as the grid shut down to power the weapon. Rei fell into a crouch next to the barrel of the gun, and rammed the bottom of the shield into the ground to brace it. Weapon charged, waiting for firing solution, Soryu announced, her voice calm, cool, and utterly unlike herself. In the view screen, she was totally focused on her actions, ignoring all outside stimuli. Rei almost admired her posture. Firing now. Unit 1's finger closed around the trigger. The gun whirred to life, the barrel went white-hot, and a beam of light so bright white it carved a purple streak not in Rei's, but in the Eva's eyesight. Rei fought the urge to press her eyes shut and tensed, and the Eva tensed with her, as she waited for the counter-strike. The Angel stopped drilling, shrieked in fury, and without reforming itself threw out a broad beam of energy. When the shot from the cannon hit it, the beam bent, twisted, and diverted upwards, but not far upwards enough. It schemed through the Angel's crystalline body, carving a flaming channel along the surface, and left behind it an ugly, melted scar. "Skies," said Soryu. "I missed." "It's not you, it's the gun," said Katsuragi. "The Magi are compensating, should be done before you switch out the fuse. Begin barrel cooling." Calmly, Asuka went about her work. Unit 1 cycled out the huge fuse for the cannon like a bolt-action rifle, and the spent wreckage bounced on the dirt before coming to a hissing stop, still red-hot from the amount of power shoved through it. Gingerly, she slipped the second shot in place and closed it, but the barrel had not yet cooled. The Angel screamed, shattered, and refocused itself into a gigantic wedge with two long, crystalline spires aimed downwards, shoved into the ground as if to brace. It did not fire at once, but began to glow, and Rei could feel the hum of power in her chest. "Oh," said Katsuragi. "Oh shit, Asuka dash." The Angel fired. Rei pressed her eyes shut. The force of it pushed Unit 0 back, and she dug her heels in to resist it. The shield slammed into her Eva's chest, folding her arms in, and white-hot pain ran up her elbows, the joints might have been broken. She pushed by leaning into it, drifting forward in the seat in mockery of the Eva's motion, fighting to keep the shield down as the top half of it pushed towards her head and would slide free and tumble out of her grasp if it kept on moving. Rei turned the Eva's head and opened her eyes. The entire mountainside had burst into flames, and the top part of their sheltering hill had turned to red-hot slag and folded back, like a melting bottle in a campfire. Firing! Sario screamed. The beam held true, and punched back through the angel's fury. Rei was gritting her teeth, fighting to hold the shield, but felt the pressure lessen. Something was pushing it forward. The Eva focused on it, anticipating her thoughts. It was him. Superman had his back pressed into the shield, shoulders squared against it, legs flailing as if he were trying to stand on the air. He pushed, and in a moment of curious clarity, Rei saw he was wearing a new set of clothing. This information was relevant, somehow, and the beam hit. The angel screamed. The lance of light cut through its body in a single, clean stroke, bisecting it neatly in half and the core with it. In a final, furious scream, the angel simply exploded, pouring all of itself into one last, desperate, flashing act of defiance. Somehow, the force of the burst was directed, focused tightly on the hilltop. The shield simply ceased to be. It blew apart in burning, half-melted fragments, and Rei fought back a scream as the shards of hot material impaled themselves into her Eva. She fell backwards, landing hard on the right shoulder. Unit 1 fared even worse. The force of the blast lifted the Eva up and slammed it down, and without the protective shield, the primered parts of the armor burst into flames, blue tongues of licking fire washing out over the rest of the armor plates. Rei rolled her Eva onto its back for rescue, and the world doubled on her, fuzzing. "Oh my God," Misato was saying, over and over. The whole mountain was on fire. If the command bunker wasn't on the opposite side, they'd all be dead. The technicians around her were all staring in mute shock at the burning horror before them. The feeds from the Evas had cut off. Unit 0 was lying back up, spread-eagled, beside Unit 1, which was rolled over on its side. Both of them were burning, flames lancing up along the edges of their armor plating. It lit up the night like day, and the fire was already snaking down the mountain, towards the city. "Captain," said Hyuga. "What do we do?" "They're dead," said Ritsuko. "Oh God, they're dead, we dash." "Captain!" Maya shouted, "Captain Katsuragi!" Misato shook her head to clear out the cobwebs. "Captain! You have to see this." Misato ran along the consoles to the girl's screen. "Put that up on the main display." Maya typed, and on the display, a pitiful thing compared to the one at Central Dogma, the satellite view of the ashy lakes wavered. The whole room went silent. No one breathed. "That's impossible," said Ritsuko. The lake was moving. Something, a tiny blue object, was furiously moving over the water in tight circles, and the waters moved with it, rising up from the surface like a waterspout. The entire area of the lake was swirling around in a great maelstrom, drawing in from its banks. It rose steadily, quickly, and suddenly everyone was on their feet watching it crest the hills, the water glowing in the light of the fire. It rose up in a great oncoming wave. "Everybody!" Misato screamed, "Grab onto something!" She took her own advice, throwing herself to the ground and looping her arm around Hyuga and Ritsuko as they did the same. Maya grabbed onto her mentor for dear life. The waters came, and with a thundering clash slammed down onto the hillside. The torrent drank the flames and belched forth steam as it rolled, and kept coming. The wave of steam rolled over the command bunker and the windows cracked from the heat. Sweat buddied out on Misato's face. The water rushed down over the Evas, smothering the flames with a great whomp, and jets of steam rose from their prone forms. It smashed down over the encampment, and came rolling down the road towards the bunker. She saw technicians running, jumping into trucks, doing anything they could to get away from the wave. There was a blur of motion, and he appeared before them, feet planted solidly in the ground, red cape flapping out behind him like a flag. He reared up, flexed his broad back, and brought his hands together in a clapping motion. It was like a thunderclap. It pushed in the windows, turning them into glassy spiderwebs of bowed safety glass, and rocked the bunker. The wave parted, diving around him from the force of it, splitting, it seemed, almost from his sheer presence. He turned and she saw as beams of heat, just barely visible, lanced out from his eyes and carved furrows into the mountainside, channels that took the water and guided it away, away from her and the bunker and the rest of the people. The world went silent. Misato got up on her knees, and the others followed. She stumbled over to it, and reached for the latch but missed it, grasping feebly at empty air as the door was pulled free, right off the hinges, and tumbled away into the darkness. He stepped up into the bunker, and looked her over. "Is everybody okay?" She worked her lips, but no sound came out. "Why yes," she croaked. I have to get the pilots." He turned, and she grabbed his arm. Wait. She didn't think. She didn't plan, consider, or worry about the dozen people watching her. By the time she registered amusement at the half-terrified, half-confused look on his face, she'd already done it. She pulled him close and kissed him. "Thank you. I'm just trying to help, ma'am." He took 2 steps off the stairs into the command bunker and into empty air, and took off into the night. Ritsuko glared at her. "What?" Rei slid down the Eva's shoulder plate and would fallen into the mud had Superman not caught her. Her vision was still fuzzy, and it took her a moment to realize who it was, even as he appeared beside her and caught an arm around her waist to keep her from falling. For the moment unconcerned by anything other than remaining upright, she accepted the help without comment and leaned into him. When he lifted the both of them from the ground, she let out a very un-Rei-like yelp of alarm. The ground tilted and yawned under them. She reflexively put her arms around his neck and held her around the waist, drifting not quite horizontally across the field to Unit 1. He lighted on the side, near the emergency release, holding her up in his hands to make the touchdown more gentle for her. Her feet touched the scorched armor and he held her a second more until she found her footing. He went for the emergency plug release, found the plating over it fused, and yanked the cover free and tossed it over his shoulder. Predictably, the release assembly was melted to slag. Sighing, Superman dropped down and started prying the armor plating off by hand, one at a time, piling them up neatly beside the Eva's neck. Once the top of the plug was exposed, he grabbed it and with surprising deftness pulled it free in a great squeal of metal on metal, guiding it out of the entry channel and onto the ground, where he carefully rolled it upright. Rei took his hand as she descended, and joined him beside it. He turned the release, and Rei leaned into the plug. Saria was lying on the command seat, her eyes lidded, but she was awake. She sat up and groaned, grabbing her head with both hands to hold it as if it were made out glass. Rei slid into the plug and held the side to steady herself, offering her other hand to Soryu. The other pilot looked at her askance for a moment, then reached up and took the offered hand. Rei pulled, but she felt drained, her muscles like stretched taffy, and Soryu was too shaky to even stand up. Superman entered the plug, not quite touching the inner surface with his feet, and took them both around the waist. Soryu leaned her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes, and seemed to jerk constantly, fighting off sleep as he lifted them out and lighted gently on the ground. Rei let go of him and helped sit Soryu down against the side of the plug. Rei sat down beside her. As Superman sat down, Asuka leaned into him, eyes still closed. Her breathing slowed, but she seemed to still be awake. "She has a concussion," he whispered, "but she looks okay." "That is good," said Rei. "But what is best in life?" said Soryu. "Huh," said Superman. "Movie I saw once, idiot," she mumbled, twining her arms around his bicep. "Make me some dinner. I want some pasta." Rei tilted her head to the side. Superman blinked. Miss Soryu." "Yeah," she said, blearily. "I'm trying to sleep." "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," she whispered, "the lady in the Eva saved me." Asuka woke up in a hospital bed. Again. She tried to voice her annoyance, but the words came out as a long, drawn-out moan. Her head felt like it was stuffed full of rubber, even making tiny squeaking sounds as she moved. Misato leaned over her, beaming. "Ugh," said Asuka. "I must be dead, and this is hell." Misato snorted. "No such luck." "You did it, champ." "Did what?" Killed the angel. That was all you. We'd all be dead if it wasn't for you. Asuka smiled a gentle smile. Yeah. I see how it is. You have visitors. Rather than sit up, she grabbed the remote control for the bed, and it slowly moved up, humming all the while, until she was in a seated position. Shinji was there, and so was Ayanami. Definitely hell, she muttered. Misato stepped back, glancing at the other pilot. She stepped forward, standing at the side of Asuka's bed. Soryu. Ayanami, Asuka rolled her eyes. You should call me Rei, she said quietly. Asuka. Asuka blinked. Oh. Okay. Rei looked at Misato. Was that sufficient? Asuka's eyes narrowed. Listen up, first. Rei. This is your first lesson. Stop talking like a robot. Misato snickered. Shinji scratched the back of his head, but smiled to himself. I must go. I have homework to do. You must be kidding, said Asuka. You take that crap seriously. I take everything seriously, said Rei. She turned to leave without comment. Shinji rushed to the bedside, in his own way, almost pushing Misato aside. You're really okay? Oh, fine, she muttered. I know why you're here. I can put the dem cream on myself. He blushed furious. No. That is, if you wanted me to I would, but I don't, actually Go get me some ice cream, Asuka sighed, rolling her eyes. What flavor? She closed her eyes and leaned back into her pillow. All of them. I want a real television, too. How long do I have to sit here? Docs say you can go home in the morning, said Misato, as Shinji walked out. No school for a few days. That's fine, Asuka mumbled. You have to keep putting the cream on, too. Every day, for a week, just to be sure. I'm kind of tempted to get a bottle of it myself, it looks like it does wonders. Yeah, said Asuka. Too bad it stinks so bad. Hey, said Misato. What were you teasing him about? Her eyes shot open. Nothing, she said, innocently. Liar, Misato barked. Out with it. I couldn't reach my back with the sunburn, she said sheepishly, so I had him put it on me. Misato burst out laughing, so hard she dropped into the chair next to the bed and drew her knees up to her chest, until she was struggling to breathe. Asuka stared at her as though she'd gone mad. What the hell is wrong with you? Misato wiped the tears from her eyes with her thumbs. You could have had a nurse do it. Asuka's eyes shot wide. She sputtered, I don't. I didn't, shut up. Misato jumped up, still laughing. Whatever you say, Asuka, and patted Asuka on the head as she left. Get some sleep. Ow. Asuka snapped, I didn't rub that shit into my scalp. Oh, said Misato, I'll get Shinji in here for you. Asuka reached over her shoulder, grabbed her pillow, and chucked it at her, and missed. She fell back against the bed. Shinji grabbed it from the floor as he walked in, bowl of ice cream in hand. I couldn't get every flavor so I got something called Neapolitan, he mused, as he held up the pillow. What was that about? Nothing, she sighed. Just get in here. Chapter 8, The Problem with Robots. Goro Yashida's day began promptly at 5 in the morning, regardless of his actual schedule. The only moment of the day he permitted any weakness was the time when the grogginess of sleeping pills was slowing him down, before his first cup of coffee, both taken against the advice of his doctor. He slept on a mattress covered in a bare white sheet, the bed alone with a closet where he kept his uniform suits and a study, functional locker where he kept everything else. There were 3 guns on the locker, his service sidearm, his backup, and the .25 he kept tucked in a holster around his waist. Dragging himself into the small bathroom off the bedroom, he hated his own reflection. Deprived of his monolithic black 3-piece, he was an old man, with the body of a power lifter gone to seed. Slabby muscles, hard-earned in years of exercise and military service, were weighed down by rolling sags of fat, like a loose coat shirt of flesh hung over his body. His belly, grown large from feeding the exercise regimen he no longer followed, pushed out under his shirt, pale and veiny. When he was a younger man, he didn't need to stretch the flesh of his face with his hand to shave. Yoshida's apartment was small, Spartan, efficient, with a simple bedroom, bathroom and living room kitchen setup. The only furniture in the latter was a ratty couch chosen because it was the first one he sat on that felt comfortable to him, and a television still sitting on its own box. The walls were clean of decorations and the kitchen plain, empty, like a store display full of empty drawers. Without bothering to put on any pants, he stepped out into the hall and retrieved his newspaper. He was not one to abuse his authority, but his paper always arrived fresh enough that it still felt warm from the presses, or so he fancied. He slapped the paper on the kitchen table without reading it and pulled out a box of generic OS, or whatever they were, the most basic breakfast food stuff he could find. He didn't need any sugary crap, just his coffee. His one luxury was an automatic coffee pot that had a pot ready for him when he woke up. He took it black. Munching on paper cereal between swigs of too hot coffee, he scanned the front page of the paper. He put his plain white cup down and sneered in disgust at the latest sophomoric, funning headline about the so-called Superman. The edges of the paper crinkled under his fingers, and quivered with his fury. He put it aside to finish his breakfast, such as it was, and left to dress, leaving the dishes piled up on the table. He'd attend to them when he returned, later that evening. He had event security to coordinate. Katsuragi and Akagi were going to a weapons exhibition, and he had been tasked with seeing to their safety. At least Katsuragi hadn't insisted on dragging the pilots along, which would have made the whole thing a logistical nightmare. In the darkness before dawn he put on his suit and his tie and his guns and sunglasses and all his badges of authority, and made sure they were just so. He was no fool to delude himself into thinking he was thinner than he was with too small clothes. Everything was properly tailored and fitted, and when he wore it, he felt more himself. The clothes had meaning the man underneath them lacked. He slipped his earpiece into his ear and the comforting buzz of the constant slipstream of information from his underlings warmed his ear, like long-forgotten music stirring old memories. He opened the top drawer of his chest and ran his hands over the object inside, a heavy photo album in a plastic bag. It was meant to look like an antique book, but the charring across the cover undid that effect, revealing the layers of plastic and cardboard underneath. The pages were warped and curled up, the plastic melted by heat. The whole thing barely held together, having spent several months floating in seawater before he recovered it. Reverently, he put the album on the bed, sliding it out of its plastic sleeve. Carefully, he grasped the frayed, curled edges of the pages and opened it to the place where the only intact photograph waited, slotted into the center of a page. It was an unremarkable picture of a short, broad-shouldered woman in a kerchief, neither homely nor beautiful, the sort of woman that is sometimes called handsome. She stood on a beach in a blue bathing suit, her arm around the shoulders of a pudgy boy of maybe 13 years, smiling broadly into the camera. The effect of the bright sun when the photo was taken combined with fading from the abuse it suffered made it difficult to see what it actually depicted. Yoshida slipped the picture into his coat pocket, where it would ride near both his heart and his gun. He buttoned his coat over it and walked by the kitchen to the door, but before he did, he picked up the newspaper. The photography was blown up to cover 3 columns, grayscale and grainy even before the printing process. It showed a man in a cape and a blue bodysuit lifting a city bus over his head, the back tire hanging from the wheel hanging in shredded tatters while the passengers looked down in astonishment and elation. He crumped the paper into a tight ball, and tossed it into the recycling bin, so hard it made the little door swing for a full minute after he left. Misato hated her dress uniform. She felt ridiculous in it, what with the big shoulder pads and the goofy rope around her shoulder and how terribly overblown it was in contrast to what she actually wore on the job. It didn't look much like a military uniform, either. Looking at herself in the rear-view mirror, she felt like a military-themed stripper. Ritsuko was able to get away with her normal attire, minus the lab coat and with a simple black jacket to replace it. Sitting in the front seat, she played with her phone without looking up. "When are you going to get a new car?" "When I get a raise," Misato muttered, glancing at her. The car was a soft spot. She was on her 3rd rental now, this time a gray little hatchback that had very little in the way of personality or pep or anything particularly desirable at all. She longed for the quick maneuverability of her old car and the chance to make Ritsuko yelp with an abrupt turn into the parking lot at the exposition center where the jet-alone autonomous weapons system was going to be publicly tested. Instead, she managed a slow, groaning turn with her dimmed blinker on. The gray hatchback joined a steady stream of traffic towards the expo center, a converted hangar with the main bay doors converted into windows. Standing beyond the building, and dwarfing it, was the hunched shape of the weapons system itself, draped in a series of gray drop cloths. It was hard to tell what was under the cover, except that it was vaguely human in shape but with none of the grace of an Eva. It looked like a puppet with the strings cut, the body hunched over and top-heavy, the legs obvious short and awkward. What are we even doing here? Misato mused as she flashed her identification card at the guard manning the gate. Checking out the competition, Ritsuko shrugged as they passed under the hazard-striped gate. Misato deftly maneuvered, or rather tried to deftly maneuver, into a parking space. The facility was already packed, and people would begin parking their cars on the grass soon. The heavy industries testing ground was a converted airfield, and the skeleton of an old, disused air traffic control tower loomed over the far end. Misato clipped her identification badge to her chest and joined the throng of people walking into the hangar. It looked more like a social event than a weapons test. Most of the attendees were wildly overdressed, or so Misato imagined. Ritsuko paid it all no mind, instead sneaking quick glances at the machine itself. Part of the lower leg, big and stumpy like a tree trunk, was visible under the cloth. Wide lower legs, she muttered, for stability. It can't stay up if they make it too top-heavy. Misato shrugged. Engineers will never solve the problems of a humanoid mecha. We have, Ritsuko shrugged. Yeah, said Misato. We cheat. Ritsuko pushed her glasses up her nose, taking a professorial air. Watch it, Misato. The walls have ears. Misato shrugged. Can we just get this over with? I want to get back to my endless pile of mind-numbing paperwork. Tell me about it, said Ritsuko. Again, the demonstration seemed overly formal as she entered the main area of the hangar. The window was set up at one end, made up of man-sized panes of glass in a polished metal frame, while the rest of the place looked less like a press junket and more like a formal dinner, right down to large tables with white tablecloths and flowery centerpieces. Eventually, Misato was beginning to feel legitimately weirded out by the whole thing as she took a seat next to Ritsuko, facing the main stage. The stage was set up like something out of a cheesy movie, a mad scientist's den. Half of the machines up there, big bulky computing equipment and control panels, looked like they weren't even necessary. Honestly, if it took all that to run the thing, what good was it? She saw Ritsuko fidgeting, probably thinking the same thing as she scanned the stage and the crowd nervously. You look worried, said Misato. I'm not. We have our own security people here, said Ritsuko. Just to keep an eye on us. That's a little excessive, isn't it? Said Misato. I have a gun. Ritsuko rolled her eyes. Whatever, quick draw. Be quiet, they're starting. A weedy-looking man in a completely superfluous lab coat strode awkwardly across the stage, half stumbling a few times as he watched the crowd for their response. He took a position at the big podium at the front of the stage, and scanned the crowd until he started at the sight of Ritsuko. Tokita, she growled. What? Said Misato. He had a crush on me in high school, she sighed. Misato snorted. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, esteemed members of parliament, and last but not least, Secretary General Nakashima, National Heavy Industries is proud to welcome you all to the next generation of mobile combat platform, the Jet Alone. Misato awkwardly joined in the light applause, scanning the crowd, until she saw the steel gray bun of the Nakashima woman some distance away, as she sat with some foreigners. Misato growled under her breath a little, but could see why she'd be here. The EVA program was expensive, and an alternative would naturally be attractive. It seemed Ritsuko was right about competition, after all. Tokita went on. This project represents a major step ahead of the Evangelion project in every regard. Jet Alone is independent of human pilots and an outside power source, due to the onboard combat program and a compact, safe nuclear reactor that represents up to 6 months of autonomous operation at full capacity. There were some murmurs in the room at the mention of a nuclear reactor. Now, said Tokita, I understand your trepidation, but I'd like to point out that nuclear reactors have a nearly perfect operational record in combat, and dash. Yeah. Misato shouted, standing up. On boats. This thing is supposed to go toe-to-toe with creatures that dash. Not toe-to-toe, Tokita smirked, leaning over his microphone. We've advanced somewhat beyond fisticuffs. We think actually shooting the angels might be more effective. Misato put her fists on her hips. I'll have you know dash. Yes, Tokita waved his hand. We know all about your expensive, dangerous, and extremely unreliable positron gun, which you only employed because running up to the angel and punching it in the face didn't work. Well, Misato snapped, there's the little problem of the dash. Misato. Ritsuko cut her off. We know, said Tokita. The so-called absolute terror field. You've already proven for us that your weapons platform is obsolete, Captain Katsuragi. Overwhelming firepower can pierce this field. Overwhelming firepower is what we will bring to bear on it. Misato sank down, shaking. How the hell did they know that? Who leaked it? Now, said Tokita, if I may direct your attention to our testing grounds. Misato turned around, along with Ritsuko and everyone else. With a dramatic flourish of spotlights, the drop cloths fell away, pouring down on themselves in a ring around the machine's feet. It was as hunched and ungainly looking as she'd expected, a great mass of primered steel with stubby legs, long, multi-jointed arms, and no real head to speak of, only a sensor suite approximating an arachnid cluster of eyes in the center of its chest. A series of cables ran up to its back. As I said, Jet alone is fully autonomous. The cables you see are a safety measure. They provide us with a hardline connection to shut the system down if there are any problems. We've already been through a full run-through of the reactor. Today, you will see our first movement test. He turned to the crew behind him. Well, boys, fire her up. There was a great mechanical hum and the clanking of joints, and the machine swayed from side to side a bit as the torso gradually rose up into a standing position. The arms moved gracelessly to its side to balance it as it stood to its full height, about 1.5 times the size of an EVA. It must have been monstrously heavy. It had wide feet with long pylons jutting out to the side to spread the weight, like a child's wind-up toy. It had the same, clunky sort of uneasiness to it, as if it might fall, when it began to move. Slowly, the robot pulled on leg up, keeping its weight centered over both feet, and took a slow, unsteady stomp forward. Tokita stared anxiously, arms crossed over his chest, sweat beading on his forehead, as the machine moved. It picked up speed as it gathered momentum, pounding across Misato's vision from one side of the window to the other. Its steps made the water in the glass at her table ripple in tiny circles. So far, Ritsuko said anxiously, so good. You sound concerned, said Misato. Putting a reactor in this thing is insane, she whispered. Slowly, the robot turned and began to complete a lazy circle. As it turned away, Misato saw a forest of black rods jutting from its back, and a moment of dawning horror fell on her, sliding down her back to turn to ice in her stomach. The control rods for the reactor were exposed. Are those dash? She breathed. Yes, Ritsuko said anxiously. The design for this thing is insane. We need to talk to the UN people dash. The robot made a sudden, abrupt shift, coming to rest, hunched forward. Tokita looked around nervously, and Misato found herself with the impression that this wasn't part of the proverbial show. She fumbled in her pocket for her cell phone as the robot began to turn and pick up speed, really moving this time, the heavy footsteps coming at regular intervals like rolling thunder. It dragged the heavy rubber-sheathed cables across the field as it moved towards the parking lot. What the hell? Ritsuko said quietly. The robot turned again, and Misato watched in horror as the cables dragged through the lines of parked cars, sweeping them out of the way. She rushed with the sudden rising crowd of onlookers to the window just in time to see an enormous metal foot come crashing down right in the center of the parking lot. Are you kidding me? Misato, said Ritsuko. Get headquarters on the phone, it dash. This is a minor malfunction, Tokita squeaked, raising his voice in lieu of the microphone. The system is somewhat unstable, It will only take us a moment to issue the shutdown codes dash. As he spoke, the cables lifted from the ground, stretching away from their moorings. Misato swallowed as she practically felt them stretching, the layers of composite and rubber and wire pulling against themselves, building up tension. Jet alone tugged at them for a bare second, digging its heels in, and then the cables snapped with a great, tinny whipping sound and started flying in all directions, one heavy strand whipping right at the window. Asuka gleefully picked up her latest purchase, a vial of perfume in a small blue bag, and demurely held it out for Shinji to take. Groaning, he set down the fistfuls of shopping bag he held in either hand, until Toji nudged him aside. "Nah," the other boy shrugged, "I got it." "You can't carry all that, man." Asuka snorted at his show of bravado. So far, they'd hit every store in the mall, and yet Shinji didn't seem to labor under his load, while Toji was visibly straining to carry their purchases, mostly Hikari's. The other girl always seemed amazed on their shopping trips, as though she'd never seen the mall despite having been there with Asuka twice. As they left the cosmetics shop, the boys fell behind naturally, far enough that Asuka and Hikari could whisper comfortably to one another. Asuka glanced over her shoulder at them, watching them exchange their own conversation. The gap widened, and Hikari felt comfortable enough to rather brazenly ask, "Really, all over?" Asuka rolled her eyes. For the 5th time, yes. She meant what they had come to term the tan, the all-over darkening of Asuka's skin that would have been a 3rd-degree burn if she hadn't constantly rubbed LCL-infused ointment all over herself for 2 weeks. As it was, she'd darkened several shades, so much so that the light freckling on her shoulders and under eyes almost blended it. Asuka was annoyed with it first, but as she looked at herself in the mirror of a storefront, she realized how much she liked it, another way she was set apart from the dark-haired, fair-skinned people around her, unique and exotic. She liked being exotic. "So did you do it?" Hikari blushed profusely, and Asuka again rolled her eyes. "Not yet," she glanced at Toji. "Isn't he supposed to ask me out?" Asuka snorted. "Oh please, don't be so 20th century. This is the post-impact world. We're liberated from all that traditional crap. You can ask him to hang out with you if you want." "Hey," Hikari teased, "I don't see you asking Shinji." Asuka blew her bangs out of her eyes. "I live with him, besides." She trailed off. "Wait, what? Ask him what?" "You know," Asuka softly, "to go out with you." Asuka practically felt herself burning, and a quick look in a window confirmed it shed darkened a shade from the depth of her blush. She fought down the heat she felt on her cheeks, forcing herself to stay calm and collected. "It's not like that," said Asuka. "Besides, I'm an Evangelion pilot. He's beneath me." "But you like him," said Hikari. Asuka sighed. "Like him? What are you, 12? Look, I will admit, he is handsome, and surprisingly intelligent, and he's actually in really great shape, and..." She trailed off. Behind them, Shinji tripped and nearly fell over his own feet, sputtering. Toji put down a handful of packages to steady him by the shoulder. Shinji stopped, looked around nervously, and set his own load of purchases down to push his glasses up his nose. He pulled out his cell phone as if he was expecting a call. Asuka stiffened as she heard the evacuation alarm, and did the same. She reached for her phone and held it, but it didn't buzz, even as the Section 2 agents melted out of the crowd to surround her. Even as they began to usher Hikari away from her, the phone didn't ring. That was, well, odd. "Why aren't they calling me to report in?" "Dunno," the agent nearest her shrugged. "We still need to secure you, ma'am. The civilians will have to use the public shelters." Toji appeared, without his load of bags. Asuka was beginning to feel annoyed at the constant rising and falling wail of the alarm, and nearly bit her own tongue in frustration. He took Hikari's arm. "Where's the stuff?" Asuka demanded, raising her voice over the alarms and the shouting of mall patrons. "Shinji took it," Toji shrugged. "All of it?" Asuka snapped. "Yeah," the boy shrugged. "Come on, Hikari." Hikari, for her part, blushed furiously and tried to draw her head down between her shoulders, covering her mouth in shock. Asuka watched as the boy drew her away by the hand, heading for the public shelter. Hikari got over the surprise quickly, though, pulling out her cell phone. It wouldn't surprise Asuka if she was going to call all of their classmates individually to make sure they got to their shelters, even though they were out of school. Asuka rather passively let herself be guided out of a service entrance and to the waiting staff car. As the agent opened the door for her, they all stopped and looked up. "Did you see that?" Asuka craned her neck to scan the sky. "No. Just get in the car." Misato coughed, and realized she'd probably just breathed in a bunch of silica dust. Her memory of the last minute or so was hazy. She remembered calling into headquarters, hence the constant wailing of the evacuation alarm, but she didn't remember the flying cable come tearing through the window, slash a long rent in the far wall, and come to rest in the ruins of the stage. She got up, shakily, and looked around for Ritsuko. The scientist was easy to pick out by the bright color of her hair, though dulled with dust. Misato carefully checked her, touching the sides of her head. She had a thin trickle of blood running down her forehead, but seemed unhurt. "What the hell?" she coughed, sitting up. Together, they looked through the ruins of the window and saw Jet alone pounding along at steady pace, silhouetted against the setting sun as it crested a low rise, Tokyo 3 glittering in the distance as the city came to life for the night. Misato swallowed. "We have to stop that thing," she said quietly. Appearing from nowhere, Tokita shouted, "We have everything under control. We'll just transmit the emergency shutdown code, and dash." Misato ignored him, fishing around in her pockets. She found her gun and her keys and her identification card but no phone, and cursed silently under her breath until Ritsuko handed hers over. She hit the speed dial for headquarters and waited. "Hello. Who is this?" Misato demanded. "Hyaga? Is that you?" "Yes ma'am," he said, nervously. "Start getting ready to scramble Unit 1. Get Asuka to the base." He sucked in a breath, "That's a negative on that, Captain. The commander has forbidden the deployment of Unit 1. What? What about the pilots dash? They're bringing them down here now. That's not going to do us any good if that stupid thing melts down." Misato practically screamed. A hush fell over the air itself, a sort of quietness. It took her a moment to process that the crowd of people around her, half standing and the other half sitting or on their knees or lying prone, were all looking in the same direction. She followed their gaze and nearly dropped the phone. "Captain!" Hyaga's tiny voice said. "Captain!" It was him. He'd changed his look, so to speak, where before his suit had been cobbled together from mostly casual clothes, he had a definite look to it now. She would have called a uniform. He'd sewn that logo of his, the funny lightning YS, to a blue bodysuit, cinched around the waist with a wide yellow belt. His cape was longer now, too, almost to his ankles, although it was billowed out. It still shocked her to see a human being fly, and not even really fly. He descended from the air as if he was just standing there, slowly being lowered to the ground by an unseen force. He came to rest not far from her and looked around. "Is anyone hurt?" "Thank God you're here." Misato turned, blinking. Nakashima, the Secretary General of the freaking United Nations, strode up to him as easy as you please. He plainly recognized her, stiffening a little. "Listen," she said sharply. "That thing out there has a nuclear reactor in it, and it's headed for the city. You have to stop it." He nodded. "I'll do my best, ma'am." "I told you." Tokita shouted, shrilly. "We're taking care of it." "Then do it." Nakashima shouted back. "What's the hold-up?" Misato demanded. "There's a minor problem with the signal," Tokita said sheepishly. "The shutdown code doesn't appear to be going through." Superman appeared beside him, and Tokita flinched visibly, his thin glasses tumbling right down his nose. He muttered. "Is there a way to enter the code manually?" "Yes," said Tokita, "but the code is classified." Misato and Nakashima stared him down. He tugged at his collar. Ritsuko rolled her eyes. "There's another problem. Whatever glitch is causing the problem with the pathing system. It's walking towards the city," Ritsuko snapped. "That is not a pathing problem." Tokita cleared his throat, weakly. There's a problem with the entire system. It's started overworking the reactor. It's already at 105%. No one could take the heat in the reactor override chamber. I can, said Superman. Well, said Tokaido, I suppose we could talk you through it, if we had some radios. Misato pointed to two of the Section 2 guards. You two, get over here. Give us your comm units. The agents pulled the earbuds from their ears and took off their jackets to uncoil the wires from the microphones on their wrists. She put one on herself, holding the other one out to Superman. He took it in one blue-gloved hand, nodded thanks, and put it on, coiling the wire around his neck. He nodded to her and to the Secretary General of the freaking United Nations, and then just took off. It was like gravity stopped working on him and he just slid up into the air, feet dangling under him. Misato put the microphone up to her face. Check. I hear you, Captain. Good. Okay, Tokaido. What does he do? There's a hatch on the back, said Tokaido. It's marked with a radiation symbol. He was already gone, disappeared into the evening sky as she relayed the order. I see it. She waited anxiously. Jet alone didn't stop or react at all, and it was too far away now to see him land on it. She almost held her breath, tapping the floor with her foot. She could feel the other people around her thinking the same thing. I'm in. He's in, said Misato. Just keep going, said Tokaido. It's a straight crawl down the tunnel to the reactor control. Flip up the panel and dash. Slow down, said Misato. Captain, said Superman. I don't mean to freak you out, but I don't actually need the radio to hear you. Oh, said Misato. Never mind. She motioned at Tokaido to go on. Open the panel, there's a keyboard. More waiting. She heard mechanical scraping sounds through the radio feed. When he spoke again, it was harsh and disordered. He was probably cupping the microphone to his mouth and shouting. We have a problem here. The keyboard is melted. It's really hot in here. The system's a no-go, said Misato. He says it's getting hot in there. Try shutting down the reactor physically, Tokaido shouted through cupped hands. Push the control rods in. Tell him to stop shouting. I'm not deaf. Misato snorted. Nakashima gave her a look, but she ignored it. I see the rods. The next minute was tense. She heard a soft grunt and the sound of metal grinding on metal, and heavy breathing. They're stuck, or something. I can't push them in without breaking them off. Misato swallowed. He says they won't move. Said Tokaido. Misato cleared her throat. Okay, what do we have? You said this thing isn't responding to the shutdown orders. Can you reroute it? Tokaido shook his head. It's already ignoring our routing requests. The only thing we haven't tried is the combat system, and I don't see how dash. I need all the information I can get, Misato said flatly, crossing her arms. What does it do? Right now, nothing. It doesn't have any weapons systems other than the arms. Heh, Ritsuko chuckled, I'm surprised you didn't decide to give us a live fire demonstration, too. Misato ignored her. What exactly would it do if you turned those systems on? We could assign it a target, and it might start pursuing it. Misato tapped her foot. Superman, she said. I heard. You have an idea, don't you? Yeah. I want you to fly out of there. We'll program it to target you, and then you lead it away from the city. Where would I go? Where would he go? Said Misato. Tokaido looked around. Ask him if there's any radiological alerts on the control panels dash. They melted, said Superman, but I didn't see anything. He says they're all out of commission, said Misato. There's a detector panel, said Tokaido, it's passive, like the badges people wear when working on reactors. If it's still black, there's no leak. It's black, said Superman. He says it's good, no radiation leak. Tokaido nodded. The ocean, then. Drown it. We have to cool it down before it cracks open. Did you get that? Said Misato. Yes, said Superman. Do it. Misato nodded at Tokita. Send the commands. Wait, said Superman. Something's happening. The rods are retracting. Misato blinked. What? She turned to look out the window, and as she watched, Jet alone came to a stop, taking 3 pounding steps before standing straight up, arms at its side. It seemed to bounce on its heels a bit, and then settled down into its resting position, hunched over, as the forest of rods on its back slid inwards. Superman, said Misato. What happened? Superman. There was no answer. Kensuke shrugged his backpack off his shoulders and sat down on his bed, tired. He'd taken some work with him to the shelter and still been mostly bored, waiting to get back home. He let himself fall backwards and look up onto the ceiling, where an inverted forest of thin, nearly invisible fishing line held all manner of models, jets and battleships and aircraft carriers and more fanciful things from eras that never existed, dream titans from old manga and anime, from an innocent time when people only dreamed about fighting in giant robots. Now, the giant robots were here and he was starting to get tired of them. He sat up, lowered the backpack to the ground, and started up his personal computer. To boot it, he had to insert a special thumb drive he carried, which held a copy of the key file needed for the boot-level encryption. It took several minutes to start up, despite being a new model, as he kept everything on his hard drives encrypted on the fly, and not just the pictures of naked girls and the videos. Lots of videos. He waited, leaning on his hand in the cold blue glow of the boot screen, and felt the edges of sleep tugging at him. It was late, and tomorrow was a school day, but he was hungry for information. He needed to know why there was an evacuation but the EVIS weren't deployed, why there was no sign of battle in the city. When the desktop came up, he quickly opened his browser windows, one regular one he'd browse porn and various social networking sites on, and another he'd used to connect to an encrypted, painfully slow anonymized network. He felt a tingle of excitement as the tabs of forums opened up. He double-checked that his anonymizing protocol was working. The network seemed particularly fast tonight. He had a private message on one of the forums. Curiously, a new user had shown up in the last week on all of the big cryptography and conspiracy forums he frequented, calling himself BR41N14C. This person was insanely curious about Superman, gathering all the information everyone had, starting topics everywhere. Tonight, he'd sent Kensuke a file. He scratched his chin curiously, and almost jumped out of his chair when there was a soft tap, as if from a stone, at his window. Furiously, he closed everything out and started the background program that would wipe the session data from today's use, and carefully arranged his regular browser window social media pages with a porn page tabbed in the background, to be caught on and explain his nerves. He peeked through the blinds and was surprised to see Shinji Ikari's face on the other side of the glass. 10 feet in the air. One eyebrow quirked, he opened the blinds, and then the window. Shinji. The other boy looked around. Can I come in? How did you get up here? Shinji shrugged as he pulled himself up through the window deftly, with a gymnast's grace, and sat on the bed. He had his own backpack over his shoulder. Kensuke slid the window closed. Shinji must have shimmied up the drain pipe, since there was nothing else to cling to. Kensuke had tried that once when he was 6, and gotten a stern tongue lashing from his mother. His breath caught in his throat at the thought of her. What's wrong? Nothing, said Kensuke. Just thinking about my ma. Oh, said Shinji. Is she? Kensuke nodded sadly. I was real small. I don't remember her that well. I'm sorry, said Shinji. I didn't mean dash. Nah, Kensuke shook his head and dabbed at his eyes with his thumbs. What are you doing sneaking into my house? Shinji looked around. Kensuke felt a little freaked out, sometimes, by how blue the other boy's eyes were. When they caught the light, they seemed to glow. He relaxed a little, and brought his backpack around to sit on the bed beside him. I have something I'd like you to look at, he said, drawing a rather damaged-looking computer hard drive out of his pack. Kensuke took it. This is military-grade hardware, said Kensuke. It wouldn't have survived otherwise. Was it in a fire? Something like that, Shinji said quietly. Look, no one can know we have this. Kensuke sucked in a breath. His heart pounded in his chest and his stomach quivered, the way it did the first time he'd ever typed boobs into the search engine. He swallowed. This wasn't playing at being a spy with readily available tools, this was the real deal. Shinji had stolen something from Nerve, he knew it. Is this, from your job? Shinji looked at him oddly. Not the one at Nerve. I need to know what's on it. Kinsuke stood up, turning the drive over and over in his hands. I have the hardware to connect this up. It's going to take me a while. It would be nice if I had some idea what I was looking at. A computer program, said Shinji, to control a very large machine. That's all I can tell you. I'll look it over, said Kinsuke. What's the big deal? I need to know if someone tampered with the programming, said Shinji. He put a hand on Kinsuke's shoulder. No one can know about this, and when you're done, I really need it back, okay? Okay, Kinsuke said hungrily. He'd give it back, all right, after he cloned it. He could almost kiss the boy. The real deal. Without further comment, Kinsuke started rooting in his box of tools and parts for the connectors he needed. He'd put the drive on its own power supply with a jumper so he didn't have to connect it to his motherboard. The process unfolded in his mind, and he was so lost in thought he didn't see Shinji leave. Ritsuko walked into her apartment and closed the door quickly behind her, bolting all 3 locks and sliding the chain home, just for good measure. She wanted to slump down against the floor and sleep right there. She had a meeting in the morning, and was doomed to a restless night's sleep of less than 4 hours. Getting away from the exposition was a nightmare, hours of security checks, and if someone had searched her and found the thumb drive in her pocket, she'd have been in real trouble. She pulled it out and looked at it, wanting to smash it with a hammer or flush it down the toilet, but slipped it into her palm. She walked blearily into her living room, shirt half unbuttoned and glasses discarded, saw Gendo Akari sitting on her couch, and screamed. He stood up quickly, surprisingly so for his size, and closed his fingers around his throat. I told you to sabotage it, not cause a national emergency, he said coldly. I did, she croaked, you wanted their funding pulled, it dash. He let her go, but the brief moment of relief she felt sucking in the stale air of the apartment ended with his savage backhand. It sent her falling over the arm of the couch, and she bounced on the cushions and rolled onto the floor, tears stinging her eyes. I did what you asked, she snarled, now get out. He looked down at her with a small smirk. No. Asuka sat up and tried her hardest to destroy her alarm clock, slamming her closed sit on the snooze button. She was tempted to rip it from the outlet and hurl it into the wall, since she'd have to wait a random time between 3 and 7 minutes now to actually turn it off when it rang again. She stood up and wandered out into the hall blearily, and seeing Shinji's slightly open door, sighed. In the kitchen, the bird was eating, slurping down sardines with disgusting aplomb, as if they were the last bits of fish in the world. It looked at her and squawked, and she flipped it off angrily. The washout was missing. There was a note at her place at the table. Lunch and breakfast in the fridge. She crumpled the note and stuffed it into the recycling bin, and then went about fishing out her morning's meal to put it in the microwave. Curiously, despite his lack of presence, he'd apparently done his best to render proper service, having made her steak and eggs. Despite a turn in the microwave, there wasn't a touch of grease on the perfectly cooked steak, and the eggs were fluffy. She kicked her feet as she ate, touching the balls of her feet to the floor with tiny squeaks. The bird squawked again. Oh, shut up, she muttered. Misato emerged from her room, as droopy and bleary-eyed as she usually was in the morning, each breath a strangled sigh. Turn off your damn alarm clock, she muttered. Asuka snorted. Good morning, sunshine. She did as she was bid, though, stopping by the door of her room to reach over with her leg and deftly hit the real switch with her toe. She walked almost lightly back to the kitchen to hungrily finish eating. What's with you? Said Misato. Asuka shrugged. Do you know where Shinji is? Misato shook his head slowly, her unkempt hair drifting from side to side with the motion. No. He's not here. No, said Asuka, sighing as she cupped her hand with her chin. That's weird, said Misato. Don't you guys have the day off today? Asuka nodded, idly. Yeah. I guess I should call Hikari and see if she wants to go shopping. Finished her food, she stood up and put the dishes in the sink, and then went off to have a quick morning shower, applying only half of her vast array hair care products, and reserving the skin creams she'd bought. She used up the very last of the LCL gunk, and it barely seemed to smell anymore. She rather enjoyed the cooling effect. If they could scent it, she'd keep using it. Once she was dressed, she picked up her phone and dialed Hikari's number. "Hey," said Hikari, tiredly. "Hey," said Asuka. "You wanna got to the mall?" Hikari yawned, the sound distorted by the closeness of the phone to her mouth. "Later today, maybe. My sister wants to take Nozomi to the park." "Oh," said Asuka. "Can I come?" Hikari hesitated. "It's kind of a family thing, Asuka. I don't know if my father would allow it." Asuka sighed. "Fine, fine. Call me later, will you?" "Yeah," said Hikari. "Bye." "Bye," Asuka mumbled, hanging up the phone. "What am I?" said Misato, as Asuka walked back into the kitchen. "Huh." Misato smiled a sly grin, the effect someone ruined by the dark circles under her eyes. "You could hang out with me." "It's 7 in the morning, said Asuka. "I don't feel like drinking." Misato scowled. "You know what I mean. We haven't done girl stuff together since Germany." Asuka sighed. "I guess, if dash." Misato jumped excitedly in her chair. "Good. I already called in to take today off. I'll go get ready." "You better take tomorrow, too, then," Ajux said dryly. Misato, being the paragon of maturity, stuck her tongue out. Asuka tapped her foot on the floor a bit more. "I have an idea," she said. "Let's pick up REI." Shinji felt a tight coil in his stomach when he saw Toji and Kensuke. For one, Toji wasn't supposed to be there. For two, Kensuke was wearing a trench coat and fedora, looking around nervously through a pair of sunglasses. Shinji reflexively ran his hand down his face as he approached them, sighing as Kensuke began excitedly bobbing up and down on his feet. "This is big," he blurted. "This is big, Shinji. Where did you get this again?" "I can't say," he shrugged. "Can't," said Kensuke, "or won't." "Shouldn't," said Shinji. "You wouldn't believe me, anyway." Toji checked his watch. "You guys are weird." "Kensuke," Shinji said, crossing his arms over his chest. "I told you not to tell anyone." "I didn't tell anyone," said Kensuke. "I told Toji. We're like blood brothers and stuff." Shinji sighed. "Okay. Look, let's get out of here, and take that ridiculous costume off." Kensuke shrugged glumly and quickly pulled off the hat and shrugged out of the coat, folding it over his arm. He picked up his backpack and followed Shinji away from their meeting place at the corner of the arcade. He led them on a meandering route, always scanning for pursuers or observers. He had an advantage, of course, since he could hear the heartbeats of anyone around him and see through the buildings lining their path, but he was nervous all the same. He hated involving his friends, but he saw no other way around it. He could probably learn what he needed in a few hours, but the equipment, if he suddenly and unexpectedly took up an expensive new hobby and then completely dropped it, someone might notice. Finally, they were out of the city proper, near the school, at the overlook where he sometimes met with Fuyatsuki. Shinji sat on the bench and Kensuke joined him, while Toji moved to look over the railing at the city. "I should have brought binoculars," he mused. "Why?" said Shinji. "I could probably see a girl's boobs from here," he grinned. Shinji put his face in both hands, and sighed. Kensuke slipped his sunglasses back on and looked around theatrically as he pulled out a sheaf of printouts. Shinji looked at them anxiously. "Is that the only copy?" "Yeah," said Kensuke. "Really? Now, look dash." "This is serious," Shinji said sharply. Kensuke looked a little wounded, but not much, his excitement spilling over. "I know. Look at this." "What is this?" said Shinji. It looked to him like a mass of random gibberish, page after page of strange words, normally unused keyboard symbols, and exclamation points. "That drive had some source code on it, but not all of it," said Kensuke. "It must be a big program, whatever it is." This part looks like it controls some sort of power supply. Not very exciting. Several bits were encircled in red ink. What's this? Said Shinji. White rabbit object, said Kensuke. Huh. Kensuke shrugged, and grinned. Look. An object is a piece of code that you can move around and manipulate. It's complicated. See this, here, this is a command, disguised as an object call. Someone just has to type that bit of code there. He pointed to a red circle, that's the kicker. Whatever it did it all. It looks like it gives some kind of funky command, ordering the power system to wildly overload itself. Shinji nodded. So if you, say, plug this into a generator. It doesn't work that way, said Kensuke, but if you were running a system with a generator and ran this code, it would turn it all the way up and then some, yes. Shinji nodded. Can I take this? It's better if I just get rid of it. Did you bring the drive? Kensuke nodded, fishing the chunk of computer guts from his bag. Is this about the robot? Said Toji. Shinji froze. What? Toji crossed his arms. The robot from yesterday, Shinji. I'm not dumb, yeah no. I saw it on TV. Thing went haywire. The reactor was gonna blow up or whatever, and Superman stopped it. Meltdown, said Kensuke. Reactors don't. He trailed off. He stood up and moved away from the hard drive like it was an adder. What the hell is that? Shinji looked at them both. He sighed. Look, it's best if dash. Yeah, said Kensuke, I'll bet it is. Shinji sighed, and put the papers and the hard drive in his own bag, and then leaned back against the bench. He started, but trailed off. I'm working with Superman. Bullshit, said Toji. Yeah, said Kensuke. You're right, I don't believe you. If you work for him, said Toji, then call him. It. Shinji trailed off. It doesn't work that way. I owed him a favor, and this is it. A favor, said Toji. For what? Shinji leaned on his knees, and stared into the trees. Remember the first attack? Yeah, said Toji. Slightly. Shinji shrugged, thought about taking his glasses off to clean them, but quickly changed his mind, his hand stopping in mid-grab. He folded his hands in his lap instead. When the attack started, Misato was picking me up at the train station. The mine they dropped on the Angel rolled the car over, and she was hurt. Superman helped me get her out and get her to safety, he said nervously. He asked for my help in return. What? Said Kensuke. You're an intern, how could you dash? I was supposed to be a pilot, he said quietly. I failed the test, I guess. They both stared at him. You mean like the devil, and that quiet girl? Yeah, said Shinji. Every once in a while, he asks me for a favor and I do something for him. He brought me that and asked me to get you to check it out. I guess he's not good with computers. Kensuke nodded. I see. What do you think? He looked at Toji. Toji nodded. It is a great honor. We will keep your secret. For good measure, he bowed. Shinji sighed even harder and scrubbed his hands through his hair. Superman's pal, said Toji, Shinji Ikari. So you think the robot was sabotaged, Kensuke said quietly. By who? Shinji shrugged. I'm not sure, yet. But we are going to find out. I'll let you know anything I find out, but you have to keep this secret. They both nodded. Good, said Shinji. I have to get going. Yeah, said Toji. Me too. Kensuke shrugged. I'll head back with Toji, unless we could meet him. Shinji's eyes widened. No, I don't think he'd appreciate me letting anyone in on this. Kensuke nodded. Another time? You could ask. I'll ask, said Shinji. I said I'm not coming in, Ritsuko said harshly. I'm sorry, said Maya, the phone making her voice tinny. I didn't mean. I know, Ritsuko sighed. I didn't mean to snap at you. Tomorrow, I promise. Okay, said Maya. Let us know if. I will, she said sharply, and then slapped her phone shut. Ritsuko lay on her bed, the mattress bare of sheets and linens, swaddled in an old button-down shirt. She pulled her knees up to her chest and lay there for a while, her head resting on the mattress. The texture of the bed top felt rough on her cheek, and too hot, but she'd balled everything up in the corner and would have burned it if she'd had the energy to be theatrical. As it was, she was going to drag it down to the laundry later, making sure no one would see her. She lay there for what felt like forever until she sat up, wincing. She felt like she'd spent 2 hours in a rock tumbler and then sat down in poison ivy for good measure. Her feet hurt when they touched the floor, but that was mostly from fatigue. She looked at herself in the mirror with her smeared, day-old makeup and the bruise on her chin and felt dumpy and old, and quickly headed for the kitchen. She was staring at the coffee pot and the pint of chocolate ice cream she had in the freezer when she heard a knock at the door, and froze. It wasn't the front door, it was the glass door to her balcony. Ritsuko lived on the 4th floor. She quickly limp-jogged into her bedroom, pulled open her top drawer, and pulled out her gun. Not big and chunky like Miss Ato's service pistol, it was a small, rounded, thin piece she wasn't supposed to have and could easily hide. She'd thought about using it last night, first on him and then on herself, but she never had the courage. She clutched it to her chest, almost pointing it to her chin as she moved across her living room on the balls of her feet, imitating some spy movie. She thrust the blinds along the glass door aside, and screamed. It was him. The gun was useless. She opened the door and Superman lighted on the balcony, his weight sagging onto his feet in a curious motion, as if he could switch his own gravity on and off. Some scientific part of her brain wanted to file that away, but she was too tired and she was hurting all over and it hurt to walk now that the adrenaline was gone. She flicked the safety on her gun and threw it lightly on the couch as she walked away from him, motioning for him to enter, not caring that the shirt barely covered her ass. What do you want? He blinked. Are you okay? They know you're here, she said, flatly. I'll probably be killed because of this. He cocked his head to the side. There aren't any listening devices in your apartment, Dr. Akagi. I looked. She looked at him for a second. Excuse me. He said sheepishly, shifting on his feet. It made his cape wiggle a little. I can see through walls. A moment of childish panic seized her, and she reflexively threw her arm over her chest, cursing herself when she realized what she'd done. He threw his hands up in alarm and apologies tumbled out of his mouth. I'm sorry, it's not like that, I can't look through your, well I mean I can, but I wouldn't want to. He looked even more panicked. I mean I would want to, you look very nice, but I wouldn't do that because... He trailed off and his hands fell to his sides. She saw his eyes trace the shape of the bruise on her jaw and drift elsewhere, as if sizing her up. Oh my God, he whispered. She bit her lip, even as stretching the bruise made it hurt, and her eyes stung. He said quietly, I need your help. She saw he had something tucked in his belt, a roll of printer paper. His hand drifted to it, trembling. What happened to you? Nothing, she said quickly, and sharply. I fell down the stairs when I got home last night. I was tired. I haven't slept much lately. He swallowed. I don't think. Give me that, she said, sharply. He pulled the papers loose and handed them to her. She unfolded them, saw words circled in red, and half fell onto the couch, folding the papers loosely in half in her hand as she did. A ragged sob took her, and the shaking of it hurt. She felt the weight of him sit down beside her, surprisingly light for some reason. Maybe he had hollow bones, and, the thought made a giggle bubble up through her lips and she hated herself for it, crushing her eyes in with her hand to fight back the sting of tears even as she laughed at herself. She was so stupid. You're not okay? No, she said, thickly. Haltingly, he put his hand up behind her, as if he meant to put a hand on her shoulder, but she stiffened. He hesitated a moment more, and then finally, gently took her shoulder, carefully avoiding the bruise around her neck. I kind of looked under your shirt, he said, blushing furious. Your arm was in the way, so. I don't care, she mumbled. I don't understand what's going on. She looked at him, really looked at him. He was so familiar, somehow, and strikingly handsome. There was a quiet way about him. She worked her mouth opened and closed without speaking for a while, wanting to squirm out of his grasp. How could he be real? No one like him was real. If he was real, he wouldn't touch something dirty like her. She folded her arms in her lap and leaned into the back of the couch. I inserted the sabotage code into Jet alone, she said flatly. It was supposed to just walk in the wrong direction for a while. I upped the power to keep it moving, and... Why? The question, so simple, and so earnest, as if he didn't really understand was actually confused, was what did it. To eliminate the competition, I suppose. I had to. It's not your fault, he said dumbly. I know. She shouted, he made me. He always makes me. She didn't realize she was screaming at him until she opened her eyes and saw, blurred by tears, the absolute look of shock on his face told her everything she needed to know. He must have been as quick as he was strong. No, he said quietly. You don't mean. She jumped up and darted into the kitchen, fighting not to limp, and failing. He walked in slowly after her. Go away, she said sharply. You got what you needed, now. I can't leave you like this. She blinked. I'm fine. No, you're not. Yes I am. She shouted, hurling the coffee pot at him. Somehow, he plucked it from the air, catching and redirecting it so gently that not a drop spilled. To her surprise, he scanned the room, walked over to her pantry, and pulled out 2 cups. It's cold, she said, dumbly. He shrugged, looked intently at the pot, and to her utter shock, a thin wisp of steam rose from the surface of the coffee. He poured out 2 steaming cups, and she sat down. She held the cup on her hands, turning it slightly with her fingers. She didn't look at him. She fought the urge to giggle, from the absurdity. She was drinking coffee with Superman. How long? She didn't look at him. She didn't even know why she was telling him. Since I started working for Nerve. I was hired out of graduate school, for my engineering degree. You're a medical doctor, and an engineer, said Superman. I know. It's very impressive. Thank you, she said, smearing at her cheek with the back of her hand. When I first got here, he was dashing. He made me laugh, he was so clever. It was like he knew everything to do, but, something came up. What? She looked at him. I can't tell you. I really can't. They'll kill me. All right, he said. It was like that for years, but he started to get angrier, crueler, like there was something else in him. I don't know how to explain it. There was a time when I hoped. I thought maybe he would ask me to. His eyes widened. I didn't matter. Things at work were tense, and I wanted to break it off. I tried to break it off. It didn't stop him. Her coffee cup jumped, and to her astonishment, she realized it was because he snorted out a hard breath. His face was red, and his fists were clenched. She was a little afraid, and as if he could sense it, he softened. I'm sorry. He didn't hurt me at first, said Ritsuko. That came later. It was as if he knew I didn't want it, and he liked knowing. Then why? I don't know, she said, biting of a sob. I didn't try to fight him off or anything, he just started getting more aggressive. Now, he throws me around a little every time we... That tenseness came over him again. It's my fault. I just do whatever he dash. It is not your fault, he said, maybe more stridently than she intended. Yes it is, she said, sharply. I deserve. No, he cut her off, you do not. She was on her feet before she realized. You don't know what I've done. I know it doesn't matter, he said calmly, hands folded around his coffee cup, looking her right in the eye. No one deserves that. No one. If you knew the things I mean. I'm a horrible, horrible person. He stood up. You may have done something wrong, but you're still a human being, and there is good in you. I can see it, even if you can't. Bullshit, she hissed. Get out, I don't want to hear this. I told you, if you knew half of what I've done, you'd want to kill me yourself. That's not true. She turned away from him, leaning on the counter. I'm scum. I deserve everything Gendo does to me and more. He took her by the shoulders and to her immense shock, he hugged her. It was a calm, almost fatherly embrace. Her arms hung at her side, limp, and her eyes were wide with surprise. It was the most reassuring thing she could remember ever feeling. He was so strong, so sure, like nothing could move him without his wanting it to. It was like being held by a castle. You're better than you think you are. He let her go. She stood there for a second. With that, he picked up the papers he'd brought from her coffee table, walked out of the apartment, and flew away. She stumbled after him, watching the way he just sort of floated up into the air and started willfully moving into the blue, picking up speed as he went. She sank down onto the floor against the wall, and in an explosive wail, the tears came full force. She cried and cried for hours, because he sounded so sure. Gendo Akari leaned into his steepled fingers, regarding the flickering image of the chairman opposite his desk. The old gargoyle was in a rare mood today, sitting up from his support chair with wires and tubes streaming out from behind him. I know not whether to chastise you, or congratulate you, Keel roared. The Jet Alone project is dead, but the Secretary General of the United Nations is baying for blood over your refusal to deploy the Evangelion. It was the correct decision, said Gendo. I am thoroughly annoyed, said Keel. The woman presumes to chide me. Gendo resisted the urge to grin. Your point being? There are some in the United Nations who believe the tail wags the dog, as it were. Jet Alone is dead, but she insists that there will be funding for other alternatives to the Evangelion program. Your display of callous indifference makes it clear why such power shouldn't be concentrated in one man's hands. You almost sound as if you believe her. Keel snorted. Should such a situation arise again, I hope you will offer some token support to the unenlightened authorities. Gendo leaned back. Ridiculous. Once our sacred work is complete, their input will no longer matter. Keel eyed him, or would have, had the man eyes. His face twisted around the clunky binocular implant he used to see. Until that work is completed, we must concern ourselves with temporal affairs. I have suffered it for 80 years. You will last a few months. I see, said Gendo. Unit 2 is due to arrive in 3 weeks. Are there any considerations I need to make? Keel smiled a viper's smile. Yes. Nagisa is coming with it. I expect you will take excellent care of him. He has the refined tastes of his father. Gendo did an admirable job of stifling his laughter. I see. He will be accommodated, of course. The scrolls speak of the next attack coming by sea. Yes. You will make the necessary preparations, of course. Gendo nodded, and Keel vanished in a wisp of light. He leaned back in his chair and scrubbed at his eyes with his fingers, then slipped his glasses back on. He flipped the switch on his desk to raise the shield that slid over his window, and turned, his head resting in his hands. When he lifted his head, he jumped and nearly fell out of his chair. The boy was on the other side of his window, standing on the empty air, arms crossed, gazing down on him in judgment. Gendo reached over and flipped a second switch, and there was a blast of cool air from the geofront cavern as the glass slid downwards and came to rest halfway, letting in the outside air. The breeze rustled the cape he wore about his legs, and made tiny strands of his hair drift this way and that. Gendo stood up. Hello. The boy continued to stare at him. Well. Silence. Ah. You mean to intimidate me? Again, silence. Are you going to hover there all day? He paced closer to the window. Looming over him, the boy traced his movement with his eyes, but said nothing. Gendo put his hands in his pockets. A quiet smile spread across his face. Well. He came closer, drifting so close he was almost inside, floating down until he was at the same level as Gendo. He was a few inches shorter, or would have been if he'd stood on the ground. Gendo was not amused. Well? Did you mean to say something, or not? Last night, he said very slowly, and very calmly, was the last time. I don't know what you're talking about, Gendo said, cursing the soft, barely noticeable waver in his own voice. My affairs are none of your dash. Very deliberately, the boy folded his arms again, drifted backwards, and then in a sudden blur and a rippling boom vanished, leaving Gendo staring out an open window into the cool underground air. Gendo Akari breathed it in, and smiled surely to himself. Chapter 9, A Fish Story. Asuka found herself pacing her small bedroom, hugging herself and rubbing her shoulders. Her stomach was a flight of butterflies, and it was 4 in the morning, over 2 hours before she needed to wake. She knew she was drawing it out, that it would seem longer, but she couldn't sleep anymore. A curious mixture of fatigue and alertness fell on her, and to fill the time, she unpacked her already packed bag, to repack it. She, Misato, Rei Yinamai, and Shinji would be guests aboard the USS Theodore Roosevelt for 2 days while she sailed into port, escorting the barge carrying her Unit 2. The thought of piloting her EVA again excited her, but at the same time, she felt a terrible trepidation. Unit 1 had started to feel familiar, almost like home. Then, there was the other. Kaji was on the Roosevelt. When Misato told her, it almost surprised her. She hadn't thought about him for days, maybe weeks. All she could think about was the night before she was bundled off in a great hurry, when he'd soundly and finally rebuffed her advances. She lifted the nightgown she'd bought with a wicked smile. It was light, airy, mostly transparent white trimmed with red ribbons. It would actually cover her from her knees to her neck, but at the same time, do a very poor job of concealing anything. It was a far cry from the t-shirt and shorts she normally slept in, a habit she'd picked up from Misato without realizing it. Holding the skimpy gown, she tried to imagine Kaji opening the door to her cabin and falling silently into bed with her, but every time, she forgot herself, and she discovered someone else in his place, someone shorter and slighter without the shaggy 2-day growth of beard and sloppy grin, someone quiet and unassuming but strong and kind, and in her mind's eye, she'd reach up and slip his glasses off as she shook her head, startled at herself. Quickly, she folded the gown and pressed it into her suitcase, on the very bottom in case Misato decided, for some reason, to look over what she'd packed. On top of it she layered on series of dresses, the tight-fitting yellow sundress she so favored and a green one and several others, to suit her many moods. She had the bag near to bursting and had to pack her cosmetics and accessories and second, smaller bag. She'd bought a bottle of her own perfume, the same kind Misato wore. She packed that last, turning the small, multifaceted bottle in her fingers, and something in the back of her mind tempted her to leave it behind. She ignored it, biting her lip, and slipped it into the bag anyway. When Misato and Shinji's alarm clocks went off, Asuka was already sitting at the kitchen table waiting for them in an airy red dress with matching shoes and a ribbon tied around her throat, tapping the balls of her feet on the floor, head in hand. The bird emerged from his tiny home, looked at her, turned around, and disappeared back into his icy abode. Shinji had already stocked him with layers of half-frozen sardines that would feed him while they were gone. Misato, shockingly, got dressed and ready in about 10 minutes, and in no less than her full dress uniform, and without any complaint. Asuka eyed her warily, feeling that something was amiss. She rummaged around for a can of chilled coffee and leaned against the counter while Shinji got ready. "Did you bring your homework?" "What?" Asuka blurted. "No, why would I dash?" "Because you're failing all your classes." "I took them all already," she snapped. "I've already graduated from high school, and university." "Yes," said Misato, "but you didn't take them in Japanese." "Look, I don't expect you to pass them all with flying colors, you're busy being an EVA pilot and that's more important, but I want you to get a full social experience while you're here. All I ask is that you pass." "Bah," Asuka waved her hand. "So," said Misato, "I've made arrangements. Shinji will tutor you." Asuka sat up, stiffly. "What?" "I asked him, and he said yes. He gets perfect scores on everything, it's incredible. He's like some kind of robot." "Being a pilot is a little more intense than being someone's intern," Asuka grumbled. "It's not like he's going out saving the world on a regular basis." Misato snorted. As if on cue, Shinji emerged, his hair still wet, dressed in his school uniform of all things. Asuka looked him up and down. "Is that what you're wearing?" "I don't really have anything else," he said, sheepishly. Asuka rolled her eyes, tilting her head theatrically. Of course. You and REI, peas in a pod. I swear, it's like your brother and sister. Shinji merely shrugged. Shinji, said Misato. Do you have the school stuff? He nodded, lifting his suitcase. It was markedly smaller than Asuka's bags. Get our bags, will you? Said Misato, striding out of the room. I have a phone call to make. My tutor, said Asuka, after she'd left. Yes, said Shinji. Misato asked if I could dash. Yeah, Asuka said, eyes narrowing. Cute. If you try anything dash. Try anything. He said, innocently. Asuka sighed. Never mind. Misato poked her head in the kitchen. Come on, she said. We have to get to the VTOL in half an hour. VTOL? Said Shinji. What's the matter, said Asuka. Never flown before? The question seemed to startle him. No, he said, not on one of those. Or at all, really. Just be glad you didn't eat a big breakfast, said Misato. Let's not be late. Maya had a headache. The screens in Central Dogma always gave her a headache, but it was particularly bad today. She'd been on watch for 3 hours, next to Hyaga and Aoba, and they were all profoundly bored. Aoba seemed content to bop his head along to some inaudible music, while Hyaga was poring over some magazine the newspaper put out, all color pictures of Superman in action. He reacted to each image as though it were unfolding before him, cringing or pumping his fist. Maya flicked through page after page of synchronization data and occasionally glanced at the blue pattern detection system, alternately wishing it would spike and sent out an alarm, and cursing herself for being childish. It would be better if there were no more alerts ever again. Her phone rang, and she put it to her ear. Maya, said Dr. Akagi, can you come down to my lab for a minute? I need a second opinion on something. Dutifully, Maya stood up, stretched, and half limped out of the control room on a sleeping leg. She had pins and needles burning in her thigh by the time she reached the elevator and rubbed the muscle, knowing it wouldn't do any good but doing it anyway just for something to do. She felt less stiff by the time she reached the cage level where the doctor worked, and forced herself to walk normally when she slid her keycard through the security reader and opened the door. She yelped as she walked inside. There was a stranger in the doctor's lab, a woman of similar build in a lab coat, but with short close-shorn brown hair in a spiky pixie cut. Who are you? Maya demanded, reaching for the phone. When Dr. Akagi turned around, it took Maya a moment to recognize her. She looked completely different, without her bleached bob. She'd gotten new glasses, too, still light wire frames but a slightly different shape to the lenses. Well, she said. Wow, said Maya. You look really pretty. She winced. I mean, what did you dash? Ritsuko rolled her eyes. Calm down, Maya. I knew it would be a shock. Do I look that bad? No. Maya said hurriedly, you look really nice. The two women stared at each other for a moment. There was an uncomfortable stillness. Did you, Yes, said Dr. Akagi. The sync data for the new pilot just came in. New pilot? Said Maya. Yes, said Ritsuko. New to us, anyway. She held up a manila folder. He's from the German branch, apparently been training for years. Maya touched her chin. That's weird. Asuka never mentioned another pilot. Asuka talks to you. Said Dr. Akagi, quirking an eyebrow. Well, said Maya, looking at the floor. No, but if there was another pilot she'd say something about his ratios, I'm sure. Ritsuko nodded. Good point. Sit down. Maya's breathing quickened as she sat down next to her mentor, who opened the folder. She blinked, and her breath caught, when she saw the folder clipped inside the dossier. He looked like REI. Well, sort of. His facial structure was different, and had he different coloring, they actually would have looked nothing alike, but as it was, the resemblance was striking. His hair was a fine silvery color, and the way he had it cut reminded Maya of a baby chick. It was actually kind of cute. His skin, though, his skin was so pale it was almost translucent, and he had the red eyes of an albino, but even redder, not from the lack of pigmentation that showed blood underneath, but a crimson hue of their own. It was unsettling, as if he was watching her through the picture. "What's his name?" said Maya. "Kaworu Nagisa," said Akagi, carefully pronouncing the name as she turned the page so they could read together. Maya found herself staring at the way the older woman tilted her head slightly while she read, and craned her neck over the papers. She shook herself out of it. "There isn't much here. He goes to a private school, there's no parents listed, no address, no vital statistics, just his sync data, and some of it's missing." Akagi nodded. "What's missing?" Maya looked again, touching the figures and charts with her fingernail. "I don't know, Dr. Dash." "Maya," she said, sharply. "Stop calling me that." "What?" said Maya. "My name is Ritsuko." "Oh," said Maya. "I'm sorry, Doc Dash." The look silenced her. "Say it with me." "Ritsuko." "Ritsuko," said Maya. "Better. What you're not seeing is the secondary and tertiary feeds. We have enough data in here to calibrate out systems, but nothing more. He's fundamentally different from the other pilots, including REI, and look at his actual ratio." "Wow," Maya breathed. "That's almost 20% higher than Asuka's." "Yes," said Ritsuko. "Don't you think it's a little odd she never mentioned him? That she goes around claiming she has the highest ratio?" Maya shrugged. "I thought you helped select the pilots. Doesn't the Institute use some of the data you've collected?" "I review some of their findings," Ritsuko said, glancing away. "I've never heard of him. I can look up when Asuka went to the bathroom during a test 5 years ago, but there's no records of this Nagisa at all." "That's really weird," said Maya. "Why?" Ritsuko sat up, and took in a deep breath, then nodded. "Why does he look so much like REI? Asuka isn't like that." Ritsuko looked around, nervously. "I can't talk about that." "Oh," said Maya. "I guess I should get back upstairs." "I have to." Ritsuko touched her hand, just ghosting her fingertips over the back of her palm. "I was hoping I could see you privately." "You mean, you want me to help out in the lab?" "No," said Ritsuko. "I was thinking, actually, coffee." "Oh," said Maya. Shinji was beginning to grow tired of the VTOL. Flying in the big-bellied craft was cramped, uncomfortable, and loud, with the constant drone of the engines in his ears. It was quiet enough in the cabin to speak, but no one was talking. They'd lost sight of land over an hour ago, and there was nothing but the deep blue sea spread out underneath him. It occurred to him that he'd be more comfortable outside. Misato had fallen asleep, and her head was resting on Shinji's shoulder, forcing him to remain still for fear of waking her up. Asuka was staring daggers at her, between glances out the window. REI was seated across from him, and Shinji had to fight not look at her. Fuyatsuki told him they were related somehow, but that information was buried under the confusion he felt. Before, she'd been strange and almost frightening with her pale skin and roughly shorn hair, but after Misato and Asuka had their hands on her for an afternoon, she looked like a different person. Instead of her customary school uniform she had on a sky blue sundress, and she was wearing makeup, making her cheekbones stand out more, and her eyes seem a little bigger. They'd gotten her a haircut, and it closely resembled the way she normally wore her hair, but trimmed neatly and brushed to a high sheen, like polished steel. She stared vaguely at the floor, looking at nothing, obviously deep in thought. Suddenly, Asuka grew excited, pulling at her safety harness. Misato woke up, blinking. "What?" she slurred. "I see it." Shinji sat up, turned to look out the window beside him. Streaking across the blue expanse was a great armada of ships and boats, pulling long white trails behind them. They were arranged in tight circles, the smaller vessels ringed around the larger ones, 2 aircraft carriers flanking a gigantic barge, mostly covered with a brown tarp of enormous size. Here and there, the wind lifted the edges and he saw the bright crimson armor of the Evangelion underneath, Unit 2. He undid his seat belt and turned to get a better look. He saw through the tarp, and the EVA within, lying face down in a shallow pool of LCL that was being pumped over it with hoses. There was a plug mounted in the exposed neck joint, and an umbilical was coiled alongside it, ready to connect to the EVA itself, as if they were expecting to power it up. Something about that made him nervous. "Shinji," Misato said, "come on, strap in. We're going to land." He did as he was bid and pushed back into the seat, trying to look queasy as the craft sharply rolled to the side and began to turn. Asuka grabbed the straps of her safety harness and actually looked a little green, pressing her lips together so hard they turned white, and closing her eyes. For her part, Rei simply looked out the window and leaned into the turn, seemingly unconcerned. The center of the fleet swept out of view as it came under the nose of the craft, and they leveled out. The engines started to swing, spinning up to maintain level flight, and the entire craft tilted backwards at a lazy angle. The broad deck of the carrier swept out on either side as the VTOL descended, slowing and moving from a diagonal descent to a straight vertical one, pushing this way and that with the thrusting of small jets. It came to rest with a squeal of tires as the engines rapidly spun down, dropping the entire weight of the vehicle on the landing gear with a sudden lurch that made Asuka put her hand to her mouth. "Are you okay?" said Shinji. She pinched her eyes shut and nodded, then gradually took her hand down. "Fine," she said, hoarsely. Shinji undid his harness and stood up, steadying himself as the floor shifted slightly beneath him, and dropped into the seat beside her. "I said I'm fine," she snapped, quickly. "I know," he said. He helped her stand up, and she didn't begrudge him. Rei and Misato, meanwhile, freed themselves and stood, Misato pulling at their bags. "Shinji," she said, "help me here." Gingerly, he let go of Asuka and took their bags in bundles, 2 or 3 in each hand, and waited for the ramp to open. The back of the craft scissored up with a mechanical grind and a long ramp slid out, extending from the floor before it clicked into place and lowered to the deck of the carrier with a series of thumps. Shinji shouldered some of the bags and held the rest in his hands as he descended, ducking his head under the door. Asuka leaned on Misato on her way down, and seemed to brighten a bit once she was outside. The sky above was perfectly clear, and a sharp, chill wind whipped across the deck, tugging at their clothes. A tall man with a ponytail flailing to his side like a flag stood with a knot of officers in white uniforms on the deck. Shinji fell in behind the others as they walked towards them, Asuka moving slowly as she grabbed her skirts to hold them down, Rei not seeming to care. As the group drew closer, the officers fanned out. The man with the ponytail took the lead. Shinji took a liking to him almost immediately. He had an easy manner, carrying his jacket over his shoulder. There was someone else he hadn't noticed before, though, a thin, willow boy dressed in clothes eerily similar to his own, pale of skin with silver hair and haunted red eyes. Shinji blinked. In the boy's chest, tucked behind his breastbone, was a red sphere, pushing his lungs and stomach out of the way, smooth and hard. Shinji froze. "What are you doing here?" Misato said, icily. The man with the ponytail grinned at her. "Supervising the transfer." "I dash." "Kaji." Asuka squealed, darting forward. She locked her arms around him and pushed him back a step with the fury of her embrace. He blinked, holding his arms out wide, and looked nervously at the naval officers. "Asuka." Misato snapped. Rei just looked confused, until she saw the boy. She froze, her hands trembling slightly, eyes wide. Shinji watched them both, suddenly aware that he was being ignored. Asuka detached herself. "I missed you so," she beamed, "it's been so dreary and dull without you, trapped a half a world away." Kaji deliberately distanced himself, moving towards Misato. "So," he said, "you're here for the transfer. I didn't think you'd bring the kids." "Asuka can help us with the inspection," said Misato, "and Rei doesn't get out enough." The silver-haired boy appeared beside Kaji. Shinji blinked, realizing he'd somehow lost track of him for a moment. He moved with an easy, quick grave, always smiling slightly, as if at some private joke. Rei took a reflexive step back. The boy bowed slightly. "Greetings. I am Kaworu Nagisa. You're the third child?" Asuka said, her voice wavering slightly. Nagisa fixed her with his crimson eyes, taking a step closer to her. "Yes. You must be Soryu. I have heard ever so much about you. He quickly clasped her hand, lifted it, and bowed forward, as if it meant to kiss her knuckles. Asuka darted back, hair whirling. What the hell are you doing? Forgive me, said Nagisa. I was brought up to observe the old continental courtesies. I apologize if I offended you. Don't ever touch me, Asuka growled. Shinji stepped to her side immediately, almost without realizing it. And this, said Nagisa, turning to him, must be Akari. I've so been looking forward to meeting you. I imagine we have much in common. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir, Shinji said, flatly. Asuka glanced at him. Nagisa had already moved on to Misato. Ah, and my commanding officer. I have looked forward to meeting you, Captain. All of Nerve Berlin is enchanted with your beauty and grace. Kaji snorted. Misato's eyes narrowed sharply. She said, thank you, Kaworu. Ayanami, he said, drifting past her. I have been so eager to meet you. I was hoping you would permit me to call you Rei. Rei said nothing, eyes wide, and took a step back. Nagisa continued to approach her, until Shinji dropped the bags he held and clapped a hand on his shoulder. Nagisa turned over his shoulder and looked back, eyes narrowing, and shrugged out from Shinji's grip. The two regarded each other. Ah, said Kaji, the officers have invited us to dinner in the Admiral's stateroom, said Kaji. If you would all follow me. Alas, said Kaworu, I have my studies. I think I shall take supper in my cabin. Good day to you. As the boy sauntered off, Shinji took up the bags again. There was a silence on the deck, save for the cutting winds and the distant sounds of sailors about their business, scurrying about in orange jumpsuits. The officers were making their introductions to Misato, and when they finished, the group continued along the deck towards the island, the huge tower that jutted from the side of the deck. Asuka fell in beside him, and Rei beside her. What the hell is he supposed to be? Shinji shrugged. He gives me the creeps. Asuka glanced at Rei. Are you cousins with him or something? Rei looked at her, considering for a moment. I do not know who he is. A young man in a crisp white uniform approached them. I'm Ensign Baker, he said, talking to Shinji. I'm told you're carrying the luggage. Shinji glanced at the profusion of bags hanging from his shoulders and hands. Yeah, said the ensign. If you wouldn't mind, I'll show you your quarters so you can drop everything off. Shinji nodded, and broke off to follow him. Rei observed. Last week, Dr. Akagi had informed her that her medication schedule would be changing. Rei paid it little mind, as she felt no particular interest in what her drugs were called or what they actually did, so long as she was able to keep up with the regimen, and they performed their purpose. Since they had been visibly reduced, she presumed that whatever conditions they were meant to prevent were less of a problem, and she would be weaned off of them. It was for the better, as she considered the swallowing of her heaping dose of medication a mild annoyance. Something was different. Before, she had been building a web of discrete facts on her wall, pinned in place and connected with color-coded lengths of yarn to draw them together into a cohesive whole. Now, she no longer needed the pieces of yarn. Facts and bits of data appeared to her everywhere, arising from the environment to catch her attention, and she could see the connections between them without a visual aid, as though the world was connected with an endless, intricate tapestry of strings, vibrating like the strings on a guitar. Though she had never met this Mr. Kaji, she could tell from the way he carried himself that he had combat training. The way he occasionally patted his hip and his gait dragged slightly to one side suggested he was carrying a concealed firearm and was unconsciously worried it would be seen. As she watched him banter with Captain Katsuragi, new connections formed, new understanding. The way he continuously glanced at her breasts and hips and took in slightly deeper breaths when he was close to her suggested a strong sexual interest. Her behavior had changed as well, her movements becoming tighter, more nervous, her breathing shallower, and her pupils had dilated. She allowed a thick strand of hair to fall loose from her ponytail, and continuously flicked it with her hand while she spoke to him. This behavior was at odds with the way she scowled. She turned to Soryu and Akari. Their behavior was similar, but clumsier. Soryu constantly bumped into him, and though there was adequate room at the table for them both, sat so near to him they might as well have shared a chair. Even though they did not speak to each other with any frequency, both stared at the other. A pattern emerged where she would stare at him until he noticed, their eyes met, and they both looked away, followed by him restarting the same pattern of activity, over and over. He said something to her about studying for a chemistry test, and she blushed deeply as her back arched slightly. "So REI," said Kaji, turning to her. "How's it going?" She put her fork down. It was an effort not to stare at it. She knew, somehow, that the lattice structure of this particular alloy was REI. She shook her head. "I am sorry. How is what going?" "Life." "East," said REI, taking another bite of food. It had potassium benzoate in it, for its preservative properties. "That's, not what I meant." "Our REI is quite a character," said Captain Katsuragi. REI blinked. She was reasonably certain she was not a fictional character. "I mean," Kaji said, glancing at Katsuragi with a feigned annoyance, "how do you feel? How are you doing?" "It is cold in here," said REI, "and the only part of this dish I would like to eat is the mashed potatoes. I dislike eating meat." Kaji stared at her. "Okay," he said. REI stared at the cut of beef on her plate. The smell of it disturbed her. She pushed it back from her place. The naval officer standing nearby with a towel over his forearm looked displeased with her, but said nothing. "Oh," said Miss Atto, "I forgot to mention that REI is a vegetarian." The plate of meat was removed, and a few minutes later, a plate of greens and cut vegetables was set before her. She continued eating without particular interest in her food. "Shinji," said Kaji, rudely talking through a mouthful of food, "you've been living with the girls." "I am not a girl," Soryu said, sharply. "I'm a full-grown woman." That was not correct. Though she had likely reached 98% of her likely adult height, Soryu was not fully developed, and was aware of her condition. She had mentioned to Horiki during their last shopping trip that she needed to purchase brassieres with a slightly larger band and cup size. Kaji looked at her blankly for just a second. "As I was saying, how's it been, living with these two beauties?" Shinji started, blushing furious. That is, nice, I guess." "Oh," said Kaji, "when I was your age, I would have killed to be you. I imagine every boy in class envies you, living with Asuka." REI flicked her gaze back and forth between Katsuragi and Soryu. They eyed each other in a curious way. Katsuragi scowled at Kaji all the more furiously, while Soryu slowly lowered her fork to her plate, an unusual look of confusion on her face. She began glancing back and forth from Kaji to Shinji. Shinji looked frustrated. He leaned his arm on the table and slipped his glasses off, and pinched at the bridge of his nose. REI started, dropping her fork. Something arranged itself in her mind, tightened, and she held her breath. She could feel it, like a presence behind her, something she couldn't see no matter how she turned. Then, she burped. Everyone at the table stared at her. "Excuse me," she said politely. Kaji shrugged, and turned back to the others. "So, Asuka, are you and Shinji an item yet?" REI watched from the corner of her eye, curious. She expected a violent, angry reaction from Soryu given how the subject seemed to inflame her when Horiki broached it, but was confronted with quite the opposite. Soryu stood up slowly, pushing back from the table without looking at Kaji. "I'm full," she said. "I'm going to my quarters." As Soryu left, Shinji stood up, but Captain Katsuragi took his arm. "Let her go," she said. Shinji looked confused and somewhat saddened, staring at his feet as he glumly sat down to continue eating, resting his cheek on his hand. He stirred the food on his plate idly with his fork, poking at his own salad. REI cocked her head to the side. She did not know he disliked eating meat, as well. Captain Katsuragi's voice indicated actual anger when she spoke. "What the hell is wrong with you?" she said, sharply. Kaji stared at her. "What?" Katsuragi shook her head. "You're a jerk." Captain Katsuragi stood and left, without speaking, leaving her alone with Shinji and Kaji. REI continued eating, somewhat relieved at the silence. Shinji finished the last of his food, stuffing his mouth so that a sprig of lettuce was sticking out from between his lips, and hurried away. Rei glanced after him. "So," said Kaji. "Just you and me, huh?" "Yes," said Rei. "So," he said. "Yes." He looked at her. He was noting the color of her hair and studying her eyes. "I guess albinism is a quality they look for in pilots." "I am not an albino," said Rei. "Huh. So tell me." "Yes." He folded his hands in front of his face and leaned forward. "How do you like being a pilot?" "I do not like or dislike it." "Then why do you do it?" She shrugged a small shrug, and pushed her plate back. "It's funny," he said. "I've read your file, but it doesn't say anything about your parents, or where you were born." "I cannot speak about this to you," said Rei, standing up. "I have been ordered to report any such inquiries." She watched him. His eyes flickered, but he continued smiling, at least with his lips. He tensed visibly, weighing her. "Oh," he said, "I meant no offense. I was just curious." "I see," said Rei. "I must go." How could he say that? Asuka looked around. The cramped quarters gave her no answer. The room was abominably small. It made Shinji's little closet look like a hotel suite. Everything was plastic and metal, carefully designed to take up as little space as possible. There was an old tube television on a cracked plastic cart, but she didn't think it worked. Sitting on the thin mattress of her bunk, she stared down at her bags and wondered what the hell she was doing here. She was the one who asked Miss Atto come out for the inspection of Unit 2, and somehow that turned into Shinji and Rei tagging along. There was a knock at her door. "Asuka?" "It's me," said Shinji, muffled by the metal. "Go away," she said thickly. "We're supposed to study for the physics test dash." "I don't care about the stupid physics test," she shouted, her voice cracking. "I said go away." Silence. "Are you sure?" "Yes," she shouted, pitching her shoe at the door. She folded her legs under and rested against the wall, fuming. How could he say that? She came all this way to see him and he just ignored her, fawning all over Miss Atto and then to ask her about Shinji. Hikari was always singing that stupid song too, how kind and gentle and handsome Shinji is, like he was the best thing in the damned world. She was getting so sick of it, she was about to tell Hikari to ask him out herself if she thought he was so damned great. She watched the clock ticking, wondering if it was right. She heard voices in the hallway outside, the others talking to one another, Miss Atto shouting, Rei's soft, inaudible comments about something, and Shinji sighing. She'd recognize that sound anywhere. She pulled her knees up and leaned on them, brooding. She might have fallen asleep, she wasn't sure. The next time she glanced at the clock, it was after midnight, and she felt stiff, her eyes sticky, her mouth dry. She slipped down onto the floor and opened her back, pulling it up onto the bed. She pulled out the gauzy nightgown and her terry cloth robe and laid them out, and then stripped out of her clothes, leaving on only the red satin underwear she'd chosen. She dropped the nightgown down over her head, pulled on the robe, and stole out into the hall in her soft slippers. Kaji's room was down the hall, past Shinji's. She patted on the balls of her feet, careful not to make any noise, pausing at Miss Atto's door. She was snoring loudly. Asuka relaxed a little and made her way up to the door, and rapped on it softly. She heard a groan, the sound of the lock ratcheting open, and the hatch swung in. Kaji stood there in all his glory, tie discarded, shirt open, a pencil gripped in his mouth. He had some papers or something spread out on his small desk. She stepped just inside the door, but he didn't budge. Trembling, her fingers fumbled with the knot of her robe. Kaji's eyes went wide, and the pencil dropped out of his mouth. Almost roughly, he grabbed the collar of her robe and closed it tightly around her neck. Her hands dropped to her sides. "No," he said sharply, but quietly. "No, no, no. Go back to your room and go to sleep." "But dash." "I said no. Please, just let me dash." "No, Asuka. I'm old enough to be your father. Go back to bed." She hugged herself. "But you're not my dash." I said go, he said, thickly. She stumbled backwards, and he closed the door in her face. She stood there shaking, staring at his door. Her eyes stung fiercely, and she fought so hard to keep them dry, it hurt. She snuffed as she ran the sleeve of her robe under her nose. She knocked again, and this time there was no answer but silence. She made a soft, strangled sound that was half cough and half sob, and darted back to her room. She tripped over something, maybe her own feet, and spilled across the floor, another half sob gurgling out of her throat. Shinji picked her up. He knelt down and slid his arms under her shoulders and her knees and scooped her off of the floor. She curled up and he carried her, turning sideways to carry her into her room. He brushed the suitcase off the bed as he rested her on it, supporting her head as she came to rest on the pillow. He turned. "Don't go," she said, the words tumbling out of her mouth before she even realized it. "I'm not," he said as he swung the door shut, nodding to someone outside. He latched it and came over to crouch by her side. "Are you okay?" She shook her head. Did Mr. Kaji?" "No," she said quickly, sharply. "It's not like that." "Oh." He sat down on the bed. "Do you want to, talk?" She watched him for a second. "No," she said, "I don't want to talk." She sat up. She grabbed him by the collar. He still had his stupid school uniform on, at least the shirt, anyway, and she kissed him. He jerked back for an instant, and then he kissed her back, slipping his arm around her waist. She threw her arms around his neck and pulled, dragging him onto the bed with her. She broke from the kiss, and the look of shock on his face, the way his breath quickened, excited her. With both hands on his shoulders, she pushed him down onto the bed, threw her leg over him, and sat on his waist. He had on a pair of sleeping shorts, and the skin of her thighs whispered against his. "What are you dash?" Fingers shaking wildly, she yanked furiously at the knot on her robe, only tightening it worse, and finally just gave up on it, tearing the robe open with her bare hands. Shinji tried to say something but made only a soft glrk sound, his mouth hanging wide open. She fell forward, sliding her hands over his chest. "Wait," he said, before she could kiss him again. She froze. Her lips trembled so hard her jaw shook, and when she tried to speak only a soft gurgling came out. "Didonti," she managed at last, "Didonti, you like me?" Slowly, carefully, he put his arms around her again, and turned until she fell onto the bed, and they lay side by side. He straightened her robe, covering her long legs. She folded her arms around herself, suddenly feeling cold. She bit down sharply on a sob. He pressed her head onto his shoulder and held her, rocking gently. "I do," he said. "You're the bravest person I know. You're smart and talented and kinder than you think you are." "No," she said, her voice strained from dryness. "Don't you like me?" "Yes," he said softly. "Sometimes, I look at you and..." "What?" "I wish you could see yourself the way I see you." She put her head on the pillow, facing him, so close their noses almost touched. "Then why don't you want to, He swallowed. "I do," he said, "but I'm not ready. I don't think it would be good for us." "Why not?" "We're too young," he said, "and you're too upset. It's not right. If we did that, and you woke up in the morning and hated me, I think I might die." She looked at him for a while, just watched him breathe. "You mean that?" "Every word." She sat up. "Okay," she said, softly. "Stay here," he said, getting up. "I'm going to get you some water. I'll be right back." "You promise?" "I promise." Shinji's heart pounded in his chest, and he was afraid he would throw up. When he closed the door behind him, he doubled over on his knees, panting. He stood up, watched his trembling hands for a moment, and seemingly of their own accord, they curled into fists. He stomped down the hall, clenched hands at his sides, until he reached Kaji's room. Gently, he tapped on it 3 times with his knuckles, and waited. There was no response. He tapped on it again. "Go away," the man said from inside. Shinji almost bit his tongue. "You have 5 seconds to get away from the door." "What?" "1. 2, 3, 4, 5. He raised his hand, uncurled his fingers, and gave the door a sharp tap with his fingertips. It slammed open, banging hard against the inner wall. Papers and folders tumbled from the shelf lining the inside wall in a pile, and the lock mechanism clanged off the wall and bounced along the floor. Kaji stood up, pushing backwards from his desk as Shinji stepped inside. He closed the door behind him. "What did you do to her?" Kaji backed up until his knees hit the bed, hands up in surrender. "I swear, I didn't touch her." Shinji reached out, grabbed him by the collar, and hauled him off his feet. "What happened?" Kaji stared at him in shock. "Don't dash." Shinji dropped him onto the bed and leaned on the wall. "I'm not going to hurt you," he drew in a breath, flexing his fingers. "You have 5 minutes to explain what just happened, or I'm going to Misato. She'll hurt you." "Asuka has a crush on me," Kaji said, sitting down. "It's a thing teenage girls do. She always flirted with me, tried to crawl in bed with me a few times. Nothing happened." Shinji watched him as he spoke. "Go on." She has. I can't tell you the specifics, but Asuka has had a rough life. I tried to let her down gently before she left Berlin, but I guess it didn't take. I didn't want to upset her, but I couldn't get it go any further. You saw how she was dressed. She won't stop." "You're not lying," said Shinji, folding his arms over his chest. "No, I'm not. If I was going to take advantage of her, I already would have. She might as well be my daughter. Katsuragi and I raised her together for years before she left for Japan." "I," said Shinji. "I'm sorry." Kaji sat down. A small, matte black automatic pistol slid out of his waistband and bounced on the mattress. He picked it up, checked the safety, and put it on the desk. Shinji eyed it warily, until his hand left it. "Don't worry," said Kaji. "I'm not going to shoot you. Not like it would do me any good." The door swung open. Misato stood in the doorway, a pistol in her hand, eyes wide with fury. She looked down at Kaji, grinding her teeth as she spoke. "What the hell is going on?" Kaji started to speak, but Shinji waved him off. He turned to Misato, gently taking the gun out of her hand as he told her what happened. She listened, nodding. When he finished, she took the weapon back and slid it in the waistband of her skirt, under her jacket. "I didn't mean to upset her," said Kaji. Misato said nothing. She stalked out of the room, pulling the door shut behind her, and left the pair alone. Shinji sighed. "I have to get back to her." "Yeah," said Kaji. "You know, you need to be more careful." "Are you threatening me?" "No," said Kaji, standing up. He cleared his throat and pointed at the remains of his door's latch on the floor. "At some point, I'm going to have to explain that, Shinji. You're lucky Misato didn't see it. She might wonder how you can bend steel with your bare hands." Shinji's mouth clicked shut, and he sucked in a breath through his nostrils. He said, I work out." Kaji smirked, but sadly. "Tell her I'm sorry, will you?" "No," said Shinji. "You will. When it's the right time." He nodded, and Shinji knelt down. He picked up the lock mechanism, looked at it and the void in the door where it once rested. Carefully, he bent and folded it with his fingertips until he could jimmy it back into place, giving it a final tap with the heel of his hand to seat it. When he was out, he ducked into his own room and scooped up a bottle of water, and headed back for Asuka. Misato caught him in the hall, her hand on his arm. He froze. If she heard Kaji. "You're going back to Asuka's room?" He nodded. She smiled a sad smile, and let go of his arm to ruffle his hair. "There's maybe one boy I would trust in the entire world." Asuka was sitting on the bed when he returned. She'd taken the time to change into a simple t-shirt that hung down past her knees. He twisted the cap off the water bottle and handed it to her. "Took you long enough," she snapped. "Sorry," he said. "I forgot that I have no idea where the glasses are." She smiled at him and took a drink, coughing a little. "Thank you." "You're welcome." She shifted herself until she was against the wall. His heart fluttered in his chest as he laid down beside her. Neither of them moved for a time, the both of them simply staring at the ceiling. He folded his hands on his chest, and suddenly his throat felt dry. "So," he said. "So. Asuka. What? Will you go out with me?" She made a choked sound that was mostly a laugh. "I guess so." He closed his eyes, and his breathing became more regularly. He hadn't slept in a week, so he was actually tired. "Hey," said Asuka. "Yes. Was that your first kiss?" His eyes flicked open. She wasn't looking at him. Sort of. She said, sharply. "I got kissed on the cheek once." "Oh," said Asuka, "by who?" "A girl from my village. Her house burned down when I was about 13. So it was my first real one." I mean. Did you like it?" "Yeah," he said. "Good. Maybe we can do it again sometime." She rolled over on her side, facing away from him. He closed his eyes again, and drifted off to sleep to the gentle sound of her breathing. Misato felt cold as she buttoned up the shirt of her dress uniform. She pulled her hair up into a ponytail, grabbed her shoulder rig from the bed, and shrugged into it, checked the safety on her service pistol and slipped it into the holster. Pulling on her jacket, she crept down the hall and gently knocked on the door to Asuka's room. Asuka opened it, dressed in a yellow sundress, one side of her hair still down and unbound by her nerve conduction clip. "What? Are you ready? We need to go see Unit 2. "Whatever," Asuka muttered, pushing the door shut. Misato caught it with her hand. "Nothing happened," Asuka said, sharply. Misato looked at her. "Ice crystals may as well have formed in the air." "Where's Shinji?" "In his room, I guess," Asuka shrugged. She pushed the door shut as Misato let go. Misato looked at the blank metal for a moment and stepped back, crossing her arms. Shinji's door opened and he emerged, his school backpack slung over his shoulder. He glanced at his watch, and stared at the floor, never quite meeting her gaze. She motioned for him to follow and stepped away from Asuka's room. "What happened this morning?" Shinji sighed, and there was a slight tremble in his shoulders. "Nothing, she just said get out." Misato frowned. "That's it?" "Yeah," he said, softly. She folded her arms over her chest. "She's a complex person, Shinji. She just needs time to dash." "The kanji we use for the word she," Kaji interrupted, appearing behind her, "means a woman far away. To us men, women will always appear to be on the shore across. It means there is a river deeper and wider than the ocean that divides men and women." "Very poetic," Misato growled, "louse." Shinji smiled softly to himself. "I can't swim," he said. "I guess not," said Kaji. "If you two don't mind, I must take my leave. I'm taking the VTOL back to the mainland." "The transfer Misato started. "You'll handle it, Captain," Kaji grinned. "I trust you're as capable an administrator as I remember. If your skills have grown with your rear end, you should be fine." Misato took a swing at him but he neatly ducked under it, waved mockingly, and darted off, heels clanging on the decking. Shinji scowled at him, but said nothing. Rei and Asuka emerged from their rooms, Rei glancing at everyone else in confusion. "There was an event last night," said Rei. "Let's move on," said Misato, forcing herself to smile. "We have work to do." Panting, an officer in white ducked into the hall, winded from a hard run. He doubled over for a moment, then stood up, his face a mask of blind panic. "Captain," he panted, "we just got a call from the mainland. They've detected an angel in the water." Asuka lit up. "Let's go. I have to get to Unit 2. The officer blinked. "Pilot Nagisa has already started the activation sequence." "What?" Misato winced. She turned and followed behind Asuka, up the narrow stairs and down a hallway to an elevator that carried them to the bridge. Asuka may as well have melted the walls from her fury. Her hands were balled into fists and she was visibly grinding her teeth, and her bloodshot eyes narrowed. Rei stepped into the elevator last, and the doors closed. Misato pinched the bridge of her nose, and closed her eyes. She'd only just woken up, and already had a pounding headache. She needed to get to the bridge of the carrier, get in touch with headquarters, and formulate some kind of battle plan to relay to a pilot she hadn't had a full conversation with, yet. When the doors opened, she realized something was amiss. "Where's Shinji?" "He said he had to get life jackets," said Rei. Asuka rolled her eyes. Misato shook her head. "He'll find his way up here. Let's go." Shinji's cape flapped behind him like a flag as he ran across the deck, waving his arms. The sailors were preparing airplanes to fly, lining them up along the rear quarterdeck of the ship. When he tapped one of them on the shoulder, the taller American turned around, stared at him for a second, and then his jaw dropped. "You can't fly these things against an angel," Shinji shouted, gesturing at the ocean. "It's suicide. We have orders." The sailor shouted back, waving him away. "I don't know what you're supposed to." He trailed off as Shinji put his arms to his sides and lifted off, the deck of the carrier pushing away and tilting beneath him. He went up and up until he could see the rings of ships surrounding the barge carrying the Evangelion. In the distance, he saw a great white cap, a moving funnel of white water rocketing towards the fleet. Beneath him, he heard metallic scraping sounds and the grinding of servos, and the huge tarp on the transport barge shifted, sliding forward, almost liquid. A great red hand reached up and pulled it away, dumping it all at once into the ocean as Unit 2 stood up and crouched. The huge ship seemed to tilt and pitch beneath it, like a rowboat under a standing man. The Evangelion turned around and gazed out at the oncoming angel, and then in a fluid motion, sprang towards another ship. It crossed the gap with a wide-legged leap, came down with feet planted on either end of a destroyer, and then on the rebound as the ship sank and bobbed back up, jumped for the carrier. It landed with a crash, feet scraping across the deck, and took up an umbilical jack from the rear end. Shinji dipped down and headed for the carrier. The Eva spotted him, catching him in its four-eyed gaze, and swatted at him. He dodged the back of the Eva's hand, blinking. The other arm shot out and grabbed him in an iron grip, and tossed him into the deck. The world spun crazily as he fell, and with a great thud he bounced off the flight deck, leaving a shallow dent in it. He rolled onto his feet, shaking his head, and looked up. The Eva ignored him, turning as it plugged the jack into its back, and crouched on the edge of the carrier. The entire ship leaned crazily. At the aft launch catapult, a jet snapped free and slid across the deck. Quickly, Shinji jumped, passed between the Eva's legs, and put himself between the jet and the others waiting with their wings folded, and caught it with his hands against the fuselage. The carrier started to roll, groaning, but not before one of the planes with folded wings toppled off the side, the nose tipping up as it rolled from the edge. He let go of the one jet and ran to the other, diving over the side. The pilot stared at him in mute appeal as the rear of the jet hit the surface of the water and crumpled. Shinji dropped down onto the nose, grabbed the cockpit windshield, and wrenched it free as the plane started to sink. The pilot scrambled at his safety harness until Shinji took hold of the ejection seat and pulled it free of the plane. He crouched, pistoned his legs under himself, and landed on the deck with a bounce. He ran through the cheering crew, lifted off, and flew up the size of the island to the bridge. As he tapped on the window, the sailors and officers stared at him in mute awe. Misato pointed to her side and ran until she could open the door and step out onto a metal walkway. "Superman!" she shouted. "What's the plan?" "Don't worry about the angel, the Eva will handle it. The Kirov is going down, the angel rammed it." He nodded, turned, and saw the plume of water in the distance where the destroyer was beginning to slide under the surface. Again the Evangelion swiped at him as he lifted off, but he was quickly out of reach, sweeping over the fleet with outstretched arms. He saw the huge white form of the angel under the surface of the water, and clenched his teeth, moving past it. Sailors ran to the rails and shouted at him in Russian, pointing to the great frothy bowl of water surging into the Kirov's side. He took a deep breath, reared up, and dove down into the water with a splash. The force of it nearly sucked him into the great rent in the ship's hull. Bubbles trickling from his mouth, he half swam until he simply started to fly underwater, ducking under the surge. He found the keel with his hands, pressed his shoulders against it, and pushed. The ship groaned as he lifted, but she held, the metal quivering in his hands. He let go and let himself slide along the side to the tear in the metal. Digging his fingers into either side, he pulled the metal together, closing his eyes and pressing his teeth together with effort. When it was close enough, the water boiled in his face as the heat of his vision turned it red hot then white hot, until it softened and the metal began to merge. He pressed it all together, shaping it into a rough patch with his hands while the water cooled it. He lifted up out of the ocean, past the cheers on the deck, and back out into the air. He broke the surface just in time to see the angel surface. It broke out of the water with a thundering wail, its great cetacean body streaming back into the water like rain. It opened long jaws filled with sharp, triangular teeth, and though it seemed to lack eyes, it fixed on Unit 2. Its bulk slammed down on the deck of the carrier, and he realized that it was nearly as big as the ship itself. Its jaws clamped down around Unit 2's leg and tugged, and the Eva's feet went out from under it. There was a tremendous, rippling boom as the Evangelion fell onto its back and was dragged into the ocean in a spreading wave of metallic sparks. It grabbed feebly at the side of the ship, pulling loose a whole section of the flight deck before it went under. The entire carrier turned, the sudden shock of the movement torturing the metal, unleashing a series of hollow booms in an eerie, almost living wail. The umbilicus rolled along the deck until it hit the torn section, where it caught, tugged, and began to fray. Thin layers of the outer sheathing uncoiled from it, one after another, until the shiny silver of the cable itself became visible. The carrier began to dip down again. He dove down, punched his fists through the water, and continued spiraling downwards, sheathed in bubbles from the descent. The thundering of the carrier's propellers was above him, and below he saw the Eva and the Angel, glowing eerily against the silhouetted shapes of flooded buildings, like broken down old trees. They couldn't be far from the coast, now. Following the cable, he headed for the Eva. As he reached it, there was a mighty thump, the water shoved him away, and he saw the cable whipping back upwards, suddenly relieved of the tension. The Angel turned, dragging the Eva under itself, the latter flailing helplessly at its eyeless head. It pulled, and twisted, and finally tore free. Thick red blood clouded the water, and in horror, Shinji realized that Unit 2 had torn loose and left its own leg behind, still clamped in the Angel's mouth. The Eva reached up and pulled a knife from its shoulder pylon and plunged it into the Angel's flesh. Shinji dodged a gigantic fin, the water tugging at him from its passing, and ducked around under it. The thing saw him, opened its jaws, and the water suddenly turned stone hard, a massive shockwave pushing him backwards, tumbling head over heels through the deep. He caught himself, turned, and headed back for it. As he did, the Eva grabbed its own severed leg, turned it, and wedged it deep in the Angel's jaws. The Eva pulled back, turned the knife in its hand, and plunged it deep into the thing's mouth. Shinji glimpsed the red sphere inside just in time to see the knife sink into the hilt. The sphere cracked, the Angel screamed, and with a great jerk in the water, it went limp and began drifting ever downwards, the Eva sinking alongside it, unmoving. Shinji passed behind it, found the umbilical jack, and thrust his arms into the holes for the locking prongs. He grunted, bubbling the water in front of his face, as he pushed upwards, dragging the Eva along with him. He pushed harder and faster, and the word grew lighter until he dragged the Evangelion up out of the water. When his head broke the surface he shouted, forcing all the air from his lungs at once. The Eva started to shift in his grasp, no longer supported by the water, and he felt the back armor assembly coming apart under the strain of being lifted by the umbilical jack. With no other option, he pulled the Eva back over the side of the carrier, bringing it gently to rest on its side on the flight deck. He knelt on the black surface of the deck, panting. In the distance, he heard cheering, and footsteps racing towards him. There was a metallic thunk and the entry plug of Unit 2 slid free, bobbing slightly as it came to rest in the loading position. The hatch fell open and a great gout of LCL poured out. Nagisa, in a dark blue plug suit, lowered himself out of the hatch until he hung by his outstretched arms. Shinji jumped to his feet, but Nagisa let go and dropped the good 30 feet to the deck, landing in a smooth crouch. He stood up. He regarded Shinji almost contemptuously. I had the situation well in hand. Shinji stopped. If you say so. Nagisa smiled enigmatically. There will come a time when I am not so limited, and we will test one another. That time is not today. Shinji blinked as Nagisa turned and strode off, slicking a hand through his hair before flicking a handful of LCL onto the deck. He heard shouting behind him, and turned to see Misato and the others running across the deck with a knot of naval officers. He waved at them, looked up, and took off before they got close enough to see him. The fleet spread out beneath him again, until he was high up that he could no longer be seen. He waited a moment, then headed out to the side of the ship, took a quick look around, and landed where he'd left. His school bag was where he'd left it, wedged under a pipe with his clothes inside. He ducked out of sight to change, relieved that he'd taken the time to convert the plug suit Ritsuko gave him into a new costume. It was waterproof. As he pulled on his pants, he felt something in his pocket. He unfolded a piece of paper, and the ink smeared from the seawater on his fingers. "We should talk, sometime." K. He balled the paper up in his fist and tossed it, letting it flutter out onto the wind. Asuka stood up on the island, high, near the bridge. She liked the sea wind in her hair. It made her feel clean. She didn't feel much else, staring at the curled, slumped form of her Evangelion. Helicopters buzzed overhead, and the other carrier escorting the fleet had flights of jets blasting by overhead, for all the good that would do if another angel attacked them. She avoided looking at the ugly ruin of Unit 2's left leg, ending just below the knee in a twisted sheathing of bent metal and cracked ceramics over the white, bloodless stump of the Eva's inner flesh. It had already healed over, gradually forming into a shapeless mass. Seeing her Eva that way hurt, but there was something else. Misato appeared beside her. "Kaji left," said Misato. "Yeah," said Asuka. He said. "So," said Misato. "So," said Asuka. "I don't want to talk about it." "I know," said Misato, "but I have to." Asuka looked at her, but Misato was looking out over the ocean, leaning on the rail. "Asuka," said Misato. "It was cute when you were 12 and accused me of stealing him from you, but..." "I know you're not with him," Asuka said, flatly. "I don't care. I don't care what he does, or who he does it with anymore." She looked down at her feet as she stood up. Misato sighed. "That's what's bothering you, isn't it?" Asuka didn't answer. She folded her arms around herself and shrugged. She turned as she heard footsteps, and Shinji appeared, wearing a bright orange life vest, with a bundle of them in either hand. Asuka rolled her eyes, and Misato burst out laughing. "Where did you get those?" "They're on the walls," said Shinji. "We'll be docking in a few hours," said Misato. "Then, we can get out of here. I have to call headquarters." She flounced off, half running, suddenly leaving her alone with Shinji. He dropped the life vests on the deck and peeled off the one he had around his neck, and stepped up to the rail beside her. She didn't meet his gaze, even as he watched her for a while. "What?" she said. He turned from her, blushing. "Well, I don't know. Are we?" "What?" Said Shinji. He trailed off, and sighed. She stood up, moved closer to him, and leaned on the rail beside him. Their arms touched, and the wind blew her hair over his shoulders. "I don't say this very often," said Asuka, "but I'm sorry about this morning." He swallowed. "It's okay. I knew you didn't mean it." "Quit being such a doormat," she said, sharply. "Sorry," he muttered. She pinched the bridge of her nose. "Stop apologizing all the time. That's the first rule." "First rule," said Shinji. She stood up. "These are the other rules. If you brag about this to your idiot friends, I'll kill you." "I wouldn't dash." "No lies," she said, gripping the rail so hard her knuckles turned white. "No secrets. If I'm going to have you, I want all of you for myself. Do you understand?" He looked at her for a while in silence. Something about the way he looked made her blush, and she turned away to hide it. He stood up, took her by the arms, and turned her to face him. "No secrets. I promise." He leaned in, and she closed her eyes. He touched her lightly, as though he was afraid she might break. It was to her to press harder against him, slipping her arms around his back. She pulled away from his lips and rested her head on his shoulder, breathing deeply. He smelled like seawater. Gendo craned forward over the desk as Ryoji Kaji entered his office, briefcase in hand. He said nothing as the spy rested the case on the polished ebon expanse of his desk and opened it, fumbling with the locks. He turned it around, displaying the cube of brushed metal within, resting in a foam cutout. Gendo reached in and picked it up, surprised by its weight. He rested it on his desk with a heavy thump, and folded his hands. "Well," said Kaji. "Here it is." "Yes," said Gendo. "No one suspects you. I'm sure its absence has been noted by now, but no, there would be no reason to suspect me. I left a few red herrings behind. That will be all." Kaji closed the briefcase and picked it up, lingering for a moment in silence. Gendo watched him over his knuckles, concealing the softest smirk forming on his lips. "You've never said what this is, exactly." "Correct," said Gendo. "There will be nothing further." Kaji shrugged, glanced over his shoulder as he left, and disappeared through the doors. Gendo leaned back in his chair, reaching under the desk to flip a switch. With a pneumatic thump, the doors to his office locked. A section of the desk popped up, the cleverly concealed seam in the surface opening to allow a monitor to unfold from within. The feeds began to download. He replayed the file again, as he unlatched the safety clips on the box. Carefully, he drew the lid upwards, lifting it out of rubber O-ring that held it in place. A sickly green glow bathed the room, making his reflection in the surface of the desk pale and corpse-like. He grasped the crystal, an irregular chunk about the size of a lime, and held it in his hand. The surface had a slightly greasy feeling to it, like graphite, though it left no residue on his fingers. The color was curious, almost like an emerald but not quite, with a light of its own burning within. He reached out and touched the console with his other hand. "Do you understand? No secrets. I promise." Chapter 10, Masks. Misato opened the door to the apartment and slipped inside, sagging against the wall. Another 12-hour shift had taken its toll, and for once she did most of the work herself, having sent Shinji home. She was under an immense pressure. Tomorrow, the newly repaired Unit 2 would undergo an activation test of formality, since Kaworu had proven adept at piloting it already. Misato shivered at the thought of the silvery-haired boy, his eerily calm and confident way, so like Rei and yet so different, like the flip side of a coin. She slid her shoes off, wiped a thin bead of sweat from the walk up to the apartment away from her brow, and sighed. The activation test was short-term. Long-term she had to prepare for the arrival of Unit 3 and Unit 4. The latter would be tested in Nevada in 2 weeks, and then shipped over by air transport. The only light in the apartment was a pool of soft glow in the living room. Curious, Misato stopped at the end of the hallway as she heard soft giggling. "Okay," Asuka said quietly, "a car, travel?" "Traveling at..." She paused. "Constant velocity, passes a stationary motorcycle at a traffic light. As the car overtakes the motorcycle. Misato peered around the corner. Asuka was seated on the end of the couch, leaning against the arm. Her bare legs were over Shinji's lip, her toes curling as she read from the textbook, brows furrowed in concentration. Shinji leaned against her, following her reading with his eyes, although his gaze occasionally slipped to Asuka, dressed in her short shorts and loose, flowing top, which was pulled down to expose one shoulder and a dangerous amount of her chest. The following displacement time graph represents the motions of both vehicles from the traffic light onwards, said Asuka. Shinji smiled warmly. "You did it. That was almost perfect." "Almost," said Asuka, leaning on his shoulder. "Where's my reward?" As Shinji leaned in to kiss her, Misato gasped, backed up to the door of the apartment, and grabbed her shoes. She deliberately hurled them down into the floor, yawned theatrically, and stomped into the living room in her bare feet. When she stepped into the light, Asuka was sitting cross-legged at one of the couch, her shirt demurely gathered up around her neck, and Shinji sat at the other, leaning back nonchalantly with one arm thrown over the back of the couch. Misato suppressed the urge to grin, as he still had traces of lip gloss around his chin and the collar of his shirt. "What's up?" said Misato. "You're up a little late, aren't you?" Asuka closed the book. "I wanted to study in my room, but all of a sudden you have all these rules." Misato scratched her chin and made a point of staring at Shinji's collar, and then used her hand to cover her amusement as he stiffened and turned a deep red. "Gee," said Misato, "I wonder why." Asuka muttered something under her breath and stood up, tucking her book under her arm. "I should get to bed, I guess. You too, wash out. We have school in the morning." "Not you," said Misato. "Activation test. You're on standby." Misato waited. She expected some kind of tirade. Asuka had been sore, at first, about remaining assigned the pilot of Unit 1, but she no longer seemed to care. If anything, she was almost disinterested, unable to keep herself from trailing her fingertips across Shinji's chest as she passed him, then up his shoulder before she left the room, leaving him alone with Misato. Misato burst out laughing. Shinji scowled. "It was her idea," he said, grumpily. "I know," Misato sighed. "You don't have to apologize, Shinji. It's okay." He still looked a bit nervous, and slumped forward, rubbing his hands together. "So there's a test, tomorrow?" "Yeah," said Misato, sitting down on the couch. She rolled back until she was staring at the ceiling. "The official activation test for Unit 2, with Kaworu as pilot. He's been assigned to it by the commander." "I haven't seen him at school," said Shinji. "You're not going to," said Misato. "His guardians have arranged for him to have private tutors." "Good," Shinji said at once. Misato sat up, or at least raised her head from the back of the couch. "That's not like you." "What?" said Shinji. "I mean, you're the most accepting person in the universe," said Misato. Shinji didn't look at her, but shrugged. "There's something odd about him." Misato bit her lip. He could see it, too. Everyone could. She couldn't unload her worries on the boy, though. He had enough to worry about, just getting by. It wouldn't be fair to lay more of the weight of the world on his shoulders. Instead, she ruffled his hair as she stood up. "Don't be up too late," she yawned. "I can't stay up anymore, I'm going straight to bed." "I'll get enough sleep," said Shinji, standing. Asuka felt a prickling unease as she shrugged into her plug suit and tightened it with a hiss of escaping air. She took a deep breath of the chilly air in the locker room, straightened herself, pointlessly tugging at the sleeves of her suit, and walked out, padding across the metal flooring in the thin slippered solace of the suit. Unit 1 loomed high overhead, hunched. It struck her suddenly how odd it was, the way she had become so casual around it. When she had first arrived, its appearance was strange and brutish to her, but now it was almost familiar. Unit 0 was in its own cage, powdered down and leaning forward. REI would be brought in only if there was an emergency. Unit 2 itself had been moved into the testing cage, an immense room lined with layers of steel, composite, and concrete, near the combat simulation system. Most of the activity was concentrated there, and in the control booth above, there were only a few second stringers milling around. Asuka sighed, heading up the gantry to the entry plug. It was all routine, all too comfortable. Her stomach clenched as she sat on the edge of the hatch and swung her legs inside. Once she was in her seat, she leaned back and pushed the air out of her lungs as the LCL flooded in. She took a deep breath of it, coughing a little. She said nothing as the synchronization process began. Colors whirled in her vision, and the familiar feeling of an extra spine snaking up her back came and went, followed by the ghosting of phantom limbs as she consciously recognized the Evangelion's limbs, under her control yet separate from her own. As an exercise, she kept her hands neatly folded in her lap and flexed the Eva's fingers, closing her eyes in concentration. A tiny voice whispered, "Stop them." Asuka jerked, and the Eva moved with her, its great chest pumping, the restraints bolted into her shoulders groaning as she rocked on her heels. She looked around in a panic, swinging the Eva's head without realizing it. "What?" said Miyabuki. "Asuka, what is it?" Asuka swallowed, tasted the LCL on her tongue, and wanted to retch. "I don't know. I just dash." Alarms blared in her ears, and the lights in the cage began to flash, alternating red and white. Asuka sat up, reached for the controls. There was nothing wrong with her synchronization. Everything was normal. "Asuka," said Maya, "stop moving the Eva, you'll damage the restraints." She trailed off. What is it? Maya swallowed, her throat clicking against the microphone she wore. There's a problem with the synchronization test. Unit 2 has gone berserk. Let me go, Asuka said quietly. The restraining bolts slammed free, and Unit 1 hunched forward. Asuka clenched her teeth as she forced it to regain its balance, still up to its hips in chilled LCL. As the fluid drained, she surged forward, ducking to clear the retracting bridge. Her lips pursed in concentration as she moved, carefully balancing the EVA to ensure she didn't slip in the rapidly draining layer of liquid. She passed Unit 0 and stood at the end of the cages, at the gate to the simulator. When the LCL drained, the doors parted, yellow caution lights flashing on either side, their movement grindingly slow. Asuka resisted the urge to shove her fingers in the gap and force it open. Maya, said Asuka, where's REI? They're picking her up from school now, said Maya. She's on the way. You're going to have to in there and restrain it. Unit 2. Her Unit 2. Asuka positioned herself at the door to the testing cage, pitched forward on one foot, hands out, head drawn down. The doors parted, moving much faster than the last set, and she saw her EVA. She gasped in horror, sucking in a deep breath of the heavy liquid, feeling as if she was about to launch into a coughing fit. Unit 2 was going berserk, trying to tear its way out of the cage. Its fingers, stripped of their armor, the pale flesh underneath bleeding heavily, were digging long, painful gouges in the walls. Asuka stepped into the cage. Asuka! Misato shouted in her ear. You need to restrain it. Did you blow the umbilical? Before Misato could answer, Asuka saw for herself. Unit 2 turned, put its hands against the wall, smearing it with blood, and pounded its helmeted head straight into the control booth. She heard Misato scream, and saw pieces of glass raining down from the wall. Unit 1 surged forward, and Asuka raised her arms up under Unit 2's shoulders, dragging it back from the wall. The EVA bucked and jerked against her, dragging Unit 1 across the huge chamber. Asuka linked her arms about the other EVA's chest. Unit 2 roared. The sound was muffled, the inhuman scream vibrating against the inside of the EVA's armored helmet. It threw its hands back and Asuka instinctively jerked Unit 1's head back. Her feet slid, throwing up huge slivers of broken composite plating from the floor, and Unit 2 spun her around, until her back was to the control booth, and then stomped backwards, almost lifting her from the floor. What the hell is going on? Asuka shouted. For a time, there was silence, and it seemed to go on forever, leaving her alone with the roaring, flailing beast in her arms. Unit 2 began to tug at her wrists, and when that failed, sought not her but its own armor, pulling wildly at the shoulder pylons. Finally, Misato returned to Asuka's vision, a thin cut trickling blood down over one eye. Keep it from getting out of the cage, said Misato. If you let go, it's going to tear itself apart. Asuka, listen to me, said Akagi, don't let the EVA damage the shoulder pylons, no matter what you do. Do you understand me? Yes, Asuka growled, why isn't it shutting down? I don't know. Asuka seized Unit 2 by the wrists, feeling the strain in her own EVA's arms as she forced the bloodied hands of the other EVA away from its shoulder pylons. Unit 2 reared up, pulling her forward, and then slammed her back into the wall. The breath went out of her chest in a great push, bubbling in front of her face, and she nearly lost her grip. She put one heel against the wall and pushed forward, shoving Unit 2 out into the center of the cage. Where the hell is REI? Said Asuka. She's on her way to her, shit, said Misato. What now? Asuka demanded, pushing Unit 2 forward another step. There's a blue pattern on approach. What? We're going to deploy her to the surface. We have no choice. We're going to have to do a bakelite injection and seal both of you until Unit 2 shuts down. You can't. Asuka almost screamed. Unit 2 seized on the opportunity. It had her by the wrists now, turned, and Asuka grunted from a phantom pain in her shoulder as the other EVA spun her around and slammed her into the wall. Unit 2 took a bounding step forward and threw an underhanded punch into Unit 1's belly plating. The armor cracked, and Asuka moaned in pain from the sudden surge of agony that ran up her spine. Unit 2 grabbed her by the shoulders, wrenched her around, and slammed her head first into the wall. "Asuka," said Misato, calmly. "You can't hold back. Cripple it if you have to." "I can't," Asuka moaned, "I can't." Panic seized her. They wanted her to hurt Unit 2, hurt her Eva. She couldn't let that happen. The idea of it filled her with raw, seething terror, a cold void in her insides that crept up and clenched a fist of frost around her heart. Her eyes started to sting. "I can't," she croaked. 30 seconds to Bakelite injection," said Ritsuko. "Asuka," said Misato, "take it down. I need you on the field, REI is getting trounced." "Don't listen to them." Asuka froze. "What?" "You heard me," said Misato. "Do it. Asuka, please. Activate your external speakers." "Asuka," said Ritsuko, "your sync ratio just jumped by 12 points. What did you do?" Asuka flipped the switch on the control yoke. "Speak." Asuka whirled, avoiding a heavy punch that cracked the wall and smeared it with livid red blood. Unit 2 crouched like an animal, looking up at her, and Asuka put her hands out to her sides, ready to receive the attack. Her vision fuzzed, and something tickled her cheek. "Stop," she whispered, "please stop," and the speakers made her plea a thunderous rasp. Unit 2 jerked, its massive body twitching wildly, stood up, and took 2 steps to the side. The light in its eyes extinguished, and the entire bulk of the Eva hit the wall, hard but limp, and slid down until it was seated there against the side of the cage. Asuka's heart hammered and her breath came in ragged gasps. "What the hell?" she said. "Asuka!" Misato shouted. "Get out! Get out now, before the Bakelite hits you!" She blinked, shook her head, and ran, almost slipping as she moved. She passed through the doors just in time. She didn't turn the Eva's head but whirled her own to glance over her shoulder, and the system superimposed the rear view from her optics package in her vision. Unit 2 still slumped against the wall, thick streamers of molten plastic raining down over it as the doors slammed closed in front of it. She came to rest in the simulator. "What now?" "Get to launch tube 7, said Misato. "I need to get up to the bridge. When I come back on, I'll give you a sitrep." "Is that all you've got?" said Asuka, lurching out of the simulator towards the launch tubes. "It's bad," said Misato, and vanished. REI was beginning to realize she had a problem. She had approached the Angel without instruction, meaning to intercede before it entered the city. It was a low, squat thing, as big as an Eva but not quite as tall. It had no head to speak of, only broad, rounded, vaguely ape-like shoulders and long arms that nearly trailed the ground. Its core was curious, bisected in a curved line, barely visible. Something about that tickled her mind as soon as she saw it. She followed standard procedure, ducked behind an armored plate for cover, and opened fire with her pallet rifle. The Angel folded around itself, shielding its core with its massive shoulders, and charged. It surged up from the water line, knocking aside the leaning remnant of a pre-impact structure, sparkling streamers of water hanging from its legs. As it hit dry land it picked up speed. REI's rifle emptied and she dropped the magazine, slapped in a fresh one, and kept up fire. Craters of gray flesh opened on the creature's heavy, fleshy body, but it neither stopped nor slowed, but gained yet more momentum. Before she could reload again, it shouldered the armor plate aside and crashed into her. The air went out of her lungs in reflex as Unit 0 rolled onto the ground, the weight of the Angel cracking down onto her chest. REI struggled for a moment with sympathetic pain before she remembered the crushing weight she felt on her beast bone was only a signal from the Eva, and tried desperately to turn the creature's weight aside, to roll out from under it, but it was too heavy. It began to claw at Unit 0's armored face, and streaks of red pain lanced down her cheek. A tiny projectile hurled itself into the side of the Angel. The impact shook the air itself, blurring everything for the barest instant. The Angel rocked backwards, and she saw the tiny object speeding around it, as biting insects, hairy beasts of the field. Another impact knocked it off of her, and she let out a bubbling breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. The Angel stumbled and fell, one huge hand carving furrows in the earth with its claws. Superman landed right on Unit 0's faceplate, tapping with his fist. "Ayanamai! Can you hear me?" Before she could stop herself, He stumbled as she nodded, then lifted himself a few feet in the air. Can you get up? I don't know how long. The angel ignored her and hit him instead, batting him aside with a sharp backhand, a full body motion that described a speedy arc through the air. She lost track of him until she saw the impact in a ruined skyscraper, where the upper floors collapsed as the old building's bones broke from the impact. Quickly, she kicked the Eva's feet out and rolled onto her back, fumbling for her rifle, thought better of it, and was on her feet. Unit 1 came charging between the buildings, long-handled progressive spear in hand. The new weapon was longer than the Eva was tall for reach in close combat, and the blade almost as long as an Eva's arm. REI had to duck a wild, chopping swing that bit into the angel's armored torso with a shower of sparks and sent it reeling backwards. Get back! Saryu shouted over the comm, shouldering Unit 0 aside. You must be careful not to tangle. Saryu ignored her, screaming in fury, spinning the spear wildly over her head for another ill-timed stroke. The blade slid along the angel's back and hit nothing but empty air. The creature pressed its advance on her, seized the forearm of the hand that held the spear, and head-butted Unit 0. In the tiny display hovering before REI, Soryu grunted, her head rocked back, and a tiny trickle of blood formed on her upper lip. The angel closed with her, took Unit 1 by the waist, and threw it. The evil lifted from the ground, umbilical whipping out behind it, and looped under REI's cable as it drug Unit 0 along before she could blow the connection. Both Evas crashed into each other and into a weapons station. REI rolled away, ignoring Soryu's fusillade of insults and barked orders, dropped her umbilical to free herself, and signaled for the weapons station to open. As Soryu charged back towards the angel, REI lifted the prototype sniper rifle from the rack and checked the charge on its internal battery. REI, said Captain Katsuragi, appearing in her view, I need you to get another cable. There is no time, said REI, propping her rifle over the tower. That was an order, said Katsuragi, but REI ignored her, syncing the scope to her onboard targeting system. The reticle danced and turned red every time Soryu maneuvered Unit 1 between her and the angel. Soryu, REI said calmly, you must clear my field of fire. I'm busy, Soryu snapped as she danced about, half stumbling on her unsure footing, taking wild strokes with her spear. But enough! Soryu shouted, raised the spear high in a two-handed overhand grip, and brought it down with the full force of the Evangelion's weight behind it. The blade struck true and sank down to the angel's core, which split neatly in two. Soryu left it there and stepped back, panting, before maneuvering the Eva around the unmoving form of the angel. See, she announced, planting the firsts of the Evan on its hips, nothing to worry about. The angel's body continued to split, and the spear fell free. Both sides flopped to the ground with a great crash, throwing clouds of dust. Inside the puff of debris, the two halves moved, shifting. REI's eyes widened. Soryu, she said, look out. Confused, Soryu wheeled, the Eva turning with her. Unit 0 automatically focused on Superman buzzing in from her side. He put both hands on Unit 1's shoulder and shoved, pushing the entire bulk of the Eva aside. Hey! Soryu shouted, what the hell are you? The open-handed stroke from the angel that was meant for her hit him instead, battering him down to the ground. Superman! REI shouted, moving forward, rifle slung over her shoulder. She had forgotten her timer, and it beeped as it crossed the 2-minute mark. Moving quickly would only accelerate the drain. The angel moved behind Unit 1, threw its arms around the Eva's neck, and held it as a second angel, an identical copy of the first, stood up, grabbed Unit 1's umbilical, and yanked it free. The cord snapped with a great ripping sound. Soryu was shouting in alarm. Superman rose straight up out of the ground, caught one of the angels, and pushed it up into the air, its body curling around him, a tiny speck lifting the great bulk, and then he brought it down. It came down with a tremendous crash, shoving both the Eva and its other self aside. REI frantically tried to line up a shot on the standing angel, but either Unit 1 or Superman were always between her and her target. In frustration, she snapped off a quick shot into the angel's leg, to no apparent effect. She realized she was gritting her teeth, and in an absurd moment of clarity, was stunned by her own anger. REI, Katsuragi said, get on your speakers and tell Superman to bug out. The Defense Force launched an N2 mine. REI blinked. Before she had the chance, Superman bobbed out from under the Angel's grasp. It ignored Unit 1, chasing him instead, and Soryu was free. She ran across the open ground to REI, and the breath surged out of her chest again when the two Evas crashed together. Soryu tumbled on top of her as she cut power to everything but her at field, which shimmered to life over them both as the missile streaked in. The world went white, and REI pressed her eyes tightly shut. She opened her eyes in darkness, the LCL going cold, the strange sensations of synchronization fled from her. She let her head hit the back of the seat. There was nothing else she could do, now, but hope the mine had worked, or at least slowed the enemy enough that she might be rescued. If not, she could always be replaced. Soryu, though, could not. Without quite knowing why, she hoped that would not happen. She gasped as the plug started to move, jerkily at first and then more smoothly, and she realized what was happening as the metal around the hatch folded in on itself with a metallic squeal. The LCL drained as the hatch opened and with a metallic clang tore free and dropped off into space. Superman came to rest on the edge of the hatch. Soryu was clinging to his back, both arms around his neck and her legs about his waist. As she saw their faces pressed cheek to cheek, something flickered in her mind. Tiny white lines appeared everywhere, encircling the pair. REI blinked, but the sensation only grew more powerful, invisible lines of consequence and connection becoming stronger and stronger. Her fingers trembled, and she said nothing. Superman rested Soryu on the edge of the hatch, asked her if she was hurt, and waded over to REI, hip deep in LCL. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head. "I have only superficial injuries. The bomb did something to it. It's sitting there with its field up. I have to get you both out of here." REI nodded, and stood up. Blushing furiously, he pressed both girls to his sides, arms around their waists, as they layered their arms about his neck. REI's stomach lurched, not unpleasantly, as he lifted up out of the entry plug, moved by some invisible force. Saryu's grip tightened and her face went pale, her eyes focused on the ground below. She put her head on his shoulder, a curiously familiar gesture for one she held in such contempt. He landed with them both as the emergency crews approached, orange lights swinging in circles about their roofs. Both pilots released him. He scratched the back of his head, gave Soryu a long, strange look, and took off, feet dangling beneath him as he rose up into the sky. "Show off," she muttered. REI looked at her, and then up, into the sky. Asuka buttoned the side of her dress. REI was walking around in the locker room with her characteristic disregard for nudity, scrubbing her head vigorously with a towel until she ruined her haircut and puffed herself up into a ball, like a dandelion. Asuka sighed, reached into her locker, and handed a brush to the other girl. She stared at it for a moment before taking the hint and sitting down on her towel to brush her hair. "We must be debrief," said REI. "I know," Asuka muttered. "I want some air. I'll be outside." She stalked out of the locker room, hands curled into fists at her sides. The cages were empty. The Evas hadn't been moved back into position for repairs yet. That would take hours, maybe until the next day. She stood at the edge of the walkway watching the empty space where Unit 2 had stood not long before, letting the cool air currents of the enormous hangars wash over her. High above, wisps of steam fuzzed the floodlights. The chambers were so big they had their own weather. "So, there you are." She jumped, and whirled. It was Kaworu, smiling softly, his crimson eyes staring through her to something on the other side. She felt small. "What do you want?" "To understand you," said Kaworu, moving closer to her. She took a step back, keeping the distance the same. "Yeah," she said, "well, I don't want to understand you. Get lost." He ignored her. "How did you do it?" "Do what?" His smile broadened, showing a hint of teeth. "Silence the one who lives within." I don't know what you mean," said Asuka, backing up. Her back hit the concrete wall. Kaworu closed on her. "Oh, but you do. You like to yourself, evade the truth in a dozen twisting ways, but I see what lies underneath." "Go away," she said, dumbly, covering herself with her arms. You know who she is? Asuka gasped. Her vision blurred, and her eyes burned. She sucked in a breath and feared what might come with it, if she let it go. She was shaking, her teeth chattering, and Kaworu traced a finger down her chin. She wanted to bat his hand away, to strike him, to cry out. Such pain, said Kaworu, so many lies, so many untruths. I see the sacred light of your dash. Get away from me, Asuka managed, sliding away from him. There's nothing to be afraid of, said Kaworu. I dash. Shinji appeared, from nowhere. Asuka couldn't say where he was before he walked right up to Kaworu, put his arm under the silver-haired boy's pointed chin, and pinned him to the wall. Kaworu looked at him, head tilted, eyes narrowed. She said, leave her alone, said Shinji. Kaworu moved with lightning speed. His hands whipped up to Shinji's chest and shoved him, and Shinji stumbled backwards, a look of pure, uncomprehending shock on his face. He practically skidded on his feet into the far wall, hitting it so hard it set Asuka's teeth on edge. Kaworu followed him across the narrow walkway and grabbed a handful of his collar. Shinji set his jaw, snatched Kaworu's hand away from his neck, and for a moment the two stood there, hands locked, pushing each other, their legs pistoning. Shinji looked nervous, confused, and he was struggling. A thought bubbled through her mind. She'd never seen him struggle with anything before. What the hell is going on here? Asuka whirled. The head of security, Yoshida, or whatever his name was walking down the bridge. When he stepped from metal onto concrete, Kaworu let Shinji go and stepped back, a cat's smile on his face. Yoshida grabbed Shinji's collar and hauled him up against the wall. Look here, boy. If I ever find you putting your hands on one of the pilots again dash. Excuse me, Rei said quietly, stepping out of the locker room. Yoshida froze. Rei stared him down. Pilot Nagisa is in the female pilot's dressing area without permission, and was harassing Pilot Soryu. You will remove him. But dash. Rei ignored him. Akari was only defending Pilot Soryu, said Rei, tilting her head to the side. They are in a relationship. This is normal behavior. Yoshida's eyes widened. Rei continued. If I learn that you have threatened Akari again, I will speak to the commander, said Rei. Yoshida backed off, and looked at Kaworu. Let's go, Nagisa. You too, Akari dash. He can stay here if he wants, said Asuka, we're both dressed, anyway. Get out. Yoshida did not lead Kaworu away, the boy sauntered off on his own, hands thrust in his pockets. When they were both gone, Asuka slumped against the wall. Are you okay? Said Shinji. I'm fine. Did he hurt you? Shinji blinked. I don't know. I don't think so. He looked at Rei. Thank you. Asuka watched her counterpart for a tense moment. She never spoke to Shinji, ever. She was under some kind of weird orders from the commander to avoid all contact with him. Her red eyes seemed unfathomable for a moment, like they were expanding and taking them both in. Asuka could almost feel the wheels turning in her head. You are welcome, said Rei, and then she walked away. Misato had a headache. She sat rubbing at her temples, staring at the satellite photo of the crater. Seawater had rushed in, steaming around the base of the now fused angel, a mass of hard, chitinous flesh formed into a shell made out of many thin streamers or tendrils, the core hidden somewhere deep inside. It was recovering, albeit slowly, rebuilding itself until a shimmering energy field that distorted the image and made it impervious to everything they'd thrown at it. On the plus side, it ignored the Evis and the recovery team. Ritsuko leaned back in her chair, seated across the break room table from Misato, staring at the ceiling. Misato did a double take every time she looked at her. She'd stopped dyeing her hair, cropped it short, and had taken to wearing loose, flowing dresses under her lab coat, sometimes even pants, rather than her typical short skirt and fishnets. It was odd, to say the least. We're screwed, said Misato. We have to come up with something, said Ritsuko. Looking over these numbers, I'd say we have 7 days. I'd go 6, just to be on the safe side. We'll have a better idea of when it'll reactivate as it gets closer to full strength. Misato leaned forward into her hands. I never figured on fighting two at once, she groaned, staring at the picture. What if it can split again? There's no way it can take three of them. Ritsuko sat up. She had her glasses on, usually she only kept them on while she was reading or working. You know, they're evolving. They are, said Misato. Of course, said Ritsuko. The first one was a general-purpose type humanoid, had ranged attacks and could fight up close. That didn't work, so the next one tried pure melee. I see what you mean, said Misato, sitting up. The next one executed a pure ranged attack. The aquatic one must have been a fluke, that's where the target was, so that's where it attacked. Right, said Ritsuko. Now, they're trying a divide and conquer strategy. We're ahead of them, though, said Misato, we have more pilots. We need to keep ahead of them. We're not figuring on the X factor. What's that? Ritsuko sighed. Superman. I reviewed the footage of the fight. Before the missile hit, the Angel stopped targeting the Evis. It didn't see them as a threat anymore. It started going after him instead. Misato spread her hands flat on the table, and stared at her fingers. That's bad, isn't it? He can pick up an Eva. Pick it up, Misato. That's an incredible amount of force. We don't even know how. If they can adapt to him, we're in trouble. Misato nodded. Let's not worry about that now. How are we going to deal with this one? Ritsuko slid the pictures out from under her hands and flipped back to a view of the creature before the missile struck, before Asuka made it split. She tapped her fingernail on the image of the core. It split itself as a defense mechanism. We need to crack it, not split it. Misato scratched her chin. What if one side is destroyed, but the other isn't? Will it regenerate? Ritsuko shrugged. Who knows? Even if it can't, it might be able to split again. Misato stood up. We need to formulate a coordinated attack, totally destroy all parts of the creature simultaneously. I'm grounding Unit 2, said Ritsuko. I'm going to be pulling a lot of all-nighters figuring this out. So that leave us Unit 1 and Unit 0, said Misato. Asuka and Rei. Great. You need to have them work together, said Fuyatsuki. Misato whirled. The sub-commander stood in the door, a flat, enigmatic look on his face. Dr. Akage, he said, would you excuse us? Ritsuko stood up, leaving her alone with Fuyatsuki in the break room. He closed the door, sat down, and gestured for her to join him opposite. She pulled out a chair and sat down, trying to keep her expression neutral. I believe if Commander Akari were here, he might demote you, sanction you, or remove you from your position entirely. Are you going to do that? Said Misato. I don't have the authority. Instead, I'm going to ensure that by the time he returns from his trip, you will have defeated the enemy and demonstrated the competence and creative thinking that earned you this position in the first place. Misato stared blankly at him as he stood up. He said nothing further, but turned to leave, stopping at the door. I expect a report on your plan by this afternoon. You needn't deliver it in person. You'll be busy training your pilots, I'm sure. And Captain Dash. Yes. He smiled, a thin, cryptic smile. All options are on the table for this operation. Am I understood? She wasn't sure what he meant, but she nodded anyway. Rei stood outside Captain Katsuragi's apartment door, fingers curled into a fist, hovering just above the surface. She knocked softly, twice, and waited. She heard a thump, and what sounded like shouting. She struck the door more sharply this time, and heard the sound of bare feet walking towards the door. It slid open, and a smiling Captain Katsuragi greeted her. Wow, she said, you made great time. Rei studied her. I do not understand your clothes. The captain was dressed in a one-piece garment that tightly hugged her body, under something similar to a one-piece swimsuit. A towel, damp with sweat, was hanging around her neck and her hair was plaited to her neck from exertion. She was panting. Heh, she said, and tossed Rei a bundle of fabric. You will in a minute. Rei held the garment in her hands and let it unfurl. It was a match for the one Katsuragi wore, although smaller. It in fact seemed too small. Rei turned it slightly, studying it. "It'll fit," said Katsuragi. "You can squeeze into a plug suit, you can squeeze into that." "I do not squeeze into a plug suit. The fibers are dash." "Just get in here," said Katsuragi, rolling her eyes. She took Rei by the shoulder. Come on, come on." Rei obeyed her urgings and entered the apartment, stopping first to remove her shoes. She heard another thump, and Pilot Soryu snapping at someone. "Idiot, you're putting it in the wrong jack." "I am not," said Shinji. Rei rounded the corner to find Soryu, dressed in an identical outfit, crawling behind Katsuragi's television with Shinji at her side, attempting to manipulate a series of tangled cables. Soryu snatched at one in his hand, and he withdrew it, viper quick, lifting the dust-covered instruction manual. "See," he said, "it goes in the red jack." "Fine," she muttered, "just get this over with." Once the cords were plugged in, Shinji feigned struggle to move the television back into place, and began turning the device on. Katsuragi watched in fascination, and smiled as the screen went white and a video game company logo appeared. Soryu picked up a pair of rolled pads, wires trailing to the device attached to the television. "What's this?" Katsuragi grinned. "You stand on those, and you dance." "What?" "You dance. You and Rei will dash." "I," said Soryu, firmly. "Do not dance." "I have no experience with this activity," said Rei. "You will now," said Katsuragi. "Go get changed." Rei shrugged, and walked past the kitchen, towards the apartment's bathroom, which was far more spacious than her own. On the way, the penguin paused and looked up at her. "Penguin," said Rei. "Work," said the penguin. She closed the door, neglecting to lock it out of habit, and quickly shimmied out of her school uniform. As Katsuragi said, it was an effort to get into the strange garment. It took her a moment to realize she had to stretch parts of it in order to get her limbs into it. Once she was dressed, she headed back out into the living room to discover Katsuragi and Soryu jumping about wildly on their respective mats. She observed them for a moment, and then turned to the kitchen, where Shinji was busying himself cleaning dishes. She stood next to him. "Why are you doing that now?" He flushed and swallowed, and Rei did something very un-Rei-like. She made a soft, amused sound. She was laughing. "You are embarrassed," she observed. He stared at her openly. "You laughed." She shrugged, a barely noticeable movement of her shoulders. "It is funny." "I thought you weren't allowed to talk to me," he said, lowering his voice. "I am forbidden from speaking to Shinji Ikari." "Rei." Katsuragi called from the living room, "Come on. Let's get started." She left him in the kitchen, as water dripped from his hands, hanging at his side while he stared at her, open-mouthed. Kaji straightened his tie, which is to say he unstraightened it, carefully adjusting it into a sort of professional disarray, artfully arranged about his open collar. He pulled a damp, crumpled cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth, never meaning to smoke it, threw his suit jacket over his shoulder, and stopped at the door to Katsuragi's apartment complex. Rather than buzz her to unlock the door, he pulled a small device from his pocket, a block of plain gray plastic from which protruded a magnetic edge, like a credit card. He slid the card down through the reader, and the light blinked red, denying him entry. A second swipe opened it for him, and he jogged up the stairs. He adjusted his tie again when he stood in front of her door, and raised his fist to knock. The boy opened it before his fist touched it. "What are you doing here?" the boy said, quietly. "Oh," said Kaji, "I just wanted to stop by." "Who is it?" Katsuragi called from within the apartment, and in spite of himself, Kaji's heart nearly skipped. The boy eyed him. "It's me," he called. There was a moment of silence. "Go away." "I just wanted to see how the training was going," Kaji called back, pushing forward. Shinji picked him up under his arms and set him down again out in the hallway, then stood in the entrance, arms folded over his chest. Kaji pulled the cigarette out of his mouth. "Katsuragi, I just want to talk. I thought maybe I could buy everyone dinner." She appeared, dressed in a leotard. He was amazed it still fit the intel the UN had on her mentioned that she'd stopped drinking, and he believed it. She was as lithe as she was when they were in school together, maybe more so, not a hint of age in her face. Her bearing had changed, too. Her confidence always seemed forced when they walked to class together, now it was real, and by the time she got to the door, he was full on staring at the sway of her hips. He really wished she would drop the towel she had around her neck, draped over her chest. Shinji stepped aside, warily eyeing them both. Kaji didn't have to put in an effort to ignore him. Only years of practice let him suppress the lump in his throat. Look, I was hoping for a chance to smooth things over. She watched him warily, and then nodded once, almost imperceptibly. Right, she said, dinner. We're about ready for a break, anyway. You're buying. Wait here. I'll see what the girls want. She went back into the apartment, and Kaji carefully watched every step, at least until Shinji put himself back where he'd stood before. You want to be a door when you grow up. The boy scowled at him. Katsuragi came back and he slid out of her way deftly, taking the menus she'd marked. You're coming with me, said Kaji, as Katsuragi left. I guess so, said Shinji, closing the door behind him. Both of them were silent as they jogged down the stairs. The kid remained a few steps behind until they reached Kaji's Lotus. He looked at the rental hatchback Misato was driving and smirked, wondering when she'd spring for a real car again. After he slipped into the driver's seat, he reached over and opened Shinji's door. The kid sat down next to him, hands folded in his lap. So, said Kaji. The kid looked around, peering over his glasses, and took a good look at Kaji himself. You've got a gun, said Shinji. But no tape recorder or anything. I'm not wearing a wire, Kaji said, sarcastically. It doesn't matter. Your father knows exactly who you are, Shinji. So I'm told. You don't like me, do you? No. Kaji sighed. This may be hard to believe, but we have the same interests at heart. You're right, said Shinji. It is hard to believe. Look, I didn't want things with Asuka to go that way, but I didn't have a choice. I tried letting her down gently before, and she caught me off guard. He seemed to soften, a little bit. At any rate, he leaned on the windowsill, resting his face on his palm. So, said Kaji. So. You can fly, obviously, and you're strong. I gather you can see through objects. Yes, he said. Well? What else? I can hear your heart beating in your chest, he said, sitting up. He turned to face Kaji. I can see the neurons firing in your brain. I can feel your blood pressure and I can see the patterns of conductivity and heat bloom on your skin. I know if you're lying. Do you now, said Kaji. He went on. I can see the whole electromagnetic spectrum, maybe part of it you don't even know exist, I'm not sure. I can see the solar wind skipping off the atmosphere and the whole world is painted a billion colors I can't describe to you. I can tell if something is alive just by looking at it. I quit eating meat because I can't look at it without seeing the bacteria swimming in it. He looked out the window. And I can't tell anyone about it. So no one else knows, said Kaji. Someone does. I don't think I should tell you, but it isn't anybody I live with. Someone else figured it out. It's not hard, said Kaji. You're reckless. You show off. I don't dash. You do, said Kaji, if you forget yourself, like, say, if you're upset about something, maybe something happening to Asuka, or that teenage brain of yours gets it in your head that you need to impress her. Anyone who watched you long enough, carefully enough, would pick up on it. He sank back in his seat sullenly, crossing his arms over his chest. I have to admit, the glasses are a nice touch. Smarter than a mask, most people don't think to look for your identity if you're not hiding it. That's not why I don't wear a mask, said Shinji. You're thinking about telling Asuka. He looked at Kaji, incredulous. Kaji smirked. How did you dash? I'm a spy. I figured it out. By spying. I promised not to lie to her, said Shinji. Then don't. Quit. He sat up in the seat, balling his fists together. I am not going to leave her. That's not what I meant, said Kaji. I mean, don't put the costume on again. It's childish, Shinji, and it's stupid, and it's going to get someone killed. What? Kaji pulled into a parking lot, threw the car in neutral, and pulled on the e-brake. Let me make this as simple as possible for you to understand. There are bigger forces at work here than you seem to realize, Shinji. The people pulling the strings around here have a plan. I don't know what it is, but it's big, and it's dangerous, and you are not going to stop it. I will if I dash. No, said Kaji, listen. You're a wild card. You're an X factor, an unknown. No one knows what you're going to do. Right now, you've been serving their goals, stopping the angels, keeping the peace in the city, and everybody thinks you're working for the other side. They're all working on their plays, planning on how they can get rid of you, or if they can't do that, control you. No one is going to control me. Kaji twisted in his seat, and leaned over him. Oh? They aren't, are they? What if they decide to grab Asuka while you're out fighting an angel and you can't do anything about it? Maybe they'll torture Misato to death before they start on her, to prove their point. You don't know what you're dealing with, Shinji. I know it must feel good to be the invincible hero, but you're not invincible. You can do a lot of things, but you can't be in two places at once. Shinji looked at him for a moment, and for a bare second, Kaji thought that he might have gone too far. The kid's eyes were watering. He took a sharp breath, and closed his eyes to calm himself. You could help me? Kaji blinked. What? You talk like you're working with someone else. I know you're not doing all of this by yourself. Look, I'm not stupid. I know you're not in this alone. I don't know what your goal is, but you wouldn't be telling me all of this. I know you care about Misato, I know you care about Asuka. I'm sorry I roughed you up on the ship. Kaji stared at him, openly. I don't know that I can trust you. You're not good at keeping secrets. Then help me, said Shinji. You're right. I can't do this alone. I've been trying for too long. I think there are people at NERV and people in Tokyo 3 that know something is wrong here, and they'd be willing to help us. Oh. Said Kaji, who? Shinji closed his mouth, and stared at him for a while. It's not that easy. What is? Said Kaji. For all I know, you're just working for my father and this all a way to get me to expose the people who've been helping me. Kaji sat back in his seat, stunned. Very good, he said, very good. I'm impressed. Shinji continued to watch him, intently. He wondered if the boy could see through his own eyelids. That would drive a man crazy. He probably didn't actually need to blink, now that Kaji thought about it. So, said Kaji. I have to earn your trust. That's right, said Shinji. It's a two-way street, and so far all you've done is threaten me and try to intimidate me. So, said Kaji, leaning back in his seat, thinking. He gave up on trying to keep his breathing even. It wasn't like a polygraph, the operator of a lie detector couldn't see inside your damned skull. He took a deep breath, and thought about what it might be like to light the cigarette in his pocket. You need me to prove I'm trustworthy. Okay. I work for NERV, as a liaison to the United Nations. That means I spy on the United Nations, but no one really cares what they do. I work for your father, and I work for the United Nations, each spying on each other. Sounds complicated, said Shinji. Most importantly, I work for SEAL, spying on your father, and the United Nations, in turn spying on them for him. SEAL. Said Shinji. That's all for now, said Kaji. Here's an idea. Go to our other sources. Talk to them. See if what I say lines up with what they say. Okay, said Shinji. Don't try following me. Kaji put the car in gear. Let's go get dinner. Misato felt tension welling up between her shoulders. She'd thrown a t-shirt on over her leotard and in a stroke of brilliance on her part, made Asuka and Rei wear identical old shirts of hers over theirs. Without even being prompted, they'd taken up the same position at the table, sitting on one leg while the other dangled under the table, idly swinging in front of their chairs. Kaji sat closest to her, and Shinji next to him, opposite the girls. He kept glancing nervously at her, and at Asuka. Misato poked at her takeout. "I should have had you cook," she said, to Shinji. "He's not your property," Asuka said sharply, turning her nose up. Misato smirked. "Because he's your property, now? I still pay his salary." "I don't get paid," said Shinji. "You should," said Misato, "the pilots would have to take pay cuts, though." "I am not taking a pay cut," said Asuka. "We get paid," said Rei. Misato stared at her for a second, then shook her head. "Shinji? Rei? Would you excuse us for a minute?" Shinji shrugged and stood up, taking his and Rei's dishes away, and cleared some of the cardboard detritus of their meal, piling it up before shoving it down the chute to the incinerator. Shinji stopped at the door. "I'm going out for a while." "Fine," said Misato, waving him away. "I am going to watch television," said Rei. "Fine," Misato sighed. They were alone. If Asuka stared at Kaji any harder, he would burst into flames. "I'm sorry," was all he said. Misato braced for impact, tensing reflexively. Asuka's eyes narrowed, and softened. She stood up. "No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have put you in that position." "You." She trailed off. "You did the right thing." "I'm glad you did." Kaji sat there, stunned. "Oh," he said. "Okay then. I'm going to my room," said Asuka, and left. Kaji rocked forward in his seat and leaned his arms over the table. "Wow. I didn't see that coming." "She's changing," said Misato. "She's growing up." "It's him, isn't it?" said Kaji. "He brings out the best in her." "He has that effect on people," said Misato, turning a can of now warm instant coffee in her hands. "So," said Kaji. "So," said Misato. She shoved the table out of the way and would have knocked him out of his chair if he didn't stand up at the same time. She leaned into him and pushed him backwards into the refrigerator, rising up onto her toes to slide her arms around his neck as she kissed him. He grabbed her around the waist and lifted her up, until her full weight was resting on his chest. Then, just as abruptly, she pulled back, her stocking feet slipping on the cold floor of the kitchen. "Shit," she said, "I's sorry, I dash." Kaji wiped the lipstick off his face with the back of his hand. "No, no, go on." "I can't," she turned away to lean on the cupboard. She could feel his eyes on her. "I can't do this again." "Not again." He stood up, catching his breath. "It was you who left me, remember? The first time dash." "Both times," said Kaji. "You asked to be transferred back here." "You were supposed to chase me," said Misato. "If I mattered so much to you, why didn't you try to find me?" "Does it matter?" he said as he crossed the kitchen and leaned over beside her. "I'm here now." "It does matter," said Misato, standing to move away from him. The temptation was too much. "Where have you been? What have you been doing?" "I can't tell you." "Bullshit," she snapped, poking an accusatory finger into his chest. "You won't tell me because you don't trust me." "That's not true," said Kaji. "I'm only trying to protect you. It's too easy to get caught up." "Protect me?" she snapped. "From what?" "I can't tell you." "I told you." "Then that's it," she said, crossing her arms. She moved away from him and turned her back. "I'm not going to be held at arm's length." Before she could stop him, and mostly because she didn't want to, he slid his arms around her waist, and molded himself to her. She leaned into his embrace instinctively, and he touched his cheek to hers until she turned her head, and he kissed her again. She pulled away from him. "That's it. That was the last time." He sighed, picked his jacket up from his chair, and headed for the door. "I guess so. I'll see you at work, maybe." "Maybe," said Misato. She watched him leave, and waited for the sound of the apartment door closing. When he was full and truly gone, she slumped down to the floor, sliding down until she was sitting, and put her face in her hands, fighting desperately not to start sobbing, each breath a struggle. She heard bare feet on the floor, and Rei padded into the room and sat down next to her. "You are upset," she observed. "Yeah," Misato said thickly, scrubbing at her eyes with her thumb and forefinger. She pinched the bridge of her nose. "You refused Mr. Kaji's advances," said Rei. "Yeah," she said again. "I do not understand. You obviously enjoyed his affections. That's not all there is to it." "Ah," said Rei. "You enjoy physical intimacy with him, but you are not emotionally compatible." Misato stared at her. "What? No, we're too emotionally compatible. I couldn't stop hanging off of him when why am I telling you this?" Rei shrugged her tiny shrug. "Because I asked." "You don't, you've never had a boyfriend or anything, have you, Rei?" "No." Misato let her head hit the cabinet, winced, and laughed bitterly. "Good, don't start. Get a motorcycle, they're more fun." "I do not understand." Misato eyed her. "Never mind. A motorcycle cannot provide emotional companionship," said Rei. Misato snorted. "I said never mind. Look, don't listen to me, you'll just get depressed." "I am still confused," said Rei. "If you enjoy his company emotionally and physically, why are you not together with him?" "I don't know." "I see," said Rei, standing up. "I would like to know if these conditions change." Misato looked up at her. "You're really bad at girl talk, you know that." "Girl talk?" said Rei. She stood up, grabbing a towel to wipe her face. "You know what," she said to no one in particular. "I have an idea." Fuyatsuki stepped out into the clearing, the note he'd found stuck inside his door folded in his pocket. Shinji was already there, leaning over the guardrail and looking down at the city. The old man stood next to him with his hands in his pockets, waiting. Shinji sighed and stood up. Fuyatsuki shook his head, wondering how he'd come to find it so commonplace to see him in his suit. The way he moved, it seemed like the cape draped over his shoulders was some kind of a burden. "Hello, Professor." "Shinji," said Fuyatsuki. "What is it?" "Your note said you had something urgent to speak with me about." "I need to know everything you know about Ryoji Kaji." Fuyatsuki sighed. "Not much, I'm afraid." "Why do you ask?" Shinji watched him for a moment, and then sighed. Fuyatsuki listened as he told the story. Everything, beginning with the events on the aircraft carrier, and the conversation in the car. He could see the worry on the young man's face, and frowned. "Deciding whether or not to tell your girlfriend that you're an alien-human hybrid with superhuman powers wasn't exactly a relatable problem." Fuyatsuki watched the city for a while in silence, taking in the flow of lights from cars moving down the broad avenues and over the elevated highways. "There's a huge weight on your shoulders," said Fuyatsuki. Shinji nodded, leaning his chin on one hand as he stared off into space. "You must feel like you can't put it down. Why haven't you told her?" "I'm afraid," he sighed. "What if she doesn't like me anymore?" "Why wouldn't she? You're still the same person. From what you've told me, she likes you best when you stop hiding who you are." He shook his head. "She can't stand Superman. Every time she sees me in this thing or hears about me on television or I come up in conversation, she starts ranting about how much of a show-off jerk I am." Fuyatsuki thought about that for a moment, scratching his chin. "I think I know why that is. She's looking for validation, Shinji. She doesn't like it when someone praises someone else instead of her." "Yeah, that's true." Fuyatsuki shrugged. "Not the most admirable of character traits." "She's not a bad person," said Shinji, standing up. "She's kind to people who get to know her. Her attitude is just an act. I don't know why she does it. It's like she drives people away on purpose." "We all wear masks, Shinji," said Fuyatsuki. "We all have our public and private faces. Keeping them separate helps us stay sane. You can't be Superman all the time, you'd go mad. She can't be the person she is in private, with you, because she's afraid she'll get hurt. Her arrogance is a suit of armor, a way of keeping people out of her life for their sake, not hers." "I know some other people like that," said Shinji. "What would you do?" Fuyatsuki winced. He could see the pain in the boy's eyes, the need for guidance, and there was no one there to give it to him. Who could relate to something like this? I wouldn't leave her, said Fuyatsuki. I learned my lesson the hard way, Shinji. There's nothing worse in this life than leaving feelings unsaid and unspoken. Kaji is wrong about your powers. You will put other people in danger, yes, but look at all the good you've done since you came here. You can't turn your back on that. There's the other part, said Shinji. I need to know if I can trust him. Trust him? No. Work with him? Maybe. He has so many contacts and agendas that I honestly don't know who he's really working for. You were wise not to give him any information he couldn't deduce already, Shinji. It all depends if he has resources you can use. What is Seal? He wouldn't tell me anything else about it. Fuyatsuki sighed, and paced back and forth a few feet, scuffing his shoes in the dirt. He looked up at the moon and inhaled, deeply. The German word for soul? It's more than that, said Shinji, standing next to him. You know, I can see it. What? The Apollo landing site. I've always wondered if I can breathe in space. No one can breathe in space, said Fuyatsuki, wryly. You know what I mean. Fuyatsuki sighed again. It's something of a secret society. The leader is a man named Kiel. I met him once, in Vienna. He took an interest in my research. He was pulling together groups of young graduate students from all over the world at the time, building a network of intellectuals to study some vague problem about human evolution. He believes that our species is an evolutionary dead end and needs some kind of a jump start onto a new path to survive. That's wrong, said Shinji, but that doesn't sound too bad. I wish it stopped there. They found what they needed, in Antarctica. It was Seal that caused second impact, and covered up the true cause. Kiel has a large number of wealthy and influential men under his sway, operating in small cells. Several of them are on the Security Council. One of them was your grandfather. Why would Kaji be working for them? To spy on us, and on each other. Seal isn't so much a group as a number of like-minded individuals, and no one ever knows what Kiel is truly up to, or what he has planned. Shinji nodded. There's something else I need to tell you. It's about Kaworu. He's not human. How did you come on this? Well, said Shinji, he has a core in his chest, and he shoved me into a wall. Fuyatsuki blinked. What did you say? I let him, said Shinji, but I think he could have pushed harder, if he wanted to. I don't know what he's up to, and it scares me. Fuyatsuki sighed. I see. There's something else. Rei isn't human either, is she? Fuyatsuki swallowed. She is, partly. I don't know how similar she and Kaworu are, if they're the result of the same process, but Rei is a created being. A clone. We made her. So, said Shinji, that's what she meant, if I knew what she'd done. Who? He shook his head. Never mind. Who is she a clone of? His eyes widened. Wait, you said she was related to me. No, it can't be. Fuyatsuki watched him cycle through it. He could practically feel the wheels turning in the boy's head. He sank to his knees. Rei Ayanami is a clone of my mother, isn't she? After the accident, said Fuyatsuki, we tried to recover your mother from within the EVA. She was to be the first pilot, but the synchronization process failed. It dissolved her body and dash. Shinji was on his feet at once. What? You have to stop this, now. Cancel the program. I'll stop the angels. I can't let anyone pilot those things if dash. Fuyatsuki put a hand on his shoulder. I know what you're afraid of. Asuka will be safe, Shinji. How do you know? What if that thing absorbs her, too? I don't think it will, said Fuyatsuki. There is no safety system, Shinji. The buffer that prevents the pilot from being absorbed is another human soul. Your mother is alive, and resides in Unit 1 even now. He waited. Shinji tried to say something, but all that came out was a choked sob. He sank to his knees, his cape pooling around him, and wailed into his hands. Fuyatsuki stood there like a statue, frozen, watching while his stomach sank down through his knees. After a time, the boy was quiet. He stood up. "I'll find a way to get her out. Someday, I will." "You can't," said Fuyatsuki. "Rei was the closest we ever came, the body, but not the soul, the essence. It can't be done." "Yes it can," said Shinji. "I'm Superman. I can do anything." "This is ridiculous," Asuka grumbled, arms folded over her chest. She lay there, staring up at the ceiling on a sleeping bag in the middle of the living room. "I have a bed." "It's a bonding exercise," said Misato, also staring up at the ceiling. Asuka huffed. "We could bond in my bed, then. I don't see why I have to lie on the floor for a week." "You'll live," said Misato. "During the Impact Wars, people would have died to sleep on this floor." Asuka snorted. "Yeah, and I'll bet you had to walk uphill to school both ways, too." "Captain Katsuragi is correct," said Rei. "Sleeping on the floor is preferable to dash." "I don't feel very bonded," Asuka said as she rolled over. "Her bed would be a preferable option," said Rei. Misato sighed. "No. That would be missing the point. Besides, Shinji would have a heart attack." "I don't understand," said Rei. "Why would our sleeping in a bed cause him to have a cardiac event?" "You're hopeless," said Asuka. Shinji was starting to get tired of this. 4 days into the grand experiment in team building, Asuka and Rei were synchronizing with each other perfectly, during the dancing exercises. The rest of the time, Asuka was angrily sniping at Misato about being unable to sleep in her room, and having an extra person in the house. It came as something of a relief when, over dinner, Misato announced, "I'm going to be working overnight tonight. I have to make sure everything is ready for tomorrow." Everything proceeded normally for the rest of the evening, even with Misato gone. Shinji cleaned up the dishes while Rei and Asuka practiced some more in the living room. He fed Pen Pen a special treat, for no real reason at all, actually cooking some fresh fish for him. The bird worked appreciatively, spied that Rei was still in the apartment, and hid. Shinji had to fight not to stare along with him. Now that he knew what he was looking for, he could see it. The shape of her jaw, the fine subtleties of the shape of her eyes, the way she walked and moved. A clone of his mother. He shuddered. What did that make her? Sister? Aunt? She wasn't even fully human. He couldn't judge her for that, after all, but it was still a shock. He kept away from the both of them while he worked, trying to think. After the dishes were done, he snuck into his room, closed the door, and tried to catch up on his homework. While the shelters had opened, the city was still in a state of emergency and schools were closed, and he had assignments to do while he was at home. Asuka had ignored all of hers, of course, and he wasn't sure Rei ever did schoolwork at all. He sighed, poring over some boring set of equations. He had to fill them out at a reasonable rate, as going too fast would burn through the paper. He felt a genuine sense of fatigue as he went to lie down. He turned off the light and rolled onto his side, and started to drift off to sleep. Vague memories teased him, of walking in a summer city with a warm, soft hand clutching his. He realized he couldn't remember what his mother looked like anymore, and sighed deeply to himself. It was nearly midnight when his door opened. He looked over his shoulder. Asuka crept into his room quietly, closing the door behind her, and nudged him with her foot. Move over. He shimmied towards the wall. No, idiot. The other way. He moved to the edge of his sleeping mat and she stepped over him, and lowered herself down between him and the wall. It was a tight fit, so he rolled over on his side to make room for her. She pulled her hair behind her head to move it out of his face and lay there for a while, just breathing. Are you okay? She said. I'm fine. I'm just worried about you. I'll do fine. He sighed. I'm not worried you'll make a mistake. I'm worried you'll be hurt. She looked at him, her blue eyes bright in the darkness, and smiled enigmatically. Then, she rolled over, and faced the wall. I'm going to sleep. He lay there for a moment, and started to drift off on his own. Idiot, she muttered, I have to do everything. Asuka reached over, grabbed his arms, and yanked him into her side. She turned and pulled his arms around her waist, and pushed her back against his chest until he got the hint and embraced her, resting his head against hers. Better, she yawned. He didn't know how long he slept, only that there was sunlight spilling in under the door when he woke up. He didn't move for fear that he would wake her, until he heard something like a sob. Asuka shuddered in his grasp, and he shook her gently. She woke up with a start, sitting up and staring at him in confusion for a moment. "Oh," she said. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." He looked at her. She bit her lip. "I had a bad dream." "About what?" She shook her head. "Nothing," and then she sighed. "It was about my mother." "Your mother?" said Shinji. "What dash?" "When I was 8, said Asuka, she died." "She?" Her voice trailed off, wavering. "She took her own life." "I'm sorry," he said, and he pulled her close to him, as tightly as he dared. "Where?" "I know where your father is, but where's your mother?" "She's dead," said Shinji. "I was so little I can't really remember her that well. I think I was 6. She turned around and slid her arms around his neck. "I've never told anyone about this. Ever. It's a secret. Just for us." "Just for us," said Shinji. He looked at her, and swallowed. "Asuka, there's something I have to tell you." "What?" I don't know how to say this. I'm. Misato chose that exact moment to slam the door back. "Wakey wakey. Eggs and bakey. Damn it." Asuka shouted, jumping up from his embrace. "What the hell is wrong with you?" "If I remember right," Misato grinned, "I made a rule about certain people sneaking into certain people's rooms." Shinji groaned. "I'm willing to let this slide. I'm going to file it under the life or death battle today exception, but it better not happen again." Misato didn't seem especially serious about it, waggling her finger and grinning. Asuka waited for her to leave before she huffed and hugged herself. "Ugh, I have to go get ready." "What were you going to tell me?" "It's not important," said Shinji. "It can wait." Misato tapped her foot as she watched the Evas take up their positions, standing next to each other, crouching like warriors in repose, each grasping a progressive spear. The shimmering field over the angel was beginning to flicker and distort, and the creature beneath moved, pulling apart again into 2 distinct parts. She held her breath as the field went down and the creatures stood up. "On your marks." Both of the gargantuan machines tensed visibly, the movement curiously human. She could feel the eyes of the command center on her as she in turn watched the creature drawing nearer to them, moving out of the flooded crater where it had rested and reconstructed itself. Misato straightened. "Begin." The umbilicals both blew off at once, and the Evas charged, their movements perfectly synchronized, each step falling within less than a second of the other. Rei had never been gifted in close combat, but had learned well from her partner. Both pilots spun away from the angel's first attacks, moving apart in a movement so graceful it could have been a dance. Always aware of each other, they bobbed and weaved around the angels, forcing them closer and closer together while deftly avoiding each other. The creatures countered with fiery blasts from their faceplates, and both Evas danced out of the way, moving lightly in a tightening circle around the angel. The creatures' bisected bodies were touching when they made the final stroke, turning as one to impale it from either side. Each of their spears plunged through the angel's twin cores, through the space between them, and into the other's body. The full operation took 1 minute, and ended with Asuka and Rei standing triumphantly on either side of the creature as it slumped in on itself, the twin cores shattered. "That's weird," Misato mused quietly to herself. "He didn't show up this time." Standing beside her, Shinji shrugged and handed her a cup of coffee. "I guess this wasn't a job for Superman. Check the description for the links to the author."